alone. Gain my trust and you chose to break it. Ask for truth but you only fake it. Thought you said what we had was sacred. It's all lies, all lies. I was
Hello everybody and welcome to the Passion Series Collegiate Land. My name is Happy. Joining me today is Chaka, and we are very excited to be the first ones to bring to you action live from the Passion Series. Chaka, how do you feel coming into the action-packed day we have coming up?
I'm excited for it. Even though we're doing this virtually and we're not in person, it's still good Siege that I'm hoping to cast, and I'm always excited to cast Siege at any point, at any time.
Yeah, we aren't in person. I know some of our casters later in the day will be in person, but for now, we're casting it from home. In terms of the games that we have coming up, the schedule for today is as follows. We're starting with Eastern Kentucky University versus Virginia Tech Esports, and then from there, all of those following games are the ones that you'll see on stream. Only one game isn't getting caught on stream today, and all of these matches will be the best of two format, so we will be guaranteed to see two maps between both of these teams, no more and no less. And so, just so we start off, EKU VT is going to be our first game. They also have Mississippi State in their group, and then later on it'll be the group of Georgia, Cincinnati, and the Bonnies of St. Bonaventure. So that'll be very exciting. And just so you know what exactly these teams are fighting for, the prize pool is nothing to scoff at. $1,500 to the first place team, second place gets $1,000, and then third gets $500. So hopefully some of these teams that we're about to watch will be coming away with a sliver of this prize pool. Only 6 teams at this land, so half of them will be coming away with something. And 2 of these teams that we have in our first game, I would say 2 favorites we could consider to take away some of that prize pool. It's Virginia Tech versus Eastern Kentucky. And starting with Virginia Tech, this is a team where obviously one thing is going to stand out very heavily.
Yeah. Virginia Tech are obviously like a really good collegiate team.
Oh, wait,
I'm trying to
not here.
Yeah, Kool-Aid is not here.
thought
That's
Kool-Aid
what I
was
was
here.
surprised.
Oh my
That
gosh,
was
yeah.
I was surprised about, because like you mentioned it, I was like, wait, yeah, I was looking at it, I was like, wait, where's the big surprise?
I'm so
And
sorry, I
Kool-Aid
trolled
is-
you.
No, you didn't, because like he is listed on the roster in the Wikipedia. But I will say, like in more recent times, Virginia Tech have looked like a really good team. Especially like when you consider how good they performed at the most recent LAN event. Not this one, obviously, because this one just started, but the Butler LAN event, where I think for them, where they ended up finishing at, it's recorded. Oh yeah, they made playoffs, but I don't think they made it past quarters. So, you know, still a really good team, obviously, and just a lot of talent.
Yeah, so we're getting word from the all chat in the server, thanks to our observer, that Kool-Aid had work today. So he's not here. Maybe he'll be here tomorrow. Who knows? But still some very capable players on that Virginia Tech roster, including Nick B2A, my GOAT, my king, as well as, like you were talking about, the rest of the roster who, you know, are no slouches in their own right. It makes sense that Kool-Aid would be the one to stand out when he's here. But they're going up against a roster where, though there aren't any names as notable as some of the biggest names on Virginia Tech, they're a team that has been making a name for themselves in the collegiate scene by consistently improving. It's Eastern Kentucky University, a team that has been making a pretty solid run of things through CR6 as of late, as well as some of the other collegiate lands. I think they had a pretty good run at Butler.
Yes.
Architect, Borger, Lomo, Mute, and Sin, a team of a few players who you might have seen around some Tier 4 leagues, really just kind of coming together and deciding that they are going to fully commit to trying to be one of the best teams in collegiate. And so far, I would say they're definitely on the rise.
Yeah, so I made a mistake actually when I was talking about the Butler LAN. It was EKU actually who made a very good run at Butler. The run that I'm thinking about for Virginia Tech was at the Golden Coast Clash LAN, which was Collegiate
San Jose.
R6. But yeah, EKU for Butler, they actually made it all the way to the grand final, and they lost to Akron, which is not a big deal, to be fair, because Akron is actually one of the better T2 teams we have. Not just the best collegiate team currently, but they're just one of the best teams that we have in the upper echelons of Siege. So for EKU, they are like a really good team individually. Architect, I literally watched him drop 22 on border last night. He was like he was making a ton of space on the entry, and I'm hoping to see more of the same here tonight. for today.
Yeah, it's kind of what related to what I was talking about with EKU being on the rise. That second place to Akron finish at Butler was not easy, right? Because you think about the teams they're playing at a LAN like that, at a place like Butler, it's going to be very, very competitive. It's one of the most competitive collegiate LANs we've seen in terms of the teams that are there, with Akron, Purdue, Waterloo, Cincy, the other Akron roster, even teams like Utah and most of UMBC under the name Joe University. So that was very, very convincing in terms of the run that they had at Butler, but now they have the chance to, without Akron here, maybe get a first place at the Passion Series Concord LAN. We finally get into the action though, so there's no more reason to speculate on who's going to do what. Let's just see what happens as it's Cafe up first, the map selection of Eastern Kentucky.
Yeah, also Virginia Tech, they start off on defense. I'm looking at most recent match statistics as well for EKU, as they did pick this map. For the year, they are 2-1 on it. They've played this map a total of 3 times as it's been recorded on Wikipedia, and they've only won it twice. As for Virginia Tech, they've played this map a total of 4 times and won it 3 times. So both teams are pretty used to the first map. It's really that second map of Bank, I believe, where maybe the statistics don't necessarily favor Virginia Tech. But it looks like what they're going to be starting off with, just because they have a ram, they're probably going to just go for a vertical control because there's no roam game to speak of here for Virginia Tech.
Yeah, not too much. Go to that first floor of Cafe, not necessarily going to need to do the most roaming in the world, at least not if you're playing it the way Virginia Tech is opting to play it right now.
Yeah.
And through this first minute, EKU, we're just going to try and take some of the space that they can find across the entirety of the map, like you said, and no roam to contend with. So the Dokkaebi, the Deimos aren't going to be necessarily as impactful as they could have been. You still are going to have the impact of the ram to break open above the bomb site, as well as the gridlock to prevent players from getting aggressive up maybe red or white stairs, and the sends for the execute. But that's 2/5 of your lineup that feels like it's kind of designed to maybe, help flush out some of these roamers, but the roamers weren't even there. So I'm interested in seeing how exactly EKU is going to adapt to their attack later on.
Yeah, temporarily the Nari at the bottom of white stairs has been disabled for right now, and this player in VIP2 is also kind of just delaying a little bit of time here on EKU from opening up the hatch in Freezer. So a bit of time waste here for Eastern Kentucky, who don't really seem to have maybe all of their win conditions lined out. Though Sin does get the opening pick, and that happens to be on the tuber round VIP. That's important.
Yeah, very important, because Virginia Tech playing so passively means that losing even one player can completely dismantle the defense they have set up. They've also got a lot of players stuck inside of Bakery, and because of this verticality, it's going to be very difficult for them to leave. Eastern Kentucky are kind of waiting for now for anybody to make a mistake and walk into their line of sight. The biggest issue they're going to have to deal with first is Nick, as he's the closest problem. He's got the smoke canisters as well to throw this attack off just a little bit in terms of their timing. With 20 seconds and no gas cans left, Bao dying would be crucial. He will hold on to his life for now, though, in Orbita with a long-range kill onto Lomo. That's a very big frag to find, but Nick will go down in the back of the back site. Mako trades it back, though, and Diffuser's on the ground. And so what are EKU going to do about this? Absolutely nothing. They don't get a chance to pick it back up. And so Virginia Tech are going to take round 1.
Yeah, EKU were very focused on trying to kill the player in behind the sinks, or not even on sinks, sorry, in behind the counters and service, which was the smoke for Virginia Tech. But they didn't really, I guess, have a good position to plant in. They had, and that's kind of like the confusing part, because they had white control, they had freezer control. I seen a player jump into sync, so you can establish a good cutoff. The fact that they could not get a plant down is very surprising to me, to say the least, just because it seemed like when it came to dealing with the late round utility for Virginia Tech, they had that covered. There were no Goyu cans on the default plant spot. The smoke was dead, but you just saw in the final few seconds EKU kind of swing out and take gunfights, and they tried to swing together, and they were just shut down for it. So yeah, no plant to be confirmed there for EKU, because that was obviously their win condition, especially with all of the control that they got. And Virginia Tech they just walk away with one there, to be honest.
kind of felt like they really didn't have to do too much. They barely contested any floors outside of the first,
Yeah.
and they lost that opening fight, and they still end up winning the round. So EKU maybe needing to pick up the pace. Coming into these future rounds, a lot of operators being brought last round to try and enable the fraggers. This time, once again, we're seeing that. You bring a Twitch, an Ash, a Deimos, and even then, beyond that, you know, Grim and Ace, some very comfortable guns that you bring into the round. So it seems like EKU putting a lot of emphasis on trying to win some of these ones, but last round they weren't given many opportunities by Virginia Tech. This time around, it's up to the third floor, where not as easy to play just around bunkering inside the site itself. So they'll probably have to be given some opportunities, but Nick is going to break a Claymore very early on and open up the possibility of a run out much later on if he chooses to, but he actually
Nick able to, I think, run right back into reading room. Yep. So he's established vertical control for first floor right now, and his position on the first floor has to be taken into account by EKU, because obviously if they're gonna go for a cocktail take, because it's a Solus down below, they can really rock your whole world when it comes to trying to get a plant down. Though it doesn't really seem like cocktail is going to be their primary focus, they are taking it from the from red over, but they are going to have to take into account that the Solus is down below. So no matter if they're going to go from red and execute on a garbage or Shiko spot or cocktail, you kind of have to take into account that there is going to be somebody playing vert.
And they're trying to do that now, but here comes Orbita. He was accounted for, though. Jacob with a big kill onto him and has the ping on Nyx as well. And so it should be over soon. Nick stuck in a corner behind a bookshelf, gone by the hands of Jacob, his second kill of the round. And Eastern Kentucky, given opportunities to find these players out in the open, Hokie is able to get one, but that was only response to a third kill for Eastern Kentucky this round. He's looking for more onto Borger, but he will die eventually. 1 versus 4 for Bao. Stuck inside of Cocktail, being ran down, and EKU. That is what happens when you give them opportunities at frags early. They will just start to run all over you with a very nice shot to close it.
And yeah, you can't really look at that round neither and say that Virginia Tech were running like a very passive lineup, because they had an early run out. They had presence down below too with the Solus. They had win conditions that they could play around, but I guess just losing the early picks on the first floor just kind of created a snowball effect for EKU. And when I was talking to Sino last night, when I was casting EKU, when they played their game against Miguel Esports, the one thing that he made sure to highlight was the fact that when EKU get the opening pick, it creates like a really big snowball effect. And we just saw it there. They got the opening pick on the first floor, and then from red, because they recognize that they do have a man advantage, they just kind of like converted from there. Really good opening or really good first round for EKU to claim, and it started off with a really nice clear down below.
Very good coordination attempted by VT to try and swing off of each other to kill that roam clear downstairs, but EKU just looking very confident in those 1v1s. I feel like that could be a theme as we continue. VT winning that first round where they were able to delay that first fight for as long as physically possible.
Yeah.
And Orbita already looking to try and do the exact opposite. Maybe a spawn peek early on in this round, and the Echo drone outside will maybe enable a run out. Not quite doing that though. Instead, Orbita is going to go prone on the doorway and wait for Sin to try and either maybe rappel up to the roof or just walk right into his line of sight. Doesn't really seem too attached to this idea though, as Orbit has already started to make his way back inside. He's sacrificed one Echo drone to try and get this info, and he's not really going to do anything off of it, just kind of letting the Grim go by the wayside as they are already giving up on that opportunity 45 seconds in.
That's pretty early dissipation of the Echo drone as well, just to get like some info. But I mean, it tells you kind of where the push is coming from, I guess, because they are like focusing on top floor control. You could tell that there's a Grim on cocktail windows, and now because you're like very close into reading on the wall, you can also probably hear the fact that somebody's just like rappelling up and down on the roof. Architect is the only one in the building though for EKU. They're taking this attack very slowly.
They're trying to take their time. Meanwhile, Virginia Tech are trying to force an engagement. They've tried 2 different runouts up to this point. Still no damage done as the walk in through piano. I think this... Wait, the drone didn't catch it. And then remind, Architect did eventually catch it, but Hokie still wins the engagement. That's a really good fight for Virginia Tech to win early on. That's the first time they've won that opening engagement. And now you got to start to see how scary this defense is once they get that man advantage.
Also, the fact that nobody's able to immediately refrag off of Architect despite there being two teammates right next to them. Though eventually they do catch Hokie out on the 3rd floor. And it seems like there's only really one player in Mako on the 3rd floor. And he's just playing this position to die. Eventually, you know, he may try and like jump over the railing into hell. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Whoa. So eventually they do give up the top floor. But at least you have a ton of information to play behind from below using the post and the Valk.
And using the C4 that you still have left. Pulse has already popped his. Bao still has his left. And that's going to be very important if EKU opts to work the vert. But they don't really seem to be that into that idea. Only 2 players left on that 3rd floor.
What?
As a bad spot for Mako is going to get caught out by Sin. And EKU get that man advantage back. And they look to keep holding it. Lomo with more. Sin a little awkward around the corner, but look who's right behind him. It's Jacob getting one with the finish with the knife. It's only left to Bao. 5 seconds, he gets 2. There's another one just around the corner. Bao somehow made it 3, but Borger got the plant down while all of his teammates threw bodies at the problem of Bao. Now only one problem left for him to solve himself, but as Borger comes around the corner, there must have been some information because he was way too aware of what he was about to swing into, and all too happy to save EKU from a calamity out of the 4-on-1.
Yes, if you're EKU there, you're kind of a little bit happy that Borger clutched that for you, just because of the fact that he's in a really good spot over by Pillar. After he gets the plant down, that's a really good post plant position to play behind. Obviously, he can't really cross back into window just because if he tries to jump out of the window, you have your back turned to a player that's potentially rotating into fireplace. So yeah, his thinking right there to kind of understand where he can play and how he can play it was on point, just because of him just backing into Pillar the way that he did. But ultimately, yeah, really good execute there in the end from EKU. They recognized that because, like, I guess they just have a lot of space over by red and also on the vert, so they can get a plant down in mining. That was really nice, really well played there from EKU.
They played it incredibly well, I would say up until the 1v4, maybe a little bit of trolling once they hit that point. But you know what? We'll take what we can get. VT going to take their opportunity to go back to the 1st floor site. This is the only site they've won so far, and I think there's a very big difference in terms of how this site plays, especially with how they're playing it, compared to the rest of the map. And it's the only site where you can really comfortably sit, kind of anchor back, not need to do a ton, and you're not always going to be able to get punished for that. I like EKU switching things up to run both the Buck and the Ram so they can really work this for and really displace these players inside of the site, because it feels like Virginia Tech right now, they want to sit on the objective, they want to do nothing, and they want to play around their utility. EKU kind of wanting to do the opposite of that, is finding a new way to force VT to take fights against them, and that's a very good adaptation coming into the 4th. Wouldn't be shocked to see a 3-1 EKU lead, though VT obviously going to be confident in this site they've already taken once.
Yeah, and the charm with Cafe, at least on the 1st floor, is that you don't really have to roam as much as possible when it comes to the 1st floor. The whole art of 1st floor is like defending around it, which is kind of what Virginia Tech are doing right now. I do notice as well, because they're playing very passively, there is like a lack of like mid-round powers. So you're just kind of allowing KU to like settle in to the spots that they want to play from, like bottom wide, bar double window, and you're kind of allowing them to isolate the VIP player. if there were some type of mid-round power for Virginia Tech, maybe up red stairs in order to apply some friction onto the vert control that they're gathering, or even just kind of make EKU second guess themselves, they might have a better shot at winning the round. But because they're kind of like allowing the vertical to be set up at the moment, they're allowing them to open up the hatches, and there's really no aggression here for Virginia Tech in the middle of this round. EKU kind of just can like form a picture for how they want this round to end.
And if that picture is not stopped in any way, things will get dangerous, but Mako steps in right when he needs to and finds a C4 kill onto Architect. That's one of your vert operators gone. I don't think the Buck had gotten to do a ton of verticality up to this point either, so really influential C4 kill out of Mako. And now Eastern Kentucky. The picture they thought they were painting has just been absolutely ruined. That can't totally discourage them to make this attack happen, though, because with only 40 seconds, you don't have a ton of time to rotate, but through the floor, Jacob's going to get down. Revolver not out fast enough to get the finish. They will get that revive unless another C4 comes through, and Lomo is actually going to find even more, though the trade is immediate from Nick, taking initiative towards main door, but he will only get the one frag this round. Sin trades it back, and with his Sen's wall down the hallway, already starting to threaten further forward control. But Gas is in a bad spot, and Bao in an even worse spot, as Sin's gonna take a really nice kill. Now they still have the Echo drones up with 7 seconds to go. That should be hugely influential. Orbit has got to place these right, or they just have to try and get into the site at all, but they didn't even try planting. The Goyo was in the wrong spot. They didn't think they could jump in, and the Case just didn't even try.
Yeah, for EKU, they just didn't really have, obviously they didn't have enough time to plant, but they also, the Goyoken on the freezer doorway was blocking their entry into the default plant spot. So they kind of had to make a quicker decision to run to sink to get a plant down, but also running to kitchen from the double window of freezer is very dangerous. You kind of have to like make it past the bakery long angles that Virginia Tech still had control of. You kind of have to make it past anybody that's playing inside of cooking. And it's very hard to kind of like put yourself in a mindset of like, oh, we have to like cross into like these dangerous angles to plant in an even worse spot than what we're used to. Because otherwise, if the Goyoken is not there, then you have an easy plant spot if you're EKU. That's kind of like the same issue that the same type of issue that they ran up against in the very first round, where again they kind of just didn't really have enough time to plant. They were very scared to plant in a default plant spot, I guess, because for whatever reason, because of the long angles all the way in from cooking and bakery, and that was kind of a carbon copy of that, but in a much different way.
Now Virginia Tech, they've won the site they can win. They've done it once again. But now 2 more rounds in a row, you're not going to get the chance to go back. We surely need to win at least 1 more this half for it to be serious. And they go to the 3rd floor once again to see if that's the site that they can take. They bring a dock, interestingly enough. Perhaps worried about the threat of getting cat bolted out from Pixel. Not something that's really going to happen, so I don't know if the dock's going to have any real application. Maybe he thought he still had the ACOG, so he could contest the windows very easily, but that's not really going to be there either. As EKU already very aggressive into Cigar Shop, Architect with a really good position, and Jacob in very good position as well on the white stairs window. That's going to mean that Doc's already getting pressured incredibly heavily, and on top of that, the player who wanted to rotate up the white stairs cannot do that anymore. They have this Doc stuck in a terrible position, but I think he's just barely out of line of sight of 2 different players. He's going to just have to sit here and be bait for his teammates, but no matter what they do, they can't find a kill on any of the EKU attackers.
There's really not enough utility as well from EKU to force this player out. The only thing they have is Green Bees, but that's not going to do enough damage. And Architect's found a gap here over by Garbage, and he gets the kill actually on a Pixel player. He's got himself in a really good spot where EKU could probably get a plant down on a default.
That run out needed to net something. It had to get something done, because otherwise now 2 players invested in a run out downstairs, and none of them gonna find any kills onto EKU. No kills found by anybody. The Solus gonna have to make a big impact with this impact nade, and will do just that, but caught from below thanks to Lomo. 1v4 for Orbita. Starts it off with a clean shot. Ready for one downstairs as well. but the Grim starts to stick the plant and has a pair of bees, or a set of bees, left in pocket as well. Now Orb, the lowest HP player remaining in this lobby, seems like it's only a matter of time until this round will end with the Echo on the outside looking in, and that's exactly what happens. Architect with a pistol, wide swings at the end, and EKU still 3 for 3 attacking every site that isn't the first floor.
Yeah, it's a really good attacking round from EKU, kind of given this, because given the space that they were, I guess, afforded to by Virginia Tech. We talked about how passive the setups were. They just kind of recognized the gap. Architect coming in from New Balk, runs straight into trash and is able to deal with the Pixel player because the Freezer player is not present there at all for EKU. So the crossfire is not all the way there for Virginia Tech, and EKU and specifically Architect just have ways of like finding like unique gaps against the defense that probably shouldn't really be there, and they're able to capitalize off of it.
They've consistently been capitalizing off of every site that isn't first floor, so
That's true.
more of the same. More of the same. And they're going to get another opportunity to attack into the second floor. This was a site where it looked like VT had a pretty good start. They got an opening kill. And EKU, until maybe like less than a minute to go in the round, really hadn't gotten much going for themselves yet. And then all of a sudden, in a flurry, they got pretty much every kill for the rest of the round until they threw 3 bodies out of a 4-on-1, but still won the round anyways. Orbita again, going to look for an Echo drone play early. A little bit of info to enable a run out. Isn't going to find anything towards Canals, and won't find anything as he tries to get a little info towards Garage as well, and even gets the drone back inside so he knows that it's clear. Good information gathered, but still no run out attempted. Sin is eventually going to get up to Snow Balcony anyways, so it's not like it mattered too much.
It's just trying to facilitate run out like you mentioned. And it'll be like a good catalyst, the fact that, yeah, there is not going to be an early run out. The fact that, you know, now they can repel on cocktail windows. They kind of know about this strategy already because in a previous round, Orbita already did it. So they're going to be watching out for it while Sin plays his hand here on the cocktail windows.
Sin on the Grim in this position. Very influential operator to play out of this spot. Grimbies get info that other teammates can play off of, and then you force people in front of maybe the window, in front of maybe the double door that they can see from Cigar Shop. And there are players playing up there near Cocktail for Virginia Tech, specifically Mako, as well as Nick towards White Stairs and Architect. The most notable player as of first is going to kill Hoki. Nice shot for Mako to respond, though, and a response from the window attempted by Sin isn't going to net anything. So at least there's an answer here for Virginia Tech to keep it an even man count. And a walk up from the player White Stairs has landed Nick right outside of Lomo's line of sight. He's got the down, though. And so even though Sin finds one onto Orbita with the Claymore, again, there's a response from VT.
They still retain top floor control, too. So, like, EKU, they don't have, like, a concrete advantage in this round so far. And they still haven't, like, been able to break down anything on, like, any of the floors here. So maybe this look from Jacob up White Stairs that has not been sniffed out yet because there's no trap ops is going to find something.
You might just find that player in Cocktail. He will. Big kill into Mako, and Nick now stuck alone on the 3rd floor. That means Bao, the other player alive, stuck on the 2nd floor inside of the site. And as this swing of the corner comes around, Jacob's ready. It's a 1 versus 3 for Bao. He nearly clutched up out of a 1 versus 4 on this very objective. Now it being a 1 versus 3 means every kill he got before would have been enough to win the round. Problem is, though, it looks like EKU is playing this slowly. They want to play it together, and Sin, no need for any teammate to swing off of him. He's just going to swing right through, find Bao right where he wants him, and find the kill and the round all in one fell swoop.
Yeah, and that work up White Stairs with a big wind condition there for EKU because nobody from Virginia Tech were none the wiser about it. I kind of talked about how there's kind of a lack of traps in the lineup too to protect against your walks, and that's like the worst thing to happen, to be fair, on a cafe defense, is to not have any traps for any of your walks, like especially not for red if you're going to be playing for like 3rd floor on any other site that isn't like Cocktail Lounge, which is the third floor site, then you really need to have something for your stairs, just in case somebody from first floor decides to lurk up on you. So yeah, really nice adjustment in the mid round there from EKU to have more options to work with instead of just attacking from red.
And not too many opportunities for Virginia Tech outside of their two faithful site, or their one faithful site. Their 2 rounds on that site, the only ones they've gotten so far. Their secondary and tertiary objectives seem like they could have used a little bit more running through before they made it to the event. Seemingly not playing aggressive enough, as you pointed out a couple different times, and maybe that'll help out on the attack side, making sure that a team like EKU, who I can imagine will get relatively aggressive, aren't really going to get any opportunities because you're expecting it. Though this round, the composition coming into the first doesn't seem to indicate a ton of aggression. Malusi, Echo, and Maestro. Quite a lot of utility that you need to stay alive to use later, and even then, some traps to play behind, not just with the Malusi, but also with the Aruni. Obviously, that ACOG on the Aruni DMR is going to encourage you to get a little bit aggressive. And Lomo's got potential to maybe make some plays as well, but EKU seem very set on trying to anchor down on the 3rd floor itself. It can be very difficult on this site as the meta has developed, but it's something they want to try all the same, at least seemingly based on this operator lineup.
Yeah, and I like how it's a EKU's lineup is in direct response to them banning out the Bravo, because like what else do you have to deal with? The Maestro cams, the Echoes, and the Malusis. You don't have a Bravo anymore. You could bring Twitch here, but ultimately, like, Twitch isn't even like for most of these operators isn't really like that good unless like the bubbles are open, or unless like the Malusis are open too. Like these are for the most part bulletproof when they are inactive. So yeah, Virginia Tech have their hands full when it comes to dealing with a lot of this utility. At least they still have frag grenades to deal with, or at least 2 frag grenades to deal with the cameras. But they're being like tortured by these evil eyes so far.
Yeah, that Monty was having the time of his life trying to get through, but the hot breach sledgehammer straight in for Orbita, and the shotgun already. The Reaper out as well, as he's caught in a Malushi Banshee. But I don't think they recognize that this gun is this close. The first kill did go to EKU because Lomo got a C4, but in goes Orbita for 2. Actually, it was Mako to get the kill on Architect. Mako now going to die right after, and losing that Monty is going to change the way this attack goes, or at least it needs to. Otherwise, Orbit is going to die right after, and the advantage will be given right back to EKU. Lomo nearly losing his life afterwards, but I think that Candela's just flashed out your teammate. Now, he's on the rappel, so it's not going to matter. White Stairs no longer a threat, as everybody left on this defensive side is on the site itself. Either that or inside of Freezer. They almost catch out Sin, but they're ready now for the player in from Bathroom. Sin tagged up heavily, but I think Hoki's going to be expected in this position. They've got to keep Nick on this angle, ready for someone to swing out Freezer, but instead he's going to rappel straight through. Kill Sin, traded by Lomo though, and Lomo goes for 2, and I think he got flashbanged as soon as he's able to see again. How did he get the second one? The screen was fully black.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that EKU walked away with it, if I'm being totally honest. Slow-mo going absolutely nuclear with a 4K. But that was a really good take from Virginia Tech. The fact that they set the Grimby's up and towards Whitehall from the white window, that facilitates the Sledge to jump in through white and just figure out that most of the white corridor is fully clear. And I'm not too sure where Loma was playing initially, but he walks away with 4 kills and completely saves that round for EKU. And it wasn't just like, I guess, the initial 2 kills that he got, but the last 2 were absolutely ridiculous. You're right. The fact that he was flashed and he still smokes the second guy coming in from stacks. Like, that's crazy.
Well, probably not going to be fighting too much towards stacks in this round, as they go all the way down from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor for EKU. Virginia Tech needs to bank on EKU pulling a VT and only winning defensive rounds on one objective. Otherwise, this game has very quickly gotten away from them. It is EKU's map pick, so not the worst start in the world, given that you didn't necessarily want to come here, though they could have banned out Cafe as one of their first 3 bans. They chose not to, so that at least indicates they're relatively competent on it. And the Sens wall already messed up by Nick. He will get an opportunity to chuck a second one, though, and that's going to enable Mako to walk in on the shield. That's going to enable the whole team to walk straight into Bakery, but all that does is enable Jacob to find the opening kill onto Bao. Aggressive goes Jacob, a second for him, and Lomo is able to find even more. The player in Red Bank will eventually die. That's Lomo gone, but Architect there for the trade. 1 versus 4 for an Amaru, who didn't even really get a chance to use the hooks, and now is just kind of, for lack of a better term, baiting with the SMG-11. About 45 seconds in, and the entire defense has already been won.
Kind of really crazy, too, the fact that EKU are able to respond in the way that they did, and explosively so, because that was quick Bakery control, and you had the Monty still up with people playing behind him, but I guess they just weren't ready for EKU to swing as quickly as they were. A couple of players just didn't really have their gun up when some of the EKU players, especially the Warden, where it was swinging off of the Bakery breach, and I could tell that that kind of just maybe overwhelmed them. But like, that's kind of like the downfall of like rushes. You know, you may be just moving a little bit too fast for your own good, and you may not be ready for like gunfights to be taken because you're just too focused on running in. And EKU, they put themselves on a match point after they were just very much prepared. They had their guns up for that rush that Virginia Tech were trying to do to them.
Seemingly very gun up, very ready. Generally more of a theme than we might have been expecting here for EKU. Very much not relying on the float like they were from time to time on attack. Instead, very structured defenses. Apologies, it's kind of early. I couldn't help it. But yeah, this game has very quickly turned into an EKU just kind of wipe. I would be shocked to see Virginia Tech come back into this. You know, not over till it's over, and we still have bank of Virginia Tech's map selection to come, so I'd imagine that'll get much more competitive. But for now, EKU 1 round off of winning this map already, and they've already won both of their defenses, so coming into mining and dining should be more of the same, unless Hokie on this Blackbeard is really able to make a big difference.
It's interesting. We haven't really seen like a huge shield emphasis from either team. I don't think EKU a single round on their attack have brought a single shield op. In the last 2, you've seen Virginia Tech bring now the Monty twice and the Blackbeard once. And Blackbeard is going to be entering in from heaven while the Green Bees go up white. And we've seen this type of take before. Green Bees go white. That means you take immediate control down Whitehall. And now you also take Heaven Balk as well. This is like really good vert control in pretty decent time for Virginia Tech, who made this like their win condition. They obviously wanted vert control.
Made that much very clear. With EKU already kind of letting them have it. Hokie gonna die through the floor though. Is that verticality gonna come back to bite them thanks to the impact nade finish from Architect? Really good frag to find for EKU. Now VT, having not won a single attack yet, are down a man. Lomo caught in an awkward spot but allowed to leave the train. And with that, he will take his life and run with it. Take the man advantage for EKU and run with that as well. No need to risk anything out of this position. You've already got multiple players on that first floor ready to play around C4s and those Valkyrie cameras for the win later on.
I feel like with where the vert is mainly set up here for Virginia Tech, EKU can tell you where the round is going to end because they already have their win condition down below placed right where Virginia Tech want to execute.
And Virginia Tech none the wiser. They have a Dokkaebi, and they have gotten the kill, so maybe they could end up hacking the cams, but I don't know if the body of Lomo is in a position where they could actually find it. Plant is starting to go down, but the C4 lineup is there for Sin. He's got to get it a little faster than that, though, because it might be too late, but he barely gets it in time. EKU now dropped the diffuser in the middle of this site. There is a good play by Nick, though, to drop Borger in an awkward spot. C4 tried once again. That one's going to fail, though, because a really good play by Bao to move the case is going to burn a C4 without a death on the other end of it for VT. A plant now down, 3-on-3, and the Hokies could very easily start to work their way back into the game, especially if Nick's going to frag out like that. Sin caught coming up red, and guess where Jacob's coming? Right where that came from. It's a Warden who just moved up the same position his teammate died for, except this time he's not actually going to get caught. Player on the vertical needs to do something about this Orbita, seemingly just waiting, making his presence unknown until he absolutely needs to make a play. Jacob stuck in the corner, actually blows a fire extinguisher, but as he tries to run out, he gets caught by the bailiff. And Nick, despite how awkward that 1 versus 3 got, still wins it, and Virginia Tech will not be sent home without an attacking round on Cafe.
With some solid winning conditions as well from EKU in the last round, because they knew exactly where that attack was going to end up because of the lack of white presence, but because of where the vertical was set up to there for Virginia Tech, you knew they were going to execute mining, and they had the perfect win condition set. They had the nice vert holes, good lineups both times. But yeah, like you highlighted, Boa going to dodge the C4 the second time and moving in a spot where he knew he could plant because EKU had no more nitro cells left was amazing. And also the fact that Virginia Tech, because EKU kind of didn't really power anywhere else in that late round because their win condition was first floor and denying the plant from down below, you get pillar control off of that. You can also like play on vertical too. So yeah, really nice end of round there for Virginia Tech to at least like deny the win conditions from EKU from further succeeding.
Problem now, though, is that you've got to keep making that happen into sites that aren't EKU's last priority. So very easily opportunities for EKU to continue on with the success they had through those first 8 rounds. Still, though, VT showing a lot of signs of life, showing something good on the attacking side. That's crucial up to this point, as that's not something they had the opportunity to do until just about that last round. Problem, like I said, though, is that this time around into Bar Cocktail, you've already lost this site, so the expectations seem probably a little bit lower. Interestingly, though, no more Montaigne, not because it was banned. I believe this is the first time they're not running a Monty. Instead, just running Mako on the Blackbeard.
I wonder if they're going to do the same type of top floor take that they've been doing when it comes to at least dealing with White Corridor. They'd send the Grimbees up there. They have somebody repel in. And it was Arbita, or Miss Orbita last time from the Whitehall window, who just kind of like slashed open the window to like jump in after they figured out that White was clear because of the information that the Grimbees gave them. So I wonder if they're going to do the same thing again, but this time it's going to be not only facilitated by Orbita on that window, but now you have the Blackbeard who can become a little bit aggressive and moves more faster than a Monty.
Seems like the windows are the heavy point of emphasis. It seems like, once again, Orbita, just like you would expect, doing the same exact play, though this time the Grimbees are going to get him a kill immediately. In towards Freezer he goes, but flashed out by those Candelas. Now they're working against him. Orbita gets his second, though, and the shield in from heaven is going to take even more. Mako keeping his team at an advantage despite Lomo making himself heard within the round. Now Sin and Lomo have got to get something going, but the case is not under the control of the attackers right now. Mako awkward in the corner, lowered to just 1 HP, and still, like I was talking about, a case to be recovered. Not sure where it even is on the map, as Mako's going to try and jump outside and fully reset this attack, but the case seemingly all the way up on the roof. Bao overextends massively, though, because if the plan was to reset, that is not where you want to get caught. Mako now back into the building. Case is still on the roof. That'll get picked back up, but now you kind of have a disadvantage because Mako's got barely any health left on him. Any stray explosives could be his end, or even just stray bullets through the floor. Lomo with a shotty makes it a 1 versus 1 because Hoki had just gotten a kill. And now he has to get just one more. Does see Lomo cross. Lomo chipped up for it. And better info now for Hoki than he had just before. But that info's not nearly as good as the red pings. Damage dealt to Hoki through the wall, but he gets the plant down. Now he's got a little less HP, but he lands 1 or 2 shots. Now only one more needed. All the way around to top. White He plays this out from stacks, the Reaper in his hand. Wants to be ready for a close range engagement. He only needs one bullet out of this position. And Lomo's even let off a couple of shots just to let him know where he's at. Stuck behind C2. Seemingly expecting exactly where Hoki's going to play this from. But a great pre-fire ready for Lomo. And EKU still not able to get out of the map just yet. One round at a time go VT. And it's 4-6 as they keep their hopes alive on Cafe.
And a good round as well from Virginia Tech, again making this super duper close. And it's the same type of execute that EKU just keep falling victim to. Grimby's down Whitehall, Orbita sledges open the Whitehall window. And because of the space that you make, because of that distraction from Whitehall, it takes away so much attention from Heaven. And that allows the Heaven player to jump in and get some kills. EKU, they make that very close at the end there just because of the lack of information for Virginia Tech, but also just the amount of good information that they had working for them. So yeah, like Hoki, huge as well because he got the 2KD in order to at least make that super duper close against EKU.
Close but no cigar for EKU, and now you start to hit the point where the mental is going to be a factor, especially if you drop one more round as well. The thought process, I would imagine, for EKU isn't too far off from, all right, guys, it was 6-2 when we'd won both defense rounds. We lose our tertiary site, whatever. That's going to happen sometimes, right? It was a well-played round by VT. But we go back to our primary bomb site, and we lose that too. Now you might start to worry a little bit more. They are going to go back to the first floor, where VT did go for an incredibly fast play last time. The thing is, though, that means EKU haven't seen a more default attack from VT. Maybe there are some elements of this attack that they're not going to be expecting. So in a sense, VT kind of saves strats in that first floor attack. So now this time around, maybe something like a Ying Sens combo wouldn't be fully expected, and that's something they will bring, although I would imagine it's not too far off from what they would anticipate, as Sens was brought the first time, Ying's been brought a lot this half, and of course the Monty is back once again, as VT are going to bring it back after leaving it out of last round.
And EKU have ways of dealing with the Monty or even just the shills in general. The fact that they're bringing Echo, they brought Clash again too, so they have some win conditions to work off of, but still Virginia Tech have found good ways of carving open the EKU defense and finding ways to get space and create gaps otherwise. Again, it's going to be a primarily horizontal hold from the defense here for the first floor, but it's, Virginia Tech are still going to take their time in order to fully clear off the top floor into the second in order to make sure that they fully have control over.
And they're going to start to control that third floor, but you're trying to take that space with a Monty. It's going to take some time. It's not going to be 1, 2, 3 just like that. You have all the control. You're going to really need to sink some time into clearing that map because of how slow that big shield moves, but otherwise you're going to risk somebody overstepping in front of the Montaigne and getting caught by someone on the second floor. In this case, that someone is Lomo, and that someone who gets caught is Hoki. Early death for the Ying, those Candelas. You have to imagine we're going to have a big roll later on. They will have no roll anymore for the remainder of the round. They think he's got up to the third floor, but not quite. Hoki dead early, and Lomo is just going to evacuate back down to his teammates and play the 5-on-4.
You also still have a player on white stairs that you have to worry about. EKU are no strangers to trying to power in the mid-round neither on any of these guys who are trying to work on Vert. Lomo kind of didn't really power in that sense. He was just already there on the white stairs. And like you highlighted, getting rid of the Ying is a huge steal. And at the moment, Virginia Tech haven't fully taken the second floor. They're still working on trying to get Vert control, and that may take time away from them fully establishing Vert, or even it just may take time away from their execute.
"35 seconds, and that execute does need to come through soon, but it's going to be without the Yings, and it might be without the Senses as well. The C4, it's going to be without everybody. That attack's gonna have to work, but the attack is just bow. 1 versus 5. And only 2 defenders have even taken any damage. Case now picked back up for the ramp, but he is getting swarmed. And it seems like every round before this, these last 2 attacks were just delaying the inevitable, because the inevitability of a cafe win for EKU finally comes to pass. Eastern Kentucky win the first round of the Concord Passion Series Collegiate LAN. Or the first map, I suppose.
Yeah, and everybody on EKU showing up, Architect getting 12 kills in the end, Olomo having 14, was the person to get the first kill in the very last round there against Virginia Tech. And ultimately, yeah, we saw like some issues there in the last round, even like the fact that Freezer Hatch couldn't get open. They only had like 50 seconds left when they finally fully got vert control and were able to establish vert. And even then, because they didn't get hatch open, because they weren't able to fully establish vert, they all just stacked on white stairs. And that's kind of where the round ended. A nice nitro cell kill confirms that round for EKU and the map for them too.
Seems fitting that on Cafe, the map that EKU chose to go to, they would manage to get a big win. That is a very solid start for EKU, a good start to their LAN, and a good start to the best of 2. The best of 2 isn't done just yet, but before we give it a break so you guys can get ready for the next map, I want to say thank you to all of the sponsors who we had on board for the Passion Series. The Element Edge, West Virginia Army National Guard, NZXT, First Community Bank, and Star FM. Thank you so much for helping this event come to life. And with that said, we're going to give you guys a little bit of a break before we get into the next map of the BO2. It's Bank coming up to see if Virginia Tech can take their own map selection and at least come out of this first best of 2 with something in the Passion Series, or if EKU will dominate their very first series. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Concord Passion Series Collegiate LAN, where we are here to figure out who is going to win the very first best of 2, or if it'll be a tie. That's the nature of the best of 2s, as both teams have an opportunity to play on a map that they chose to go into, and EKU, fresh off of Cafe, have just locked in that they have already won the map they wanted to play on. But now it's Virginia Tech's chance, I should say, to play on a map they wanted to go to in Bank. Chaka, how do you feel about this, given the little run that VT went on the end of the map, but generally it felt like it was kind of EKU's side? How do you think VT fares coming into their own map pick?
I'll be totally honest, just looking at like what we saw on Cafe, and depending on like what side they're starting off, if they're gonna start off on the attack, I felt like maybe some of their attacks fell like a little bit short. They kind of fell victim to doing the same thing over and over again. Even though like for the most part, like again, they did that white take, it kept working and it kept making a ton of space elsewhere for other players to walk in. I have no idea. I would hope that because it is their own map pick, they would do better on it. But I also know that statistically, EKU have a much better record on Bank compared to Virginia Tech, where I think are 2-6 on it for the year.
Yeah, it seems like it should be at least a good start for VT if they're going to take this map, right? They need to get something going on the attacking side. They need to get it going fast. The defenses, the defenses did look a little bit sketchy, so we'll have to cross that bridge when we get there. But realistically, if you only get like 1, maybe 2 attacking rounds, I don't know, right? Because the attacks is where I felt a little more inspired by what we were seeing last map from Virginia Tech. This time around, it seems like Eastern Kentucky, starting on that defensive side, should still favor them. But like I said, if we can see maybe even like 3 attacking rounds from VT, could be a very solid attacking half. The one thing I will say, though, is that their attacks didn't necessarily go the fastest when they didn't choose to rush. They're playing behind the Monty quite a lot. And on a map as big as Bank, that could definitely get very, very dangerous in terms of if you're not clearing the map fast enough and not giving that utility on site the time it needs to be fully dealt with. Is already look at all this utility that Eastern Kentucky are bringing into round number 1.
Yeah, and this is pretty much the norm that you get with basement on bank, is at least a ton of utility, and the reason why is because a lot of it is waste a lot of time elsewhere on the map if it's not on site. So for example, because they have the Tachanka on site to deny plant from lockers, you're gonna probably have Architect on the smoke playing on blue stairs because that's a popular time waste position, and who better to play that than somebody with a shotgun and utility that can waste a ton of time. You also have the Goyo partnered with both the Tachanka and the smoke, again, this time to kind of like help out the Tachanka a little bit, just in case the fires miss the mark. It's a lot of utility that Virginia Tech are going to have to deal with. And the fact that they've kind of like sacrificed the Twitch for Ascends means that you kind of have less ways of dealing with that utility.
A lot of attempts at maybe actively using utility of their own. I mean, you're bringing in Ying, Sens, Glaz, Grin. All of that with the idea, obviously, of trying to overwhelm these defenders on the site. And that's a very good read coming this round, so long as they don't die to Lomo on main stairs. Other than Lomo, everybody's pretty much holed up inside the site on positions you would expect. Yes, Architect is also technically on 1F, but that's not really the first floor. He's just on blue stairs, which is a very normal position to expect, and that's another spot where the utility is very much going to help you, as those Candelas and smokes will help you force that player back. Lomo still trying to make his presence known, at least by shooting a couple drones, and trying to start this attack off at a slower pace than it would be at otherwise, by continuing to show presence at the top of the staircase, but eventually he'll fall off. Virginia Tech will take that first floor control, and then from there, they're going to have a lot of space to work with to try and force some of these defenders back. And whether they know it or not, the Blue Stairs player has also already fallen back to the site. So this is a very good start for VT, given that execute-heavy lineup they've brought.
Yeah, they forced off a really important time waste position, I guess because Architect realized that, I don't know, maybe he doesn't really want to waste time. That's certainly like a choice that you can make on your own accord. And I mean, it gives you more utility to play with. I guess you don't have to be as dependent on the Echo Drone. That's why you saw one just on the mid floor to help initiate that power though from Lomo on Marble. But, you know, it doesn't net anything. Lomo's kept humble. He has to back off or else he gives away.
And with a minute to go, Virginia Tech starting to encounter some of that utility on the site, but not really too much in the way, keeping them from starting to execute soon, especially with all the utility they themselves have. One more hard breach gadget in pocket for Bow. That could maybe be used to open up one of those angles in from server. Depends on whether you want to open up the default plant position or if you want to try and open up the long angle from server stack. Me personally, I'm favoring the second one because it seems like the idea this time is to maybe drop the hatch and force your way forward into these defenders who are playing very close. They're not in the best positions to deal with some of these utility hot drops that could come through from VT. Is that the Tachanka needs some fire to get into this site, otherwise Nick's just gonna get the plant down. That's exactly what happens. EKU seemed so ready for the drops that they weren't ready for the plant to go down. Jacob does get the first kill, but Lomo was downed in the meantime, and a great angle for Orbita is gonna get a frag back for sure. Finishing off Architect as well. Yes, the res was found on a Lomo, but Hokie is gonna make it a two-man advantage. Now Lomo all the way through the second floor up to square needs something huge to happen, and that C4 sails by the wayside with nothing done off the back of it. There is a good angle for the Vector, but he missed the opportunity. Make him not even hit a little bit and then waste the fight around the corner. And so even though EKU had so much utility to stop that plant and then got the first pick as well, VT got everything else they could have asked for.
Yeah, like again, the main win condition for Bank Basement is to get the plant down, and if you can get the plant down, then there's a ton of post plant positions that you can play behind. You have first floor control as well with the open hatches, so it kind of limits your options to cross. And EKU, they kind of recognize that, you know, they have to recognize that at some point they really need to retake top floor control, especially once the plant's been afforded. But I don't think they knew that the plant was going down because the Tachanka fires just missed the planter who put himself on the bomb chassis. And I think the Tachanka could see they weren't even planting on the server wall neither. That's why the fires went where they did initially, which was right next to the planter, but it wasn't like on point neither. So yeah, a good plant there for Virginia Tech. That was their win condition, and because they just have so much map control to work with, you have really good post plant positions as well that EKU could not counter.
Instead, we needed to see a good attacking side start from VT. That's exactly what we see in round number 1. Still plenty more rounds left in terms of how this attacking side will look through the rest of the half, but at the very least, a very good read by VT in terms of what utility they should bring. And a really good angle to start off this round for Nick, almost finding Jacob. Threw an angle into Janitor. He thought he could walk around the site without getting tagged up for it. That's not something that's going to happen here. Already your Tuberao incredibly low on HP. That's a pretty good start. And it seems like right now they're going to put some pressure on gold with the Monty while putting most of the pressure onto the site via the windows. And already blowing up the cabinet that could be used by Sin. He's basically now stuck in a corner. They have a Capitao here as well. So if they can angle this Firebolt right, this should just be a dead Wamai. The Wamai magnets could still help him a little bit. The flashbang goes through to try and burn those out, but he himself is not getting burned. He missed on the Firebolt, gets off to the other corner, and still Sin stands.
Yeah, because you don't have a second player right next to Capitao, they're not able to double back onto, or at least cut him off as he's trying to double back to the other corner. Because they would hope that he would try and maybe like swing the banana player, and that's not the case there. So yeah, Sin is able to still retain his position and off.
And Nick's going to start to walk up. Does get a good kill onto Sin as the Monty starts to make his presence known. Almost a headshot on the player on Spider-Man, but it's Lomo getting caught from underneath. Eastern Kentucky so caught up in the Spider-Man position that they've let Mako get straight into the site. And so many defenders were not playing that objective itself, that the objective itself has completely fallen apart. Mako now looking for a kill onto Jacob, though Jacob has killed Nick. And a down found onto Jacob is big, but that's a response from Architect. 1 versus 2 now, with a minute to go still. And Jacob is down, could maybe get picked back up, though that's not super likely. Stuck inside a front desk is Architect, and they're going to be ready for this swing if he comes into the line of sight of Hoki, but instead he waits. Instead he tries to swing the other angle, but instead of Hoki, it's Orbita to take him, but it's still Virginia Tech taking the round all the same.
Yeah, it was a really nice take as well for Virginia Tech, especially in the early parts of it. They just knew that they had like a ton of space to work with yet again in that round against EKU, just much like the first, where they were kind of like EKU wanted to try and play a really passive setup on the bank basement. They gave up top floor control really early. They didn't really power anywhere in that round. They didn't retake Ver in that case. That round was more or less that Virginia Tech, it felt like they had a lot more map control than I thought they had. And it's like they had one player, they had the Monty lurk up spiral stairs, for example. That puts a lot of pressure onto the front desk player who cannot watch the window repel in from the Dokkaebi, who ends up taking his one with Sin, who's stuck in the corner. So all you need to do is just repel in the window and pre-fire immediately to your left. And because of that early pressure that Virginia Tech are able to enact against EKU, they, even though it kind of ended up really close with maybe Architect having a 1v2 in his hand, it just didn't. It's really not enough. I felt like Virginia Tech just had too much control in that round.
Coming into round number 3, Eastern Kentucky want to try the basement again, but look at these adaptations. Valkyrie and Solus coming into this round. Last time around, there was a lot of emphasis on just utility on the site. This time, no smoke to maybe even play blue stairs. And I forget the other one they had in place of either Valk or Solus.
Like
but it's general...
I think it was like smoking... It was smoking somebody else. You're right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But either way, the idea here is that they didn't have a Solus running around the second floor last time. This time, they do. And so they're going to get very aggressive to try and get in the face of Virginia Tech early and often throughout this round number 3. Obviously, since you're bringing the Solus, the goal is to shoot some drones. Made it look a little tougher than it had to be there for Arc, but he will still get a drone shot. And he might actually get an opportunity to kill, but he looks away at the worst possible time, and he gets out-lurked by Orbita. Looks like the roam game this time only served to give an early man advantage to Virginia Tech. That is, unless Lomo can do something about it up on the roam of his own.
That's why you usually see on setups where you have a first floor roam like that, you see like a Fenrir to at least give you some inklings as to where somebody could walk up on from, because usually what teams like to do for a first floor take is they like to have a lobby lurk, apply pressure onto anyone playing in E2 halls. And that's exactly what happens. He gets walked up on. The second player with the server also just loses his 1-2, or sorry, and Archives loses his one. And now Eastern Kentucky, they start this man count down in a 5v3.
C4 is not even good enough to get something back. It was close to Nick, but it'd only take about 40% of his HP. That nade he chucked as well did a very good job to burn a lot of the Goyo canisters over in the corner. So an even better start to this round for VT than last time they attacked the basement, and they still won that in pretty resounding fashion. And so, with plenty of time to go, the lurk into garage will begin. Orbita off to a hot start on this map so far. He will be given his first death of the map, but that was only after Bao had found a kill of his own, as he'll get on the board for the very first time on Bank. 40 seconds, and the Tachanka, the only one with meaningful delay, still left up. The C4 from Borger could start to cause some problems as well, but this utility from the attacking side needs to blind him enough to the point where it's not going to matter, but it's actually blinding a lot of attackers as well. Sin very much caught off guard inside a garage, though. Bao's able to get a good kill. A C4 out could get something done, but instead it gets bounced back by the shield of Mako, who rounds the corner and makes it a third in a row for Virginia Tech, letting everybody know just why they chose to go to Bank.
It's no surprise that immediately after that, EKU take an immediate timeout to talk about what exactly is going wrong on this defense. And in that last round, it wasn't really a case of Virginia Tech just being given like too much map control. That time, EKU were trying to contest the map control. They were trying to get a pick before they fell off of their own. But I think the biggest issue was the fact that I don't really think the first four roamers had enough information to support them. Solus on Marble Stairs didn't have any information on the E2 double doors wall. I don't really think the player in Archives had any information or wasn't ready for the gunfight to come straight towards him from Archives. So yeah, just like I think EKU kind of like felt like they were maybe playing a little bit in the dark there, but that was like also just a really good worm clear for Virginia Tech. They had a ton of info on their side, especially when it came to clearing out the first floor room and dealing with the garage player later on, just because of the early drone from the knock lurking garage later on in that round. But also they just attacked the EKU roamers in numbers, so really good job from them, and a nice third round to gather on the board.
It's a solid start indeed, and VT have got to be feeling great about this play so far. Bank very clearly a map that for the rest of the LAN, I'd be shocked if anybody's going to contest them on, given how quickly they have turned things around. And they have a very good idea of how they want to go about these basement attacks, even switching things up between rounds 1 and 3, when they already won round 1, and things only got better. Their roam clears are fast and active, despite the prevalence. Despite the prevalence of the shields, they are not playing slow behind those shields. And they are very quickly able to catch out players who are playing all by themselves. Maybe a more structured roam setup for EKU could be what's in order, as it seems like Virginia Tech have had something go wrong, and headphones are already off, so it looks like it could be taking a while. But for EKU, as we're getting word, it could be good because of a game crash, so hopefully it'll be back up soon enough. But for EKU, it feels like no matter what they try to do on that basement site, whether it's give up the map control or contest it with one-on-ones, not quite working out. So either maybe you want a little bit more of a structured roam towards open area and elevators and maybe behind some utility, which you kind of indicated with that Fenrir comment is something that could maybe work out for them. Or for the side of EKU, it could just be about, just hoping things can change, because right now it feels like they've tried a few different methods of either playing on the site or getting aggressive in certain spots, and no matter what they do, it seems like VT is always one step ahead of them.
Yeah, so that's why I kind of like commented. It's a very small thing, but like commenting on like maybe bringing some trap ops in order to fully like support the roamers. So like that's why like Fenrir I highlighted is a really good operator for like holding down E2, for even like helping like an archives roam for basement. He's really good at covering like your garage lurks too. So there's a ton of things that Fenrir can do. You can also bring other trap ops like Legion or Frost. But I think, yeah, like you mentioned, it feels like when EKU have changed the way that they've played, whether it's opting for a more roam heavy lineup where they're trying to maybe shoot drones, come away with the first pick, or whether they're trying to play around a bunch of utility, which is kind of like the normal basement, is even if you're not getting a pick, you have a ton of late round utility you can play behind because the time is in your favor. It doesn't matter how EKU try and approach it. It seems like Virginia Tech have a way of going around it, which is most likely why they have picked this map, because it's a really good playground.
And they've certainly made their presence known on Bank already. It seems like our tech users are going to take a little longer than expected, and so in the interest of giving everybody a little bit of time to recuperate and get the lobby back up and running, we are going to throw it to a break, and when we come back, we will have the rest of Bank between Virginia Tech and EKU to see who will take the second map of this best of two.
Looks like we are back in the game. So EKU have now started to go to second floor this time around. And this is very interesting because, like, for EKU, they haven't had the Castle or the Azami ban. And I don't think they brought Azami or Castle the last time they played on the top. So it'll be interesting to see how Virginia Tech play off of the windows now, because that was a really big issue for EKU the last time they played second.
It certainly was a number of issues with their second floor defense last time around. Felt like one of them also that everybody was very quick to kind of try and flood lobby and make a play there, but Virginia Tech themselves were very quick to kind of just move up and take out past gold. They already moved the Monty out by the time that anybody on EKU had started to pressure the players in lobby, so it was very quick from VT. And it seems like once again they're going to go for a very similar kind of take. They bring the Kappa back once again, which was a very big player in the round last time, nearly being able to find an opening pick onto Sin on the Wamai. The Wamai is not there either, despite all the utility that was brought last time to this site being brought once again. They bring the Denari, though, which is very interesting because it should be relatively effective at countering Mako's attempted walk up the main stairs, or they're just going to counter it by getting a frag onto him. How did that happen? Did he de-shield to break barbed wire or something? I don't quite know, but they're just going to repel in anyways. Nick's going to now look for something back in a response, and they are not ready for him here at all. Borger already gone. And so despite the fact that the case is abandoned at the top of gold, it looks like Nick might just be able to get back. He's already gotten 2 kills. What more is a diffuser? He won't be the one to pick it up, though. Instead, it's Hoki moving towards the top of gold, taking some damage, but the next kill won't be his. Instead, it's all going in Nick. He's got to do more, though, because Jacobs found his teammates, so stuck in the Grimbees, the Warden, making himself a very easy target, but a target that Nick couldn't quite close out on. 3 versus 2, and seemingly a small reset for Virginia Tech as they tried to get ready to play this advantage.
I also think somebody is in. Oh yeah, no, okay. Somebody is on top marble stairs as well, or no, he's actually in CEO. I thought he was in the hallway, but no, he's in a site, and he has a good cutoff on the janitor player too. So they kind of have a way to plant, and if the janitor player disrupts that in any way, you have Bao who can like cut him off.
That's exactly what happens. He tries to take a step forward, and Sin will die for it. Now Jacob knows that any attempt he can make in making a play forward is going to have to deal with Bao first, and he will do just that, but on the long angle, who but Nick to make it a 4th for himself and eventually close out that kill on the Warden he couldn't find just a moment earlier. 4-0 lead for Virginia Tech.
That's a huge round to confirm as well for Virginia Tech. The fact that they didn't really start off the round that well. I mean, they lost their like front line in the Monty on who's like walking up marble stairs. And that was kind of like a really damning pick to lose because that was like their main the main person to initiate lobby. But I guess because they were just like so focused on getting the kill on lobby, I guess nobody was just watching the repellent from the banana win. And everybody had their backs turned. They couldn't react quick enough from EKU in order to get a refrag. And it's Nick to just walk away with 4 after just catching EKU with their pants down.
And so VT are going to look towards round number 5 to try and keep the streak alive. Flawless thus far through bank, starting on their attacking half. And we had said coming in that we were going to need to see a good attacking half out of VT to feel convinced because their defenses didn't look great on Cafe. So you got to come in and set the pace early and often here. Give yourselves a little bit of room to make some mistakes on the defense, to get your gaps hit by EKU. That's all they've been doing, is hitting those gaps in the EKU defenses. A third try through the basement for Eastern Kentucky with once again a very different strategy. This time around, basically no delay util on the site. It is entirely investment in the roam game. It is a lot in terms of mobility and trying to play around that first floor, but what's that going to matter if they just go around it? Straight towards the site is Mako, playing his 3rd different shield of the map and his 4th different shield of the day so far. Nades aren't great, but Orbita is still able to get that opening kill. Another one for Nick thanks to the frag grenade. Yes, Jacob found something, but now everybody has been identified as very far away from the objective. You can't lose that fight though, Hokie. You needed to find that kill. Jacob contesting this attack on the bomb chassis itself, and now Architect presenting himself from the hatch upstairs. This defense has turned itself into a very difficult puzzle to solve, and with that, now it's EKU starting to fade away as Virginia Tech recognize they're standing on shaky ground, but they're still trying to contest Jacob and still failing. Another kill found for the Legion, and those shots from the glass aren't enough to take him out yet either. Now Orbita getting caught from the hatch. It's once again this Vigil presenting himself from upstairs. And Orbita and Mako now trapped inside of server. It's Jacob to get both of them. 4 for the Legion. And a very fast attempted play by Virginia Tech does not quite work out, and the trap is laying. Finally on the board are EKU.
And it was a good idea as well for Virginia Tech to do a server ISO based off of the full top floor roam that EKU were trying to do. But I think just because the biggest kill that happened in that round was the gridlock on square. And once you lose the gridlock on top square, and because the hatch has been left soft there from EKU, who clearly wanted to use the square hatch in order to either rotate or even in that case to apply pressure towards server ISO just in case Virginia Tech do it, at least it gives you an option for a win condition in the late round. And for EKU, it certainly did. The kill onto the gridlock on top square kind of puts a ton of pressure onto the players still trying to execute server, and they were just stuck between a rock and a hard place. If it wasn't the player on top E stairs that was just causing, or top square stairs that was causing a ton of trouble, it was also just Jacob on the site that they had to deal with. And let's not even talk about like the full site roam from Eastern Kentucky with the open area hatches that could also deny the plant along with other win conditions. So yeah, really good round there from Eastern. Finally get their first on the board here on a troubling set of rounds from this bank defense.
Yeah, finally on the board. The only problem is you've already lost 4 of your 5 defenses, and that was the side you chose to start on. So troubling in terms of how the start has been is accurate, but it might even be understating how bad of a start that it's been for EKU thus far, and we're finally going to see them attempt a bomb site that isn't one of their primary 2 as they go down to open area. Orbita not quite able to hack that drone or hack that camera just yet, as the bulletproof camera did spot the Brava drone, but I think they'll just be stuck in this purgatory forever of muting each other or trying to capture each other until eventually something happens. But for now, VT, uncharacteristically slow to start this attack.
Yeah, now they've put the Monty on top east. That's gonna apply some friction onto curved hall. Realistically, you really want to deal with this stock player or the hallway player, which is the Azami. Just because that essentially protects the janitor player, and killing the janitor player is your win condition here if you're Virginia Tech because it allows you to get the plant down into EO. So that's why a second player is going to join in and help the Monty on this clear up stock. What the heck?
It works out. Nick's somehow still alive. They're trying to shoot at him through the wall to get the finish, and the goal now is for Bao to catch anybody who's rotating around. Now it's very awkward as it's basically turned into a TDM upstairs and no one's fully died yet. Nick hasn't had anyone exposed to him, but I highly doubt they'll expect him to be where he is. He could catch the rotate down gold, but instead of going down gold, the Azami jumps off the balcony and ends up keeping herself alive. That's not something that Lomo can say, though, as he is alive no longer. 1 minute to go. Advantage to Virginia Tech, but it took quite a while to get that second floor.
Yeah, I totally thought at first with how heavy they were on the second floor that this was actually like the second floor site. No, actually, this is open area. So, I mean, they do get top floor control. Specifically, they get this top square control. But in Eastern Kentucky, they're able to fall off and go into archives and tellers. And I'm not too sure if they even have to vert over archives and tellers. And archives and tellers, as it's always been highlighted, is a very good late round win condition for the defenders to play off of, especially when it comes to denying this hatch drop.
This hatch drop, it seems like it's an inevitability now. 2 smoke grenades in pocket for mid. On the defense. You have is the nades, and they're going to start to go for the play. The shotty from the pulse, somehow not able to find the kill there, and they get the plant down anyways. He ended up finding a kill eventually, but it wasn't fast enough to end up getting the plant denied. Now Nick and Hokie have basically no HP left on either of them, and barely Nick missing out on the opportunity to get the kill. And so it's a 1 versus 3 for Hokie. He's got to try and play above the site on this hatch as they start to defuse already, but everyone is so ready for him, and I don't even think Hokie's gonna try. He's just letting them win the round. KU do manage to take their second, as it's a 2-round streak for them at the end of the half.
Yeah, much better into the defenses, especially considering that this was like 4-0 at one point and Virginia Tech felt like they were fully in control of Bank. Now, hopefully for them, they can maybe feel like they can have some form of, I guess, road to drive on when it comes to initiating a comeback. Just because, like, if Virginia Tech can do that on their attacks, what's to say EKU can't? And reminder, like, EKU had like a pretty decent attacking half. So there's a good chance that they could have the same thing on Bank, because when I was watching their game or casting their game yesterday, I noticed their defenses were weaker than their attacks were. So there's a potential that we could have some sort of comeback here on Bank, and EKU could just walk away with 2 maps here instead of the 1.
Certainly a possibility. Never something you should count out, especially since the rehost. 2 of those 3 rounds that we've seen have been won by EKU, including 2 in a row. It feels like that rehost kind of did numbers on the Virginia Tech morale. Maybe that momentum that often feels like just a buzzword that you... Maybe it really is having an impact here right now. As VT are going to start on their basement defense, much like the first time EKU brought it, they're running a lot of delay util designed at slowing this attack down and especially preventing that plant as you bring the smoke cans, the Goyo cans, the Shamika launcher from Tachanka, even 2 C4s along with the pulse scanner, and even the Tubarao to try and slow down the ability to break open some of those hashes. But something tells me, looking at this attacking lineup, that they aren't going to be going slow, no matter what VT wants them to do.
Yeah, and I guess you kind of have to keep in mind, if you're Virginia Tech, that they could just be accelerating fast into server. And so that's why, with at least with this setup, they have a way to hold server in order to help Mako retain his life for as long as possible. I mean, Blue Stairs is not a win condition, but it is certainly like a really good time waste spot where you would hope that you can, if you don't get away with the pick, you waste enough time in order to force the attackers into a late execute so that the Tachanka and these nitro cells can have full effect.
This is interesting. It seems like you bring a Lion, Finka, Blitz, Blackbeard combination, you're going to do something really fast. 45 seconds in. Still nothing from EKU. They've ID'd a player on blue stairs, and now it looks like Sin's going to start to make the play. I'd imagine the surge from the Finka is going to come through soon, but they have identified that there's a player in A who's going to make this a very difficult play. Now Mako is going to start to focus his attention on the server players as well. And EKU have very quickly recognized that this might not be the best play they can make. Sin goes straight through, but Nick catches him from behind. It looked like maybe the melee had gotten him, but now in through Garage, you can't get too disappointed about this man disadvantage because the play isn't going to make itself. 4 versus 4 with Architect, finding that trade back, and Jacob's even able to find Nick. Now it looks like that blue stairs player of Mako is going to be very isolated in his own world, with Hokie still needing to get back into the site, and Orbit is the only one on the objective to really relay some information to his teammates. Mako still stuck on blue, and so these server players are in a very awkward spot. But meanwhile, inside of Garage, they couldn't look more comfortable, trying to take their time and trying to make sure that they don't overstep. But Mako's still in a bad spot. I feel like that nade on Mako's head would surely be a good play. Looked like they wanted to prep it for something else, maybe to deal with those Goyo cans. And they're going to start to pressure somebody from the top of blue as well. This is a very good play, but Mako has a shotty. And so as he expects this, it's not going to work because the nade was in range. And now a 4 versus 2 execute soon to come through for EKU.
Yeah, and if you're Virginia Tech, I mean, you're just going to have to hope that these Nitro Cells, at least you would hope that EKU would waste enough of their time and that the Nitro Cells could hit. But with this Garage control, you really have, like, no win condition to play behind. It's going to be really difficult for the last player alive of Orbita to clutch out of 1 through 3.
Finds one, though. Those feet holes are going to help. C4 still in pocket as well, so if he can get even just a little bit closer to the site, maybe he could land a long shot onto someone, but instead it's Lomo already forcing the fight. He's a little thrown off by the fire getting blown, but instead Architect, the one to take that last kill. A kill still found all the same, though, and EKU, despite a really rough start, bring that round back to a very winnable position and do just that as they convert.
Yeah, and I really like the reset that EKU hit in the middle of that round. Like, even though they got Garage control and they have server control, they knew that they couldn't really get an easy plant down. And it wasn't because of, like, hatch control or anything. That was reinforced by Virginia Tech. It was because there was still a blue player existing. And they knew they had enough time to work around that blue player in order to fully pick him off so that they could get site control off of the blue pick and get a plant down from that point forward. And like I said, like just before that round ended, you have no other win conditions. Even though you have 2 Nitro Cells left, you have no win conditions to play behind because of that Garage control. That directly counters the locker player. That directly counters the red player. You have no lineups Nitro Cells off to stop the plant. And they also just didn't really waste enough time. You still have 30 seconds to plant if you're Eastern Kentucky. So yeah, pretty nice end of the round. Yes, they didn't rush immediately, but they worked that round really well by resetting in the middle of it.
And it looks like they want to do it again. 4/5 of the lineup from last round is back once more. They don't have the Blackbeard, though. Instead, they're going to bring the Dokkaebi. But still, you'd imagine, same idea as the Blitz once again, setting up outside server. Setting up to try and make this play the same way he did last time. Even though initially it didn't look like it was going to work very well, that end result was quite solid. And it seems like that's all that VT, or rather, that's all that EKU are concerned about in terms of picking a lineup coming into this round. Good information from the deployable camera is going to let VT know early that there is the threat of the lurk in through Garage as the stim comes through, and I'd imagine that's going to enable a very fast play in through server. It's actually going to enable a very fast play into Garage first off, as Sin's still yet to get into the building. He's actually going to go through second floor. So they've powered up Lomo to try and lurk in through Garage, and he's already made his way behind the ambulance. It's a pretty solid start for EKU.
And just in case somebody tries to retake Garage later on, I mean, you'll have Lomo in a really good spot to cut him off. But I think they know because they had the BP detected him. Either way, well, now they for sure know because he's been shooting at it. So they know that this player is here, and I wonder if they're going to power on him in order to retake Garage control. But I guess you just don't want to give him any picks because he has a DMR with an ACOG on it. And we know nowadays that can be really dangerous to challenge.
Certainly could be. EKU yet to be challenged too heavily, as they want to go after Mako from the top of blue rather than going into server and trying to work back up. Lurk still yet to really present itself as an issue. I don't know if they spotted Lomo yet. They will get Mako dead early, but Hoki does find Borger, so that's a really nice frag. As early on, 2 players dead, both of whom haven't found a kill since the rehost. Mako specifically has kind of been in the worst state of his life, 0-5 since that rehost. But Hoki is going to more than make up for it with his 2nd kill of the round. Bao nearly going down on that long angle, and Lomo does have a good position, but it's not looking great otherwise because Architect in the middle of the site is going to get caught. There's a player also prone inside of the CCTV site. And so that's not going to be easy. That cross somehow allowed to Lomo. They will know that he's in red. They're going to stop him from moving any further into lockers, though. The SMG-12 with a good frag. But now Hoki shows himself for a 3rd, and it even becomes a 4K as the 2 morale completely takes over, completely overlooked inside of CC.
And I noticed with DKU, they're trying to like again do the server strategy where it seemed like it wasn't necessarily a server ISO because that time they like worked garage pressure very early, but it was just like it was a server ISO actually because that's kind of like the main point of their pressure. They didn't they didn't vie for hatch control or really anything other than server control. So like the Tuberal is just like I don't even think he used like a single canister on like the hatch because there was like no pressure there from EKU. So you have even if you don't have garage control, because the garage player is being held back by Virginia Tech's player on a bottom marble, and he has like no impact on like red lockers or even like server door, you have a really good position to play behind the bomb chastity just below the hatch. So yeah, like Virginia Tech kind of just like ISOing server only and not going for any type of hatch control kind of means that they have a weaker site execute. You have to work around those angles in the middle of the site that Virginia Tech can play behind. So yeah, really nice round there for Virginia.
Second floor now, the attempt for VT. Their first time through an objective that isn't the basement as they finally got it to go in that last round. EKU seemingly running very minimal utility attacking lineups through those first 2 rounds. Doesn't really seem to be the case coming to this one, as both the Grim and the Capital will make an appearance. Very, very heavy in terms of that chuckable util to try and flush players out of certain positions. Imagine that's going to get paired up with players on the windows to try and capitalize as players get flushed out from that defensive side, but for now, VT seemingly heavily invested in the stock side of this defense, and that's the first thing that Architect and his teammates on EKU are going to attempt to tackle. Specifically, Nick on the stock shield, who's just lost an ADS.
Yeah, I mean, that also puts immediate pressure onto the janitor player. You can't necessarily just focus on a window execute. That's going to be the case, but none of the windows here are open for EKU. So I'm kind of like noticing a pattern here. The fact that, again, like, it's just, they're very centered on one thing and they don't really have pressure from anywhere else. Finally, the window pressure does come in, and that's going to put some heat on. They haven't even opened up top square because they don't have any hard breach.
Once again, the issue in these rounds seemingly a lack of certain utility. I said they were bringing a lot more into this round than they brought last. And yeah, in general, they're bringing like utility as like a buzzword, but they're not bringing anything to open up the walls. They didn't open up the hatches last round like you'd pointed out. So VT can just kind of sit there. They don't need to move, and the angles aren't necessarily outstanding on their positions. This is the first one they're going to get, but that's a big miss for Jacob, and Bao is going to punish him. Architect does trade it out right after, though, so it's not the end of the world, but look at Hoki. Completely undetected, despite the bees, despite the fire, he will still persist in this position, and Nick's even able to find a kill onto Architect. It continues to go well for Virginia Tech. What can Lomo do out of this position? He's acquired stock for his teammates, could walk up from janitor, but Hoki finally shows himself and presents himself as quite the problem. A problem that is immediately solved by Sin. And with 30 seconds, opportunities for Sin and Lomo to get back into this round, though those come with getting the case back. It's already abandoned very far forward, and this defense very far back, giving up a lot of space, that space that Sin will take to close the gap on Mako and make it a 2 versus 2. There's a little bit of an opportunity for Orbita to try to sneak up behind them, though, and I don't know if they've got any info on this. And so though the plant goes down, Orbita could catch players as they try to hop outside, but Sin's already got there. If they can kill this Twitch early enough, there could be a chance. But the player on the rappel is going to be such a problem, and Lomo, an even bigger problem, coming back from 2-4 down. EKU might just solidify a comeback from down 4-0 after 4 rounds of this half.
That was like such a methodical way for EKU to work their way back into the round. Like, yeah, they didn't really have important like utility, like I guess hard breach for top square. Like even though Habana and Ace are banned, you still have Thermite. So and usually Thermite's brought top square. Yeah, they didn't have that. They didn't really have a way or like good information on his position in like the CEO corner too. Which if the janitor player is being dealt with, then the Hokies position was also going to be a win condition. But I mean, ultimately, working their way back into it, just because I felt like maybe Virginia Tech gave them too much respect. They allowed them to rappel in from the banana window. They allowed them to like take the diffuser and get top east. Nobody from Virginia Tech decided to retake into janitor at that, put themselves in good spots to deny a plant, because I guess they were just trying to just give EKU the respect that they wanted to give them. They were probably a little bit too afraid of the window angle. Not too sure though. But EKU worked a really bad man disadvantage that was not in their favor, and they were still able to get an execute down.
VT up 1 round still, but they were up 4 just 5 rounds ago. Even after the rehost, they won the first round. It was a big run before that rehost, but then again, like I said, they come back from that rehost, they're still able to get another one on the board. The streak didn't die. It didn't look like the momentum had been killed. Seemingly, they just waited 1 extra round before that momentum fully got killed. And since that 4th round for VT, it was a 4-1 run for Eastern Kentucky. Now, VT can lock in at least overtime with 1 more round through the rest of this half. But you started up 4-0. You're not content going to OT. Not really your choice at this point, though, given how well EKU have been playing. And Mako, 0-6 since that rehost, caught on Grimby's, getting walked down. He'll need to give up that control.
Yeah, and I kind of like this take here from Eastern Kentucky. You have 1 player on bottom marble, so if somebody tries to rotate up to help the Azami, they'll be cut off immediately because they won't know that Jacob's there. It looked like Sin accidentally dropped down the hatch.
Into the site. And yeah, that does not look intentional at all. They will catch Mako, though. That's a big mistake of him to not walk down marble and a major gap in this site. And it doesn't look like that was a mistake at all to drop. It looks like that was exactly his plan, because halfway through the round now ends in 45 seconds if this defense can't do anything. What they can do is find a frag for Bao and Orbita. Can get a little bit more. Nick even more on top of that. Architect alone, really fast shot onto Orbita as he's kept this realistic. But behind the Kiba barrier, Nick starts to defuse. And from the other side of the Kiba barrier, Bao makes sure that he's got all the time and space in the world to do just that. Really clever attempt from EKU, but VT just had way too much control of way too much of this site to let that happen. Even the plant getting down, not enough to throw them off their rocker, and it is still match point for the Hokies first.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, like you mentioned, not really enough map control to play behind, really, like, and that kind of means that they don't really have like good post plant position. I think because I don't know if that, and that's why I said that didn't really look intentional, just because of how chaotic that post plant was. If it was intentional, I think EKU would have had a player earlier on like printer window, for example, or even on main, or they wouldn't have the main player go up when they were just trying to get a plant down in open, for example. That would have been used to help cut off the player who eventually killed the Monty. The shielded. So that's why I was like, I don't really think that was intentional, just because of how badly that went in the post plant for EKU.
And maybe not. It's an interesting, like, we can't hear those comms. It certainly at first didn't look intentional. I think that the stock clear just went so well that they ended up making it look intentional, but maybe that was the plan. Who knows? Either way, maybe that's something to ask those EKU players about later. Or if that was just a really good improvised call to just try and go with the flow and see what you could get working. Either way, it doesn't end up working by the end of that round. And now VT go back down to the basement for the first time since they won it. This was the first defense they won. If it is going to be the last defense they win, then we will have seen dueling 7-4s from teams on their own map selections. But again, I think this is going to be a fast one.
Yeah, they're going to try and get the lobby hatch open and maybe just drop down lobby and hope that maybe Virginia Tech aren't going to be prepared for this. But the Post should be getting a lot of the info. But for some reason, okay, now the Capital shows up. I'm like thinking he's cold-blooded or something because he wasn't showing up on the post at all.
It was weird.
Yeah. Are they going to time it with the garage push? Or okay, they're pulling the blitz on server.
They're going to time it with the stim, and they're going to time it with the fire directly under the hatch. Yeah. You couldn't have timed it any better for the defenders, as Nick given 2 free kills first that even fires off the walkout from gold, or the walkout from vault, just to make it impossible to trade out onto their teammates. There is still a player stuck in gold on the defense, at least I think. Actually, that might have been the player in server who just went down. Either way, server death traded out immediately by Orbita finding Lomo. And now Borger, with the case in hand, very much lonely over here. Could try to walk out to maybe find Nick, but instead he'll walk towards gold and probably get caught on the pulse scanner. He will call Sin over to try and team up with him as the drop of the hatch instantly ready for the fight with the pistol, but that wasn't the play. If he had gotten his shield back up, then maybe it was possible, but instead VT make it look like there was never a doubt. They did have a little bit of a shaky run in there, but 7-4 on their own map selection is now something you can say both teams were able to do in this best of 2. We go 7-4 on Cafe to the team who chose to go to Cafe of EKU. And then just after, VT take their map pick of Bank by that same score line, ending our first best of 2 of the day.
And it was nice to see how comfortable that round ended for Virginia Tech, and it didn't really get too messy. Just because, again, they had like so much info on that lobby crunch. And even if like you had like some pooling going over server, like I highlighted with the blitz coming in from tunnels, again, just the info alone from the post inside of vault was just enough for Virginia Tech to realize where the execute was going to end up happening. So yeah, really nice end of the map there for Virginia Tech. And it kind of just highlights what you were talking about at the beginning of the stream with like Virginia Tech and EKU being favorites to possibly win the tournament, along with maybe I'm gonna have to look at the groups again. Yeah, Cincy. There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ducks team, but that was gonna be mad disrespectful. So I was gonna say like you have a ton of you have at least 3 contenders, one of them being from a totally different group, and the 2 contenders that we were talking about, you know, going toe for toe and winning their own map picks today.
Yeah, so 0 is the round differential for both of these teams coming out of this first best of 2. They're not done with their group just yet, though, as they both have to play Mississippi State. Up next on stream, we will see that game of Virginia Tech against Mississippi State. Their game against EKU will not end up being streamed. Before we go to break, though, to get that game ready, I want to thank our sponsors once again for helping bring this event to life. Thank you so much to each and every one of these sponsors we have on board. If any of these interest you, definitely go check them out, whether it's their products or, you know, their products or whatever it could be. Please go give them a look, because they were able to bring the Concord Esports Passion Series Collegiate LAN to life. And like I said, coming up next, it's Virginia Tech on stream, taking on the unknown of this group of Mississippi State. We'll see if their start off hot against a very strong EKU team is enough to turn it into a nice B-of-2 win over Mississippi State, or if those unknowns out of MS State will be able to get something big done in their first best of 2 of the LAN. After this break, that game coming up as soon as we can get it, so make sure you keep an eye out for when that next best of 2 and the rest of the day goes on here from the Concord Esports Passion Series LAN.
Wow. That was a fast break. I think that's the shortest break we've had today, and that is a great thing. You know why? Because that means we can go into this next match as soon as possible. And I am excited to see what these teams have in store for this second map. But for those of you just joining us, this is the Concord Passion Series LAN, where the teams will be competing for a grand prize pool of $3,000. It'll be divvied up into 3 spots. The first place will get $1,500, second $1,000, and the third $500 here. And if you've missed the first map, it was VT to win 7-2 on MSU's initial map. Chalk, any thoughts?
Yeah, I felt like Virginia Tech were the far better team, and they just showed their class on Labs, and I wouldn't be surprised if they showed it again on a cafe.
I think one of the biggest problems that from the spectator view that I was seeing when I was watching Cafe from the green room was watching VT, and both their defensive and attacking side had one main problem, and it was the snowball ability that goes against them. What they'll do is get a first kill and then translate it to absolutely nothing. The real estate they have is also a large issue because on their defensive, they're always so spread out here. It was almost identical to how MSU played their first map. So I hope these can change for both teams because these are game-breaking rounds, and that is what decides who wins and who doesn't. So let's see if MSU will bring anything different on the defending side of Cafe.
Yeah, we saw them kind of win their only, well, we didn't see it kind of, but they did only win their 2 rounds that they had on Labs. They won them on the defense, so hopefully starting on defense can help them start with some really good momentum going into the series. And Virginia Tech are going to be starting off on the attack. And interesting, Ace has been banned along with the Monty. Monty's not too surprising, but you don't really see an Ace ban all that much. Usually on Cafe you see Ying, you see Brava, you maybe even see Capital, or yeah, Ace is a first for me.
Maybe they're gonna try to kind of just funnel into certain areas of the map without needing can openers. I'm only gonna assume that it's gonna be the Ying and the Grim to have them, so maybe they don't need an ace. But yeah, a little interesting on the bans because it was kind of interesting where you're really going to apply that other than the cigar breach and maybe the mirrors, but even then, like, you're going to Kobe it across all of the long bar to get it onto that mirror. So I'm interested to see how MSU's thinking here, but they will take care of the Monty, while VT is going to take one of the most important operators for this whole map, which will be Azami and Castle, who also proves to be very useful on those mid floors. So a large and tall task from MSU. Let's see if VT can just continue to use the same momentum for that first map.
Gonna be a 3rd floor defense here from Virginia Tech, or for MSU rather. And yeah, I mean, they bring in Mira. She has not been banned here for Tech. And also, they brought up Fenrir. Fenrir is really good because, like, this will help protect you up against your walk, something that I remembered was a big issue for both Virginia Tech and EKU when they were defending on the Cafe. They barely brought any trap ops, and it wasn't just Cafe, it was also on Bank too. So, yeah, hopefully, you know, Virginia Tech will find a way to deal with this utility if they ever do have a alert.
Just a minute into the round, Nick locating this Mira, defending that cocktail Black Mirror with her life. No Twitch drones on the board here, but you will have that Ash and the Black Mirror who just flew into heaven. Misses his dash and gets knifed! Nick goes big with 2 kills, Bao doubling down to fill in the gap of that mistake of the late Blackbeard. In a snowball of players just fly on into the site and take them apart one by one. But what an interesting way for the first round to bring down.
Yeah, and I actually don't know how that take kind of like conspired. I'm pretty sure the only thing we really saw was the fact that Grimbees were sent on C1, and a repel happened in from heaven, and whatever distraction happened for the Mira, she wasn't necessarily even looking at the Blackbeard at first. So yeah, I mean, that was just like a very quick end to the round with I'm not even too sure what happened there for Virginia Tech for it to be going that well in the first place, if I'm being totally honest.
What an insane approach to a site. I've never seen that uppermost floor be approached like that, having your Blackbeard just go in through the heaven window and call it a day, and then miss his dash, and somehow still VT take that as their only casualty for the remainder of the round. That is going to be one of the most interesting rounds that we've seen from either team in the last two. VT starting off strong here, and MSU need to find a response before Cafe is going to look identical to Labs.
Okay, I just got word that it was like okay, the sledge through white thing. So you just create some space over by white, send Grimby's in C1, or Grimby's C1 and in a white hall. It creates a ton of space around the map, actually, and I guess MSU just weren't prepared for it, even though it was a strategy that was used in the last game between Virginia Tech and EKU on this very same map. So yeah, pretty interesting. There is going to be a third floor room right here for Virginia Tech to run into. That means that there is going to be some obstacle into taking vert control, which isn't usually the case. Some teams on the first floor are almost always willing to just give up vert immediately, but it doesn't seem like that's the case for MSU. And I like that, the fact that they're willing to get active early on and contest VT where they stand, because so far teams are just so comfortable giving up map control to the attacker. Why not have a change of pace and just like not let that happen?
It's funny you actually say that, because I like how they are allowed to switch up their fragger rules nowadays, who gets aggressive and who doesn't, because on Labs, all we saw, funny enough, it's Rob who goes down. He was the main spear entry on that first map, and when they didn't find success, they didn't switch it up, they just continued to go with Rob, and that was a contributing factor to the large margin being built at hand, the lack of adaptability. Now, it's different for MSU to be able to switch up and say, this person can get aggressive and so can this person. Now, Rob has gone down, but it was Hyper to find first blood, and he doesn't seem to be slowing down before going to a full stop, because Hoki is going to deliver a headshot to remember, as now a VT snowballing round seems to be the main idea.
Yeah, VT get that bird control. It seems like they also have the freezer hatch open too. So yeah, really, you kind of got almost everything that you need. Really, you just kind of have to this white player that's going to be crucial for getting a hatch drop, and that's why they're sending the Blackbeard to probably run at him from white stairs. And there's going to be some support here from MSU. They understand where Virginia Tech are going to try and end up on, so they kind of just try and like stack here for a full white take.
The biggest mistakes I see is getting down this hatch successfully and falling to that man in VIP, but it looks like a perfect execute. The smoke show from the bolt and then the headshot onto VIP makes it so easy to be able to waltz on into the site. CK is just mopping the floor with his body, but is going to get shot in the face by the DMR at the close range. The plant looks to go down. Pointy Ears takes the position of his late teammate, but there's a man parked out there. VT know better, and they're going to make sure that MSU know this.
Yeah, it was also a very nice execute in the end there for Virginia Tech. I said they had to deal with the VIP position, but sometimes you can just fully avoid it, especially when you have really good operators like the Capital with smoke bolts or even just some smoke grenades. And all they simply did was throw a smoke right on the bottom white stairs, drop down the freezer hatch, and because you have no crossfire between the player who was originally playing on the freezer door and the VIP player, that guy has to back up and find another place to play. And unfortunately, because of the amount of vert that's in behind the counter of service, and also because they've already just dropped down right at that point, you really have no safe spot to play in service. And so yeah, really nice end of round execute there for Virginia Tech. Where there's one problem, they find a solution to it almost immediately.
I'm excited to see what they bring this next round, now that VT have been able to build up a 2-0 margin, because it was very identical to how EKU did the same thing against VT. It looks like they're learning from their mistakes here. But MSU, you guys need to call a timeout. It is now 9 rounds to 2 on the total map round differential. And if that isn't promoting a round timeout, Chaka, I really don't know what is.
Because even when MSU try to have changed the pace and they tried to be a little bit more aggressive on Cafe, it hasn't like even netted them a round win. Like in that last round, they got the opening pick, but then still surrendered 2 more. On top of that, along with map control and Virginia Tech, were also able to find a way past what MSU were trying to do on white. So I'm not even too sure what the solution could be. A timeout could maybe remedy that, so they could actually like fully talk to each other. Because I see in the player games, you know, they are talking to each other post round, but that's when like, you know, you've already lost the round.
1 minute into the round here, your spear entry Bao. I mean, we've been seeing him on many operators, many roles, and I love how he's been able to be a versatile player for VT. But as it looks like they're getting the initial green light, the Grimbees are going to take care of white and pallets. Meanwhile, the Auroras are going to block off the doubles, but the jammer mixed up is going to allow the barricade to unextend and allow Hyper to swing out very easily. Pointy Ears builds off of that, takes care of Mako. In a 3v5, MSU finally looking alive here, but their main position is to keep this clash up, because if Hyper falls, it's going to be way too easy for VT to reclaim the position of Heaven in that cocktail side.
Also still have players on the rooftop still, so they can't even really get inside of the map. I think that's the really big issue, is the fact that they just cannot get settled anywhere on the map currently. And that's what I was talking about. MSU, they've done a really good job of just trying to get aggressive more and disrupt Virginia Tech from taking any sort of map control. So yeah, now at this point, you can't really like just repel into C1. That could be a really easy kill for anybody playing on stack. So take what Virginia Tech or MSU are giving you, which is red stairs. And it looks like that is where Virginia Tech are going to start.
Below a minute now left on the clock. It's starting to amount for VT. The pressure, the amount of things they need to get done in this short amount of time is starting to build up here, and they need to show us that they're ready for the task, because a 2-1 is just not what you want when you want to build up the momentum like you did on Labs. Hokie taking care of Thread is the step in the right direction here. As this clock continues to run down, CK is going to capitalize off of the no intel rule within the last 30 seconds of the round here. VT prioritized time in swinging over intel, and they're going to pay the price for that as the first man falls. So does the second. It's just Val left by his lonesome for CK to take care of him. MSU get on the board and close out that deficit to just 1.
Yeah, and this is where you can start to build some sort of a series of rounds if you're MSU. So far, the game hasn't really worked for you. Virginia Tech, they've kind of been like all over them from Labs up until now. So yeah, since they have better luck on their defenses on Labs, I'm hoping they can find the same here. Maybe even tie up the half at this point. It seems like with the bans coming on through, Blackbeard and Clash have been banned. And I totally understand that ban for Virginia Tech, because the Clash gave them so many issues in that very last round. So if you wanna eliminate that possibility of MSU ever picking that again.
Interested to see how they'll approach the next couple of rounds here, because it's really essential that you guys maintain the pressure that you've built up against MSU, because again, even with that round win, I think total scoreline is 9-3. So 3 times the rounds that they have on MSU should be enough motivation to continue to go down that route. And I like to think that Cafe on the NA side of things is usually pretty attacker-sided with the amount of external pressure that you can apply without even having to get into the building. Now, all MSU have to do is continue to do what they did last round. Continue to force out the mistakes from VT. Recognize that they're a utility-heavy attacking squad, and continue to try to counter that to be able to keep this margin nice and close. So once you switch over to the attacking side, you've set yourselves up for success.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it's always important to at least get some rounds on the board. It doesn't matter if you are on a favorite side. And so it'll hopefully be MSU to kind of like start something. And again, they get the opening pick, so they're trying to get aggressive. It's the first 4 yet again. They get aggressive on one of the windows, and it's time they take out the aim. That could be crucial for when you want to push down white in the later half of the round and use the Candelas in order to facilitate and execute a freezer.
Yeah, just 40 seconds burned off the clock here, and losing Hoki, that's essential to your execution, and they're just going to lose him. I mean, yes, you have the Send, the Flame Bolts, and the Clusters. It is a good amount of utility, but just taking away the vision of all of the players at once with those Candelas is going to be amazing. And now losing your Verticality operator with 2 Boogies in the reserves is going to be an even bigger loss here. Now MSU have the upper hand yet again. They're finally looking alive here. Can they take the second map? Can they get themselves some points for their first ever LAN? As it looks like VT are really trying to make things happen. But this is the second round in a row where they're looking down a 5v3 within the 90-second mark of the round.
Yeah, and it's not even just the fact that they're looking at a 5v3. It's also the fact that this is first floor, and they've lost both really good utility operators. The fact that they've lost the Ram and the Boogie drones have only been used over by Red Hall is crazy, and they don't seem to have any flank drones, so Hyper might just get aggressive again.
Nick's going for that floor bang, that DMR with that scope. You have to be so pinpoint precise. MSU Hyper showing him how he feels about the shots that he can hit that Nick couldn't. A 5v2. As finally, we're seeing some life out of these guys. We're finally seeing them fight back before it gets too late in the round, and it looks like they're approaching a tie game because this round is so far gone. There's no breaches opened. There's no verticality. There is no anything. Utility game all in the favor of MSU, and finally, they're looking like they want to oppose VT's reign of terror.
Yeah, I mean, VT have like no amount of control, no vert setup, so even dropping down the hash, if you smoke off the footholds, that'll like deny an angle for EIP. But even like going down the hash is just a really big issue.
Goo Mine's hit Mako, 50 HP, but it's going to be lower than that once you can't take that Goo Mine out. He's going to suffer the damage. Pointy Ears delivers the first blow, and he is going to deliver that second, but it'll be CK to take care of him with the Goo Mine because he's in such a bad position. There's nothing you can really do. You either go down swinging or go down swinging. That's the only option there is, and it's finally tied up as MSU are starting to fight back.
Second round in a row for MSU, and again, just kind of like talking about like how they've changed their play style. It's like they've been just getting like really aggressive in the opening rounds for these like opening picks. Like, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be a topic of conversation for Virginia Tech. They're really active on the comms yet again, talking to each other when it came to how they lost that round. They just couldn't get inside of the map because MSU just made it really do so just by contesting them very early. So they kind of just have to be ready for MSU to just swing them in the early parts of these rounds because it's clear until they're stopped, they're not going to stop doing it.
Hope to see some initial aggression from VT here because it looks like, as we were talking about in the pregame, they kind of just let things happen against them with no response, and once they're staring down the barrel of a deficit, they kind of just don't respond and they keep doing what they want to, and that's not very good for a map like Cafe. There are many angles, there are so many things that you have to do, such as using your utility, establishing verticality, and winning your ones. All of those are currently being lost right now as MSU are finally unlocking the key to the VT attack. Now, it looks like it's going to be a mid-floor take here, and without a castle, flash, or a zombie, MSU, they're going to be kind of restricted when it comes to getting aggressive here because you don't have the textbook utility, the textbook operator that you need to be able to bring to the board to establish a proper defensive. But still, being able to bring the shields, the Valk, and all the operators that you still have on the board might be able to overall contribute to the grasp that you have on site here. With CK's aggression, he has single-handedly been leading his team toward the lead that they so desperately need.
And again, focus here, as it is for many other teams, is just to try and get top floor control, establish Burt. But I don't really think MSU are going to be playing that heavily up top, at least for this site. It seems like their focus is going to be mainly towards a more vertical aspect because they have Rob down below with the Nitro Cell and the information through those Valkyrie cameras in order to help. First pick does go in favor of Virginia Tech. Okay, that was odd. Oh, okay, so that is a glitch.
We're way past the 30-second mark, so that actually is rehost.
Yeah, no.
So VT kind of stuck. Very stuck, actually. A 4v4, but forced to be, as MSU were gifted an olive branch of a lead. And now just need to be able to hold on to the 4-4 man count, and that's exactly what they'll do as Rob builds on it, takes care of Bao. And it's a 3v4 where they now have to address these players and try to walk into the site with all pieces of utility going against them.
Yeah, and I think the important part about like Nick dying on the IQ because of a stupid bug is because like you can't really like figure out where the rest of these Valkyrie cameras are, and CK obviously still is on a Valkyrie camera right now, so they're still up.
Wow.
Yeah, like it's kind of just crazy. So if you want to go for a late round win condition, which Rob is already here on for the starting position, then you can do just that because you still have the Valkyrie cameras up.
D4 goes loose, no connection while that plant is somehow going down. Hoki caught in the crossfire of Pillar here. Orbita has a DMR and a Dream. So does Mako. All you guys have to do is play out the time here. It's only a one-man advantage as it's evened out very fast. A 2-on-2 here as they sprint on to play the verticality, as all they want to do is play that case. But Pointy Ears instantly gets on that counter defuse. They can't find it in time to shoot the man. You'll take half his HP off, but it's not enough to take care of him. MSU establish a lead. Oh, only those dream of, as they are finally showing us their powers on the defensive.
Yeah, and they wanted to go and just play the vert up top, but they didn't have that pre-done already. And so that's kind of like very confusing. Obviously they could have probably gone on the windows, but I think the issue with going on the windows is the fact that the bomb isn't even planted for the windows. So they could have still like tried to they still could have tried to long arm it if you played on the mining windows. So I don't know, maybe just having the vert prepared or putting somebody on like red stairs, for example, or even on the red window would have been a lot more valuable. I also think the red walls were reinforced too. So I mean, it's kind of like a lose-lose situation unless Virginia Tech have the actual vert prepared from the jump, and they did not. They still had to make vert with their own DMRs, which is obviously not good.
I mean, let's be honest here. You lose so many bodies, then you lose the body to a bug as well. You don't really expect that plant to go down. And once you're gifted that ability to do so, you need to be able to either A, coordinate so you don't get counter defused 5 seconds after it goes down, or B, isolate your ones and win them. It sounds kind of cynical, but I mean, having a human sacrifice in that area would have been a good idea. I mean, you have your glass on 1 HP. That DMR isn't going to be effective at that close range if you have that thermal scope activated. But you also had a bearing 9. All you had to do was just distract anybody from getting on that counter defuse while Twitch got set up, and it would have been very easy to be able to do so while she got that verticality as well.
So I'm looking at the site for its third floor. So yeah, it's gonna be MSU third floor this time around, and again they have the mirror, and again they get the opening pick this time. And it actually happens onto the Ash. It's going to be crucial because I just mentioned those mirror windows. Now you don't really have a direct counter for them. You don't have a Twitch present in the lineup. And the only way to deal with the mirror windows would have been the Ash in this lineup. And that was a really good shot. And it's just the mute solo holding in red. They don't even open top red because they can't mute.
I will say, Hyper has been clinical. Absolute cinema that he has been putting on for us for these last couple of rounds here. His positioning is setting him up for even more success. Not a single drone. Checks out that corner here. Thermite has the idea that he's behind that first desk, but not behind that close corner. He'll get his triple as he's now on for the ace. Hoki gets a kill, but after what, the pressure is just so immense. You guys are trying to establish pressure when you have absolutely nothing going into your favor here. Now, as your line goes up onto the roof to be able to try to bounce these frags in so he can divvy up these defenders so he can put his boots on the ground safely and get the case. It's an easy swing for Hyper. 2 shots, easy kill as he's on the quad, and it's just Hoki left below on 1 HP. And Hyper is hungry to find this ace, and as Hoki looks to play directly into his arms, he wants to get the easy kill first and continue to try to pick these players off one by one.
And this may, oh yeah, that kill doesn't even come to him. That could have been an easy cutoff, but he wasn't even able to get there in time before CK makes his way behind the bakery display case, and is able to just get a freebie at the end of that. Yeah, MSU, that was a cowbell. MSU, that was like a really good round from like Hyper playing in Cigar, and you wouldn't, or in Piano rather, and you wouldn't necessarily expect that from him, because he's mute playing in Piano. There's different ways for Virginia Tech to kind of like deal with that whole, and the main one I thought of was Top Red, but the mute jammer was there, and because it's a wall inside the building, it's not like you can like rappel up, right, and like try and like breach part of the wall. No, you have to kind of like find a way to deal with that mute jammer, and it took them a little bit longer figuring that the mute jammer's on one part of the wall, so they could have like thermited the furthest left wall where the mute jammer was. But that was kind of realized a little bit too late, because by that point Hyper got 2 picks. So yeah, hats off to Hyper. That was a really good round, solo holding in Cigar with just a
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
How
attackers.
casual you were to mention. Oh yeah, that's just a cowbell. So random. But honestly, is the cowbell giving them the powers that they need to be able to advance? Because right now, they've been putting on a show for us. From a team that couldn't find a round on a map that they picked, to taking their opponent's lead on a 4-2 split and now switching on to the preferred side in North America. It is starting to set them up for some points in round robin. All they have to do is push for these points, because once you let VT start to warm up, I feel like it will become a problem. It's just a matter of endurance now. VT's on their 4th map of the day, while MSU's only on their 2nd. Maybe it's VT that's starting to slow down because they are not used to playing these long amounts of time in just a singular game.
Claw is on!
Yeah, but Virginia Tech, they could bring it back on their defenses, because MSU, at least on their attacks on labs, kind of were a little bit uninspiring. I did notice on labs, they kind of were just a little bit more individualistic. It felt like they weren't working together as a team most of the time, and players was kind of like their own timings. So hopefully they've kind of had a little bit of a team talk before they switched over to Cafe, and they kind of figure out what they can do here. It doesn't seem like the main focus is going to be a white take. Instead, it looks like they're full focusing on a bakery take this time around.
Essential for MSU to maintain their man counter, as we learned very fast from VT. Once you lose that first body, it starts to snowball. It's very, very hard to come back from until you guys decide to just say, we're not going to stick to our game plan. We're going to swing out and try to get something for ourselves here. MSU now trying to go for a bakery hit here with all of these Denari Prisms on the run-in. It'll be a little bit harder as the blitz is sent in, but he eats a Volcan, goes down very easily. Orbita takes care of the first shield off, and then the second, as it all comes crumbling down. Hyper gets one, but not before Orbita finds his third. A 4v2, and the rush completely dismantled within the first 90 seconds of the round. And MSU have nothing to show for it.
Yeah, and it's a very odd rush into bakery. It wasn't just like really the idea of it. I kind of like the idea. I think that if maybe CK was able to get past the Goyo fires, or if they weren't detonated and they get behind the bakery filter, that probably turns into a much better round. But I also think a big issue that MSU ran into there was the crossfire from the freezer player, because they don't open up prep wall. So now they put themselves in a really tough position here. 2v4, and they're now trying to do white take.
A little bit of a disastrous round there for MSU, because we know how essential it is for them to maintain the round lead that they have. Very narrow, it's only 2, and with this round, according to plan, if it goes to 3-4, it'll only be 1. They need to be able to really think about their executes in the next coming rounds, but for this one, they need to focus on just isolating their ones. Pointy starts us off, taking care of Hoki here, as they'll take care of that pressure coming in from Whiskey. Orbita realizes that Hyper's just walking in. He's now unlocked all of sight here. Mako forced to shift into a position of double window, but the cross between Bao and Mako sets them up perfectly to be able to take care of the first man. And now it's just going to be Pointy here, restricted to the back of the site, but with VIP looking into Freezer, you might be able to make yourself rotate with those impacts, and being on 100 HP, it seems to be the initial decision here. Pointy is cancelled off the plant after he hears the 2 players trying to circle around. Impact sent out, but it'll also hit the gas pipe. So much HP lost in the red time. Just a second left, allowing Mako to just run out the time here. A beautiful round from VT, almost disastrous, but MSU just cannot hold on.
Yeah, Virginia Tech did not, or MSU did not feel comfortable in the final couple of planting in that round. I was kind of surprised that they made that as close as it was, if it weren't for like a few individual gunfights going their way, and Virginia Tech kind of like, I won't lie, they kind of just had like some situations individually, like fluff up their lines a little bit. That might have been just a more comfortable end to the round for Virginia Tech, because they kind of, I felt like, again, they won that round in the first couple of seconds when that rush happened and fell apart for MSU. And the reason why it fell apart was, well, the blitz died early, so he couldn't get behind counter and apply much pressure to the player who was like ducking behind it, which was the main focal point for MSU. But also because, again, they didn't really, they tried to send somebody else through double door to help the blitz, but he had a crossfire being held for the counter player, had a crossfire between himself and the prep player, and MSU never opened that wall up, which is a common strategy that you see from most attacking teams.
Interesting that that was the approach, and seeing Goy almost blow himself up to the gas pipe would have been even funnier to see the overall contribution. But tack timeout will be called here, as now VT have closed out that deficit to 1. During that timeout, I don't know if you saw that, a little bit of a celebration on the end there. I think that was the Dutch Lion. I think it was something along those lines. I think that's what that is. I think I've only seen Virgil van Dijk. I've only seen Virgil van Dijk ever do that celebration or greeting or whatever it's considered over there in the Netherlands. But VT now defending the uppermost floor of Cafe. Let's hope we don't see a similar round to the first where Blackbeard's flying in through Heaven Window, but since it's Frostman, I don't think that will happen. Looks like they're going for the utility game, as they will have a lot of intel, a lot of execution operators, and their win cons are mainly going to be the Yokais and the C4s that will be assisted by that Solus and the Valcamps.
I'm trying to look at MSU's lineup to figure out exactly, I guess this seems, oh yeah, I was going to say this seems like maybe more of a piano-centric take, just because of the Ace and the Thatcher being on board. You may want to open up all of Freezer, or even top red first and then Freezer, and just kind of like get rid of this extension over by piano. But I mean, the Blackbeard pick certainly does not help, because that's one of the main focal points for your attacks. That's one of the main entries. So now that's really bad for MSU to start off the round. And it kind of like mirrors what MSU were trying to do in their attacks. Get active, find opening picks, and Virginia Tech just did it right back to them.
Rob seeming to have the same spell when he goes onto that frag roll, just not finding success, almost taken off that board, but has 20 HP and a dream to redeem himself this round. Losing your spear entry is just not great when you lose Blackbeard, but it's a good thing you also have an Ash, but still not having the pleasure of having a retractable shield is going to contribute to your overall grasp that you have onto the site here. With Nick starting to warm up here, he'll break his positive spell. He'll be going 6 and 5 by taking care of the 2 spearheads, and now it's just going to be the remainder of MSU to try to come back here. There's no utility to burn this shield. I mean, you have a Selma, but do you really want to sacrifice your last hard breaching charge to get rid of the shield? And now MSU are going to have a bunch of questions that they need to answer, but it's VT just waiting to continue to topple that pressure onto them.
MSU don't really have a lot of ways, or they have one Selma charge to deal with the shield while they do this top red take. But, I mean, I don't think they've really done that so far. They also go down while the Selma was trying to be used. Hyper's going to be eventually picked up. He actually got frost trapped. That's going to be kind of crazy, because the amount of time that it takes for that injury from the frost trap to take, it takes a little while, and he eventually gets taken down anyways.
I'm mistaken, it should be 60 seconds, so we wouldn't have seen him being able to sprint for the remainder of the round here. So it's still contributing to the grasp that they have on this team. I mean, you guys were gifted the 4-2 split, and with the blink of an eye, it's completely gone. Nick playing from below. You have more than enough players on the site itself looking to stop. Pointy here taking care of Mako. CK taking care of Orbita, now starting to lean towards the favor of MSU, but there's no case in hand. There's still time to be able to isolate each and every one, and they've actually managed to turn it around, Chaka. Nick, left by his lonesome, having to isolate 2 ones. The only thing that works in his favor is both of these players are low, but they have heavy hitting weapons. You can't be on the receiving end of it. Pointy ears, shot on the cross, and now it's CK that is forced in the red time to either isolate the one or put that case down. You have absolutely no option but to plant, but still, Nick is able to just play ring around the rosy, get the final kill, and VT have tied it all up.
In Virginia Tech, it shouldn't have really gotten that close, but at least in a 1v2,
Again.
Nick got, like, at least clutched it up because of the last 2 players alive being so low in HP. And yeah, again, it just gets, like, super duper close because, like, Virginia Tech, I don't know, like, some of the ones, or at least in the previous round that we watched, the very first defense for Virginia Tech, that other round on Kitchen was just, like, some players just, like, fully missing
Attackers need
shots.
to locate and
That
defuse
second round,
bombs.
I just think players just gave up ones. So if they find a way to, like, clean up the fact that they're just giving up so many ones, or just, like, you know, maybe some sloppy gunfight, then it looks a little bit more dominant in the end. But ultimately, the early round and the mid round for Virginia Tech goes super duper well for them, and I don't think MSU have found any good ways to, like, problem solve around that.
Kind of a disastrous round there for VT. The fact that they won that is kind of surprising to me after seeing Hyper just fly in and isolate. The man's currently 10-5, and you had the next best player, CK, just alongside him, trying to rip up that site from within, but still, when you have such a large gap in between your leaderboard, there's a lot that needs to be done, and you guys don't have enough substance to materialize that comeback. As of now, hello, Orbiter? Sacrificing his yokai to no conversion. He did that on his previous cafe as well, but he sent it out to observe anyone coming up from the rappel off of either River Docks or the far side of Alley, but both times it just does not help or contribute, as now it is allowed no utility for Echo. And Hyper, putting his foot on the gas very fast, has been able to take care of all of Raiding Room's pressure. By taking care of that, you're able to get a grasp onto the site, but not for long. Orbita takes care of the shield operator, and Rob falls shortly after. Nick onto CK and Chaka, it's all fallen. A lead that we thought finally would allow MSU to find some points has completely gone outside the window. Thread narrowly avoiding that flawless round, but in a minute, we've lost the case. We've lost 4 bodies. Now your bottom fragger is forced to find bodies for the rest of this round to bait.
Yeah, and it's just kind of, like, catastrophic there for MSU. The fact that, you know, I like the fact that they wanted to try and accelerate off of Orbita's position over by Pillar, where he's trying to use the yokai to get aggressive outside. They try and, like, pump up the pace towards reading using the blitz as, like, an entry point. But because, like, you have no vert control, or mainly because, like, Virginia Tech are just so on top of it, like, not only just information-wise, but position-wise, because they have vert control, they have a really good way of countering it. So many crossfires set up in reading fully counters that push from MSU, and they found themselves at a consistent roadblock as they kept forcing them into the reading.
Thread just stat padding them now. Who's the L4?
Him.
I would hope so. Because if it was for the other team, they're about to establish the lead for the first time this series. As you guys are forced to try to come back, but it looks like you're starting to lead towards full points for VT. A Frost Mat, which confusing that you have it up there, but still, VT are starting to line up some of the best attacks that we're starting to see here. But I don't know, MSU's being caught on the backhand every single time here, as it looks like Chaka attack has actually been the main struggle for Cafe.
Yeah, I think it's been a struggle for the whole series for MSU. I don't really think they've had, like, a really good time on the attack, and I mean that much was obvious down 6-0. And so far they just haven't really been able to find a single attack. And I highlighted the reason why on Labs, and I think it's kind of like showing up here. We literally saw on the very first round of their bakery attack, players just die one by one as they try to, like, trade one after the other on the player behind the counter, but you have crossfire set up on the prep player
Attackers
and
need to
that
locate
last
and
round
defuse as
they
many bombs
actually
as they
pushed
can.
together, I think for the first time in this whole, like, game. And it was a numerous amount of crossfires set up from MSU, not just from, like, the reading hall player and the laundry player, but you also have players on the court. And so, like, I like the fact that MSU tried to really push the pace in that last round, but I just think that the teamwork here from Virginia Tech is on, like, another level to MSU.
Now, they'll have the biggest task, which I will say is going to be keeping the advantage as low as possible. It's easier said than done, of course, but you guys had a 4-2 split and things happen, so yes, we're going to see you guys go down. Keeping it 5-5 and then eventually 6-6 should be your best chance at getting any form of a point on the board here, because if you guys even lose an OT, you get a point. If you win an OT, you get 2 points. It'll be a great time if you can do that, but that is a long ways away, especially with the amount of pressure that VT is starting to build up here, and with these Denari strats, with their ability to play as a unit, with the amount of utility they contribute to the Bakery hold, it's going to be very difficult for MSU to find that go button ever again, Chaka.
Yeah, because they banned, or because Virginia Tech banned the blitz, like, who's going to be your main entry point? Clear that they're trying to do the same entry again. And it's funny because, like, they're trying to isolate this Bakery player, but I feel like you need some form of hard breach in order to open up the wall. And the Thermite is nowhere near Wedding. They also don't have an Ace or Habana in the lineup. Neither are banned.
So much to do here. MSU still managing to hold on to all of their man count. The flashes paired up with the Green Bees seem to be their go button. As the first man lines up on the double, it gets executed by Orbita. The man's been pivotal in this position as he continues to go for the defensive rain, but gets carried away, swings out here as he will be refragged instantly by CK as the 4-4. Kaid is left by his lonesome as everybody else rotates to the double. A C4 goes loose. Could be lethal if timed correctly, as the Grimbees are sent loose to get closer and closer to the door, but he stands up and gives his body away with no C4 sent loose. Hyper taking Nick out, and now that's red control established. VT put into panic mode as they scramble to try to get back into the site here, try to establish something, while MSU looks to continue to charge on forward towards prep.
They're also setting the vert here from MSU. This is smartly well done, but somebody's going to try and retake up a blow, and that's actually the vert player down. So now if you're MSU, how are you going to try an entry?
Oh, no.
Because not only do you have to worry about the site player, but you have to be worried about your own vert being
Pokey isolating here. Has Rob at 1 HP. The pistol should be enough to isolate the job, but just can't get that last shot on before that fully automatic shreds him to pieces. A 1v2, but the man planting is so low. You're in a 1v1 until this case goes down, but now that MSU's back up to full power, you're going to have to be able to isolate each and every one. Luckily for this man, he'll be able to have a shotgun as his secondary, but Rob on 1 HP, his clutch factor is there, and they'll tie it up to 5 apiece, as now VT are starting to be put under pressure.
Yeah, that was just like a really weird like set of circumstances that happened there for Virginia Tech, because over by the Bakery hold, because again, like MSU have like no ranged reach, you can just sit pretty behind the Bakery counter, and you can also sit pretty on prep or even back away just because you have the protection of that single reinforcement. And I think for Virginia Tech,
need to locate
or
and defuse as
for
many
yeah, for
bombs as they
Virginia
can.
Tech specifically, like, you know, players like Orbita or whoever, I can't remember who the other player was behind the Bakery counter actually. For them, they just kind of like got maybe a little bit too aggressive. I can understand the player behind the Bakery counter getting aggressive, but I totally cannot understand why Orbita felt the need to push over by Bakery on double. Because now that you've lost the prep player, the Bakery player is so isolated, and I mean, he could try and back up, but he'll probably immediately cut off. So he has to try and see if he can pick one from Bakery before he goes away. He couldn't. So yeah, I mean, Virginia Tech has such a good advantage. But much like the previous round on their defenses, again, they find a way to just make it like super duper close, and that time they don't get away with it.
I will say, I was kind of surprised to see VT have 2 separate opportunities to completely shut out the MSU attack and throw them out the window. Orbita, being on the Denari, being able to shut out that first man on that double was more than enough to get yourselves on the board to make it match point. And then having that C4, I think it was from Mako, was your second win con. Both of those were thrown out the window. And now a 5-5 is all that you could expect, because MSU continued to punish you for the mistakes that you had made. All they have to do for these upcoming rounds is learn from those mistakes, apply it on the go, and really try to force out these mistakes from MSU. But considering they continue to throw curveballs and switch up their executes round by round depending on the site here, VT is in for a challenge.
Yeah, this time they're doing a bottom white take, and they've just, I'm pretty sure they're gonna open up the freezer hole at any point, but they might just like not need to. They've dealt with the bakery player because nobody is placed in bar there for Virginia Tech. So nobody can protect against the double window hopping, and that means that Virginia Tech, or MSU rather, have a really good advantage. Even though they've lost Aurora, that's totally fine. You got VIP and bottom.
No Kaid brought for this as well, which means that hatch, if Pointy goes up to get that can opener down, it will be met with little to no opposition, as Tabaro is also gone as well. The exothermic opening up freezer fully allows a very easy MSU push, but for every kill they find, they're gonna have a man in their face looking for that refrag, as Bao will be that man to take care of CK. Losing those Aurora barricades, I'll only imagine it's crucial to their ability to get into the site here. Jaeger parked out into the corner of Kitchen, allows an easy counter defuse, but for Orbita, he doesn't even want to allow MSU access into the site here. Threat taken care of Nick, and it continues to just boil down a body for a body. The refrag ability has been crazy from these two teams in this round. Just below a minute left, and they're now looking for the next position, whether it's to go for the execute or line up the ones.
Yeah, and I think that's what Virginia Tech are trying
what
to
a
do is line
shot.
up the ones. Nice shot onto the bottom white player, and that's the fuser down as well.
Pointy here is looking to try to keep his team in this. Can you continue to push either for an OT or an overtime match point? Orbita says no, as they will advance on to regulation match point, and VT finally looking awake as they win that kitchen site.
Yeah, and I thought that with the map control that MSU got early on in that round caught Virginia Tech sleeping in the early parts of that round, that maybe they could have worked off of that. But I think them just kind of like losing other parts of their pressure is what kind of damned them in that round, and also having no to kill the only site player, which was the Jaeger behind the counter
Attackers
in a
need to
service.
locate and defuse as
Having
many
no
bombs
way
as they
to
can.
kill him means that you don't really have a spot to plant anywhere. You can't plant sinks because you have no vision to, and you cannot plant on default because Jaeger's the spot where he can move to. And so they tried to send like Hyper on alert over by bottom red. That didn't work out because he died to the code check player. So you almost have like no pressure built up anywhere else around the map to fully like divert Virginia Tech's attention. Other than like you just having whites and VIP. So yeah, really good read in that round for Virginia Tech, and just having like the ability to stay alive, even though that's that arguably they've kind of had issues with.
This is the best case scenario here for VT, despite all of the challenges that they've been facing in this game. MSU not really lying down and taking a second loss. Nick really trying to get that first blood here, but after a certain amount of times where you're going to run out, it's just not going to work in your favor, but you can't say the same for Orbita. Easy first kill, and wow. Rob going down first. The spearhead of the attack is now gone. 5 and 10 across the board. Not looking great for MSU, but Virginia Tech really passionate to be able to get themselves on the board for 2 regulation wins here. Orbita getting carried away with his positioning. The cams now go into the favor of MSU, and the kills as well. It's left out at level. Nick approaches and tries to find that refrag, but CK evacuates the area and heads back downstairs.
Also huge if you have the Dogobi on the board here, and also that they got a kill and they hack cams before anything goes down, because it's like Dogobi can be useful in order to like give you information and also knock people off of their own cams. But when you kill somebody and you're able to hack cams, that gives you so much information. And he also casts the Solus down below, so that kind of removes a ton of win conditions. You have no information to play off Tech, and you also don't have a player that's down below.
Clinical for his team so far. Not one of those players that goes for the flashy playstyle, but plays Siege textbook style to be able to get things done when it's needed. And he has been delivering on that doorstep. The rest of the team now needs to step up to be able to help him advance on to that overtime. Now, with that man advantage, with the Logi Bomb going out here, there's gaps being created throughout this defense from VT here, and CK is going to find the first. Now, the first Yokai being shot out exposes his position as Bao adjusts to locate alongside with Hoki, but the rest of that opens up another gap. You look at White, there's with 2 players. There's only one focusing on the main breach, and with Ticket and Shaiko and Bathroom all not in your control yet. It allows these attackers to just walk on in and try to isolate their ones. Hyper comes to the frag and loops up the cocktails. Doesn't go where he wants it to. Doesn't expect that swing just yet, but just below a minute left. And now it's the go mode. CK will fall. The man throned. Bao can't walk out of that alive. The plant looks to go down. Thread wins his gunfight and all bursts into action here. Hyper with the last shot. Overtime it is, as that is a beautiful response from MSU to show us that they're not going home early.
You can see it. They're very happy to at least get into that OT point. And to be fair, it's very warranted. I feel like they've been able to like punish Virginia Tech for a lot of the over-aggression that, you know, for at least some of the game they've been able to get away with. But MSU finally said that's enough, and they've been able to just shut them down. Anytime Orbita in particular has ever gotten aggressive or stayed at a position where MSU have full info on him, he's been shut down for the most part. And anybody who's tried to like get aggressive anywhere else too has also been shut down for these last couple rounds. So it's all about punishing Virginia Tech's mistake, which MSU have been totally good at, and it's gotten them into OT by this point.
VT really need to address the issues because we saw a regulation loss from them on this map previously. Now that they're in overtime, they've been gifted numerous chances to be able to close it out in regulation. There's many mistakes, they add up, and by the end of the road, it becomes the reason why you lose so many rounds and so many opportunities to end this game earlier. And MSU are just having a great old time being able to exploit that. They'll be on the attack here, and they'll finish on the attack if this goes to all 15. Their main objective is to continue to force these mistakes from VT and keep feeding into their aggression, because even if they get spawn peaked, their response is 2 times better, as they usually get 1 kill and topple down another roamer at that.
Gonna be Orbita on his signature operator this time. He's not gonna send out an echo drone on the outside of the map. Instead, he's gonna be playing a little bit more off of his own echo drone, which is pretty cool. And they're also just getting rid of a lot of info. MSU are double droning, triple droning inside of Bakery, and they're now just down to 1 drone just because of how, I guess, poor the resources have been used here by MSU.
Mako in a very similar position that we've seen him previously. Hopefully he doesn't play whack-a-mole with his head and get it chopped off before he can put the C4 to use. Looks to adjust it to the small big window, while Orbita sits in the same trademark corner of prep here, but forced to go into Bakery due to the gas pipes going loose alongside with that boogie verticality here. These VT players are going to have to choose whether going back into site is a good idea, or to die in Bakery and try to take out as many players out before they do so.
Yeah, but MSU, they don't really have a lot of info to play off of. The only info that they have is going to be off of the Dokkaebi calls, but also from the vert itself, based on like what you see or what type of rotations you see. At the moment, you know, Virginia Tech are doing a very good job of just not giving them any picks. MSU, they haven't brought a ranged hard breach, so they can't really reconstruct this Bakery setup the way that they want to.
I feel like they're starting to finally learn from their mistakes about just swinging very fast ward and put under pressure by that frag grenade into a corner of Bakery as Gridlock hits the go button, hops into small bake, and everybody else flies into Bakery here. Mako goes down first, Orbita getting that refrag almost instantly, but not onto the man he thought it would be. Confined to a corner, has to swing to save his life here, but just can't find anything. There's a 3-way cross being held. CK soon to fall. It's all evened out here. We're right where we started as the bodies continue to fall here. Nick gets a kill with the Toxic Babe, while Thread continues to try to find that access into the site. The only thing that MSU have to show for this so far is all that health that they've lost. They have the case in hand, but still, it's a leveled man count. The time is against you. The Toxic Babes are in the favor of the defender. So is the C4 utility. And if they try to go for this plan, it's going to be a disaster. But that gap found, and through prep is going to take that man with those Toxic Babes down. And you're going to rely on that man in the depths of kitchen. He just can't find it. MSU advance on to the match point.
Yeah, that was just like a really hard round there for Virginia Tech. I don't think the Warden exactly where he wanted to look at necessarily. It looked like he was focused on like the small Bakery for like a little bit, but ultimately he just kind of looked towards double door, even though that's what Orbit is supposed to be looking at. So because he turns around, it kind of frees up an opportunity for the Gridlock to isolate him with his back turn, which she does. And it not only kills the Bakery player, but then kills the prep player because he can't leave. He cannot leave if MSU have the bakery control, and on top of that, have him cut off from the footholds that Virginia Tech have created themselves on a prep wall. So that was a really good bakery take, despite MSU not having most of the tools that they needed at their disposal.
Wow. This game has gone on a lot longer than I thought it would have. I thought after seeing VT reestablish a lead and go up that it was going to be game over, but MSU has shocked me for the better, as they're really showing us why they're the team that wants to take this home and get themselves some points. Now, VT, you guys have been given multiple chances to capitalize, and you've not done so, and you're paying the price right now. One man has 15 kills, and some players on the board need to be able to catch up to that pacing. Alongside for MSU, it's more similar, but it's more divvied up across the board here. Now, there are many tasks, but the first one should be, can we just stay alive, win our rounds on attack, and force it to the max 15 OT?
You know what, MSU have done such a good job in order to get themselves back in this game. Because like you said, at one point I thought, oh my god, I thought maybe, oh my god, he lost that. What?
Yikes, CK. The kill that you needed, the man who's been so consistent on finding that refrag ability, goes down. You needed him for this round. You could have shot it out here, but now it's going to become a taller order on the ability to win it. But that man that sits right below Newbalk on that pillar might be able to get a kill and force a mistake.
Yeah, at least, you know,
God.
Ram drone was able to be used. Okay, the Ram didn't go down. That's totally my bad. But at least you dealt with the only two players who were trying to, like, power in that round. Now you have Hyper, who's powering up red stairs, and he ends up getting a kill onto the Ying. So that's before anything else have even reached the site. If Hyper can get a second one here, that could be huge for MSU.
VT, you guys need to win this gunfight. A 4v2 is much better than a leveled man count. Hyper has completely lost his headset. It's gone inverted with the audio. Swings the wrong area, hits the deck very easily as Bao capitalizes. Only 70 seconds left on the clock here. This site, very challenging when verticality is on your head. The intel comes against you. You have to rely on thread to be able to get a body or be able to establish a flank to give your team a fighting chance.
It's gonna be really tough here because, like, it's like not only are you battling like a man disadvantage here if you're MSU, but you also just have like you can't really retake site with all of this vert control that VT have had, and they've taken, and Bio is like taking so much damage at the Rams, should have been dead by now, but now they're just gonna facilitate a freezer hatch drop.
That's the go button. The flame bolt smoke shows everything that you need to be able to get in. All of the bolts have been exhausted except for one flame bolt. Capitao, yet to use it, is going to establish a position where he can watch that flank into deep Christmas, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Mako isolates onto the Mira. An easy shot as he isolates it. Now it's going to require all 15 rounds to decide a clear victor for this game.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of was talking about Virginia Tech on their attacks. MSU have been doing aggressive moves like that, jumping out of windows, peeking out of windows, finding the opening picks repeatedly on their defensive half. And Virginia Tech at times just couldn't find a way to counter them. That's what facilitated those 4 rounds in a row for MSU when they were on their defensive half. And that time, MSU tried to do the same thing. Even after losing into opening picks, they tried to power up red with Hyper trying to go for like 2 picks. But ultimately, they just kind of like get punished for it. The player jumping outside of red misses all of his shots on a ram and doesn't confirm the kill, and then dies. So yeah, you know what? Very good round and a very good match from both teams, going the full distance.
I like to see how either team responds to the pressure, because it either could work in their favor or both teams topple and we're just going to see a disaster of a round. But I highly doubt that'll be the result here. CK, after an interesting start to his previous round, is now back on the preferred side of attack, where he's going to get onto his traditional Dokkaebi and hopefully get some kills to push his team to give them those 2 points. But despite who wins and who loses, each team gets something out of this game.
It all comes down to one final round. And by this point, each team should pretty much be used to how each other plays. And we know Virginia Tech, just like MSU, can kind of get aggressive. They don't get aggressive in the early rounds. They kind of do it in the mid to late rounds. And sometimes it has caught MSU off guard. Other times they've been able to punish it. So let's see what we have here. MSU, they're going to be doing a top 4 clear. This is, of course, a second floor site. And they kind of just, this is of course a second floor site, so they kind of have to get vert control depending on what take they do. Even if they're getting even if they're attacking dining, for example, you kind of need to get white control so that you can get a good plant down by the white wall.
A minute in, not a single casualty. Thank God. We can see some late round stage games where teams are forced to either play the time game, and you know what? It's on me for even saying that. I should have been aware of the caster's curse, but Rob goes down. I mean, he was 5 and 10 previously, but been able to actually find some kills and bring back that differential a little bit closer. He's currently 9 and 12. He'll sit out the rest of this game while the rest of his team looks to approach that uppermost floor with these players parked out in the basement. Red can't find Joy. Finished off by Mako. And now it'll be Hoki to fall in the corner of white. While the rest of the team looks to find something. Bao takes care of pointy ears. Only 2 players remain. Still a 2v5. Now CK looking to find a gap, but with no case in hand. With audio being heard and the utility going up against him, it's only a one-sided round. The dreams of MSU to win their game have completely fallen as Hyper is going to get 1 kill. But now he's given up his position with no time, no case, and absolutely no leniency from VT. He'll be picked off, and they'll win both maps quite easily.
Yeah, first one was easy, but the second one surely was not. MSU made that a lot trickier for Virginia Tech than I thought they would have. But that still remains. They start the first game of their LAN experience here in the Concord Passion Series. They started without winning a single map, but the second map was totally close, and they had like a pretty impressive defensive half where they tried to really change up the way that they played and approached the game. Something that we didn't really see on Lab, where they just got aggressive in the early rounds and found opening picks. That was something different, and I'm happy that they at least made those adjustments from this map.
At least it wasn't a 6-0 half. Both teams showed up to play, and I'm very happy that that was the result. I mean, both teams gave it all, and one only prospered, but both teams still get points, one on the overtime loss and one on the overtime win. But Chaka, that is it for you today, if I'm not mistaken. Our next matchup, as you saw, we were seeing EKU line on to the board, get their PCs all active, hot, and ready. We have been your casters. I've been Sino. That's been Chaka. If we're not mistaken, it should be DJ and Botanic for the next match, which was supposed to start at 2 p.m. But, you know, things happen. It's a LAN. You have to go with the LAN experience. Before we send it on over to a break, we'd like to give a shout out to our sponsors for the tournament with NZXT, the West Virginia Army National Guard, the Element, Star FM, First Community Bank, and Children First. Thank you guys so much for allowing this to happen. We like Siege, you like Siege, and they're the reasons that we can watch Siege all weekend long. But without further ado, let's send it to a break so we can get our casters on the mic and get the next game on the board.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Concord Esports Passion Series. It is the 4th iteration this fall, and it's been a banger thus far. We bring Rainbow Six Siege X to campus, and right now I'm with Botanic. Botanic, man, Cincinnati makes a big trip to get here. How are you feeling coming into this weekend?
A little bit tired, honestly. Not realize that West Virginia was going to be that windy in terms of the roads. Not going to be a pleasure driving at night, that's for sure. But otherwise, excited to see some good old Rainbow Six Siege. Excited to, be in some new uncharted territory in regards to where Cincy has gone so far here at Concord University. Feels quite homey, quite a lovely facility. and some pretty good games so far from what I've been told. I was able
Yeah.
to catch one, which is Virginia Tech versus, I believe, Mississippi State.
It was indeed.
That was an 8-7 barn burner for map 2, but I think you know more about what went on in the morning.
Yeah, well, so let's actually talk about the earlier stage. We don't have a graphic for it, so please bear with me. But it's been a pretty up and down day, to say the least. We opened up our day with Eastern Kentucky versus Virginia Tech. And funny enough, they went, in terms of round differential, it was pure 11-11. It was a 1-1. So Virginia Tech lost their first map of the day. Then they went on to handle, I would think it was a 7-3, pretty dominant against Eastern Kentucky. Then you guys caught them playing Mississippi State, where, again, things were extremely close in that map, too. But map 1 wasn't really too close. So Virginia Tech come out of the day 3-1. They are now done. While in the room next to us, it will be that Eastern Kentucky-Mississippi State game to figure out who is going to be the 2 seed and the 3 seed. And if things go really wrong, who knows if maybe we see a potential weird tiebreaker going on. But we'll have to see how it goes from the rest of the day, because we have been in best of 2s all day, Botanic, and I can't remember the last time I've seen a Siege event use best of 2s.
I can, and that would be about last month.
Okay.
Yeah, over at Butler University. Shout out Mad Dog for the one time. I'm not really sure how I feel about BO2s conceptually. You know, I feel kind of neutral towards it. It's a good amount of games. It provides a good amount of value, a good amount of data as well. I don't know. If for me though, I would probably just do best of 1, double round robin, or even best of 3s. But that's a whole format nerd spreadsheet, nerd emoji for another day. Kind of more so talking about, I guess, Cincinnati right now.
Yeah, let's get into the game now. Let's
Yeah.
talk about it.
Let's talk about it. I do believe we have some graphics set up for rosters.
Yeah, well, let's start with the bands first, because I want to go through all of that. So we can go ahead and throw up our lovely band graphic. Bank. Then Cincinnati goes Clubhouse. UGA goes Border. Cincinnati Consulate. UGA goes Sky. And then we get Night Haven Labs with Cincinnati's pick. Meanwhile, UGA goes with Lair.
This is definitely going to be very favorable if you're Cincinnati. I mean, at the end of the day, these are 2 Collegiate R6 winning clubs.
Good point.
Yeah, they both have that legacy to them, but the people who won CR6 for UGA are very much long gone at this point. And that's a bunch of new kids. I don't honestly have not seen much of them apart from one guy that's constantly in the CR6 Trash Talk channel. But yeah, I'd like to believe that they're coming out here. They have at least some kind of confidence in their skills. It takes a big man to be able to come up in person, win or lose at the end of the day. But I think in terms of how the map pool is going for this, this definitely favors Cincinnati very heavily.
Well, speaking of Cincinnati, why don't we throw up who is here playing for the Bearcats? Botanic, obviously, closely with this roster. Duck Duck and Cheese Boss seem to be in every channel, not just the Trash Talk channels. They seem to be real figures of CR6.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Everybody fears Cheese Boss. He's the boss. And Duck Duck, well, he's just the Collegiate R6 sweetheart. But other than that, we have Arno, we have Puppy, we have Gilly. Arno coming into the team fresh this semester, replacing Highest. Arno coming in for his master's program. He was the heart and soul of that legendary Ohio State Buckeyes roster, but now joining forces with the Bearcats, I believe ending with only 2 losses during the regular season of their CR6 Premier campaign. Going into playoffs, it's looking quite hopeful. They did lose their first LAN appearance of the semester over at Butler to an 0-2 finish in semifinals to Akron. So they're most likely looking to come here to the Passion Series, get some confidence wins to really power up for playoffs. An old captain for Cincinnati Red helping out the boys from the vaccines.
All right, well, that rounds out the Cincinnati roster. It's a roster who has not only been very tenured in terms of club esports representation at the highest level, but within CR6, they are legendary, and so many people look to Akron to win events, but Cincinnati's taken it to Akron. So when you look at a team in a school like this, it's not just about how can they compete present themselves, as they always do, as a true competitive force. And you mentioned it earlier as well. UGA, I think, more of the old dog in the fight, except you're missing all 5 members of that championship roster from about 2.5, 3-ish years ago. So on that note, it's been a little bit. Shout out Juan to Swan. Let's throw out that UGA roster, and let's see who we can recognize. So first off, don't mind the names, but the current longest standing members of this roster are Fox and Woland.
Woland, definitely a name that sounds familiar to me. Obviously, we got some very curious new gens. I'm looking at D1 Crackhead over here. Cove, turn that frown upside down, buddy. Come on, look alive. And you got Myanmar. Honestly, he seems like a chiller.
You know, these guys are led very well. I mean, I can talk from personal experience. I've gotten to play with Fox on LAN before. MomoCon is an anime convention that happens in Georgia every single year. 2 years ago, there was an R6 event at said LAN, and when that happened, I actually played with this roster, at least mixed pieces of this roster. It was mainly me, Fox, and then some of the old guard. And honestly, I really like what he brings as a leader to this team. Now, granted, we don't know the exact IGL of this UGA roster, but if I had to put my money on it, Fox is a very experienced member who also stays very composed, and I think is going to lead this team to some surprising upsets.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I remember my one experience against UGA at LAN was at the Rainbow Six Siege last Atlanta Major during the demo test booth. That was matched up against basically the entire Georgia roster, a mix of Georgia Red and Georgia Black, and on my team I had the Davs. So that was very fun. I can't remember whether we won or lost that match, but it was definitely a nice little fun experience. Georgia, there's always just been really set of nice guys in CR6, so I'm glad to see the program still kind of floating, still kind of like refusing to die. Especially for club esports.
Yes, no, that's a good point.
Yeah,
that's why I'm laughing.
Yeah.
That is a really good point. That these are both programs who have really made an impact, both being nationally nominated for community awards, competitive awards, and obviously winning national championships as well. It's a really big deal
Don't talk
to
to
see
me about
these
the
teams.
community award.
Hey, we lost that too.
I might blow a fuse.
Well, either way, we are still waiting on the players. I haven't heard an update from production just yet if our players are in the lobby. I believe we are ready to go, so we don't want to waste too much time because it looks like that Labs is waiting on us. And Cincinnati loves this map. In their history, at least in the last CR6 season, they rarely lose Labs.
Yeah, no, especially during their run to like dominance when they won CR6 last fall. Night Haven was their house. I believe they only lost it maybe like once or twice. They had a lot of close calls, but ultimately it was a very dominant map for Cincinnati. Like I said, I mean the sheer experience alone it's a very big difference factor here between both rosters, but both Night Haven and Lair very comfortable picks for Cincinnati. So it's definitely gonna be the Bulldogs in an uphill battle.
And that's one of the funniest parts about the way that UGA decided to let this play out, is that normally I feel like Lair is the first or the second ban for most of CR6. There's not a lot of teams that I get to talk to who feel very comfortable on this map, and the stats from last school year back that up as well. I mean, we casted the finals of the last CR6 season, so that's where I'm pulling these stats from. Lair only ended up getting picked to be played on 38 times. The next highest up was Skyscraper at 59. Next highest after that was Bank at 66, whereas Labs, on the other hand, 137. So these two maps, in terms of the national scale, not even comparable. So I think UGA made a mistake letting a team like Cincinnati, whose bag is pretty deep, we've seen it both on and off stream. I think that's going to be a tough Lair pick.
We should be able to get into the game any second now, but kind of tell me more about how the event's been going so far in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, so far, I cannot complain by any means. I mean, we did have some slight delays, as obviously production is working hard in the background to see what's going on there. Also, big shout out to our observer, Rennie, who is now coming up on their 4th best of 2. So a huge job from Rennie, by the way, for being so available. But no, let's talk about how the event's gone. Again, it's been a lot more surprising. Like, I thought Virginia Tech was going to come in. I thought it was going to be a 4-0 through their best of 2s. They were going to roll through it. But they've gone to 2 overtimes, won them both. But granted, it has not been easy. So in terms of the kind of expectations going into things, who knows? What Cincinnati is now the other high seed who's got their best opportunity to make a statement today as the pure 1 seed of the Passion Series.
Absolutely. Get into the swing of things finally. I really like these flyovers. You have to tell me how you guys did these later, but now I'm really excited to see how things kick off. It's been about maybe like 2-3 weeks since Cincinnati was last on land. So obviously I know the boys definitely really excited as we get into these operator bans.
What are we expecting here? I mean, obviously, like, shield meta, we don't like it. It's a cancer to the game. But I'm also, again, intrigued because of the skill difference between these two teams. What slides through? Like, Virginia Tech let a Blackbeard fall through early on today. Eastern Kentucky also played a CR6 playoff match last night, let a Blackbeard fall through, because they said it when they played their match. Virginia Tech has said it as well. If the players are bad, who cares if they get the shield? So I'm intrigued to see what falls through here.
Yeah, no, there's especially depending on the skill level, bans essentially become
Defenders,
irrelevant
protect
at
your
some
bombs
point.
from
Sure,
being
there's
used
more
by attackers.
critical operators that are more like for like set pieces. Obviously, when we're looking at a top floor here for Night Haven, hard breachers are essential. That's why it's very common to see all of the hard breachers get banned off right off rip. Your aces, your thermites, those are usually the first to go. But in terms of the shield play, I mean, yeah, at some point the players can be so bad where having a shield is honestly just now you have 4 guns against 5.
Yeah, well, not to mention looking at the operator picks as well. No shocker that Mira gets knocked out. Maverick gets knocked out as well, trying to defend that upper side. I mean, it makes perfect sense. And obviously Garage as well. You don't want to give Monty work within there. But again, I'm more intrigued to see how confident Cincinnati gets off site. Not to mention with the UGA getting to start on defense, what in the world can they do off site? I mean, there's a lot of confidence that you can bring into a map like this, but it can also get shut down just like that.
I mean, UGA immediately kind of sticking to their comfort more than so than the meta. We do see Maverick and Monty get banned right off rip, but that still leaves Thermite and Ace readily available. It's going to have to be Fox making sure he is precise with these bandit tricks. As already spotted over by that top rapture position, they already know what kind of hole is happening here. So seemingly Cincinnati looking to recalibrate. She's bossed up. Already looking through up that exo area, taking space very quickly as the entirety of Cincinnati looking to recalibrate all over towards that office side.
This is where you start to worry if you're a UGA fan on land, because it is so easy to just let all this space on the first floor fall away. I mean, both lounge and storage, and probably garage too. Seems like it's going to be completely free for Cincinnati. I mean, look how close up they're getting on site already. Right now, it seems like first pick will at least go to UGA, but through the floor, Cheese Boss is going to pick right back on Fox. And things are even for now until Woland finds one.
Vertical required to get the breach already done. Breach cracked, but still, like you mentioned before, UGA, they find the man advantage. However, Arno's job as hard breacher already done. Now just put Cheese Boss Gilly. Definitely not a core to scoff at to be able to recover a clutch situation, but right now UGA in a favorable position. Almost sub-minute scenario here. Not too much map control where it matters here for Cincinnati, and Gilly might have a hunch of where to possibly strike, but looking the wrong way allows player to move. Now it's ball.
Yeah, I was about to say, that is goofball.
Yeah, now it is goofball in a bit of an awkward scenario, though. He's been spotted, limping, but not out yet. Less than a minute left on the clock. Again, just need to make sure they keep these numbers for as long as possible, especially if Woland with the second keeps the man advantage going.
Got 40 seconds to play with, and keeping that mute shotgun is a big deal as they try to find their way out of electrical. I mean, holding servers is exactly the situation that you want until Gilly is able to find just a sliver of a foot there to find the backside. So now sitting at 3-2. UGA, yes, still having the man advantage, but not exactly in a super comfortable spot. Cheese Boss has some room here looking on his back side, but that one server that is so annoying for every team to play around, you can always hide somebody there. That's the only dependable spot they got, but now Util finally be thrown in. Flash will go in, but it's a 3v1. Wolan on a triple. Cheese Boss in a tough spot and not a lot of health to do much with it. Nomad, no really gadgets to use, pre-firing anything and everything. We'll try, we'll find one, but it will be too little, too late, and UGA strikes first.
It takes first blood here. The matchup between dogs and cats. Fortunate scenes if you're a Cincy fan, but you got to give props to UGA. They managed to get that man advantage early. They managed to keep it solid. They managed to play the angles, play the crosses, not overexposed. They may be inexperienced, but the discipline is definitely showing thus far.
You also will notice, we talked about it when we pulled up the team roster cards. That is Fox sitting in the middle of that roster, and it is Wolan who is closest to the camera. It is those two that you should expect to see their mouths moving the most. I expect them to be the true IGLs. Again, they're the most experienced members of this UGA roster. You mentioned playing a mix of black and red team members in UGA's history. This was the UGA red team. It was Wolan helping keep that team down, and also Fox as well. So composure is definitely there, but next to them, they have a sophomore, a freshman, and a senior as well. So it is very different from the Cincinnati side of things, but you're off to a good start on not your map pick.
Now we see Georgia opting to go to this basement side, and this is where the investment into that initial Maverick brand really pays dividends. You know, a classic strategy for that downstairs take is just a simple Maverick glass over on the main breach. You can basically just deny that entire area, even if you're warded. It's still a bit of a risky peek because there's so many different angles now Glass would have available. Really, maybe a hunch of somebody peeking, but doesn't come off the angle so long. Again, it's Fox with the denial, able to get it partially. Wall still cracked. Needs an opportunity for Cincinnati to hold some kind of cut. Spot Fox trapped in the corner. Their job pretty much done. That's an area of pressure they can really allude to in the later stages of the round. Now they focus on taking this top floor. It's gonna be Wolan to maybe have a hint of the direction Cincinnati is going into right now via that Sola scanner.
Definitely has a hunch with that window going down that I think they might have to start giving up speed. Bro, 2 minutes left, and be careful! That Blackbeard out of nowhere will find its way in just to simply break the barricade. I don't think had any idea that Wolan was sitting there. So you take a little bit of damage, but you do keep your life, and you do create some room, and Gilly finds Goofball.
45 left on the clock. Is Myanmar much closer to one of those Cincy attackers than you think he might be, but so far just holding his nerve, biding his time. Every second he stays alive will be ever so more valuable. And again, it's a bit of a double-edged sword. Power disruption coming from Fox takes down Arno, and now it's going to be Myanmar's time to pounce. 3v3 though, and there's so many unlinked situations all across the map. Another 1v1 ensuing on the third floor, and it's going to be Wolan with a decent hunch of where Cheese Boss might be coming from. Minute 10 though in Cincinnati. They need to stop dilly-dallying all across the map. They need to coordinate together and take some space together.
Wolan is in one of the most dangerous spots that he can. He's 2 floors up, still with the ability to flank on anything and everything, but obviously still being held in a 1v1. It's going to be Cheese Boss who's going to have to be down to stop him. But outside of that, they are finding trying to rotate around, and things are getting real awkward. Both side of things does not find any damage on the above player, but also that player doesn't find any damage on him either. So you get to keep your life, get to keep that smoke alive, and with 30 seconds left, it's going to be really important for this last half.
Yeah, now we see the kind of consequences of Wolan committing to that position up top. Now it's only Myanmar in sight. Cincinnati, they managed to recalibrate together. Wolan finds Pup, however. Not exactly the operator you want to have play the vert. At least you can get to see where the case is planted, but still do the extra steps of actually killing the planter. You don't exactly have all the utility in the world, at the very least exact pings, and he finds the planter, but not in the nick of time. It's going to be Gilly with the instant trade. Unfortunately, that impact is a very much a not silent welcome.
And Cincinnati plays it wonderfully. You know that Solus is the last one remaining, which means you have to play together. They can't get both of you at one time playing the vert. And you mentioned that as well. You said Solus is not the operator that you want. And that's also because of the impacts. You can't make a quick hole. You can't find a quick lane try and get a shot down. And Wolan didn't want to take the risk of just shooting through the floor directly. He wanted to take the impact, and that right there is the price you have to pay in a 2v1. So Cincinnati, very strong round to get back, but I think still trying to reach their full speed.
I definitely like how UGA really is putting the pressure on early. They're making Cincinnati think twice about these decisions. They definitely have some good philosophies to their gameplay. And I also really do like their kind of willingness to just kind of move on to the next bomb site. I do believe we're going to the middle now.
Indeed.
So not giving Cincinnati a chance to really think upon their past mistakes for that downstairs bomb site and try and make it improve upon that. Now they're throwing Cincinnati into a different territory.
Cincinnati going to switch out the Blackbeard for a blitz, also bringing a knock as well. Still keeping the hard breachers, no surprise there. Dokkaebi to keep things going. But Botanic, I'm really intrigued to see, with the Blackbeard having mixed success, they found room but didn't find a whole lot of utility. I'm intrigued to see what the blitz and the play will be with that. Not to mention, Ware is not going to find room, and Cincinnati looking to go ahead and at least start looking into where they can take space. I think that's one thing that you mentioned at the end of the last round. You said dilly-dallying was your word of choice. It's a very fair point. They got to move quicker, and this is, I think, why the knock pick comes out.
It's about building Pulse's lurk get exposed. Seemingly able to just keep on walking through just fine so far, but the Pulse usually resides in that basement area looking directly at storage, so might be getting close to his realm of territory, but the walk up, it might be Cheese's opportunity to strike, sees a sliver of a head, still keeping quiet though. It might be Cove. Lost the win right off rip.
All right, well, as Wolan finds one, we do apologize for slight tech issues. I think our mic should at least be semi-coherent now. But in the meantime, what's not coherent is, I think, the UGA comms right now. You lose two people in the two above positions. Myanmar will find at least a quick Nitro cell to take out one. Gilly finds another to trade. UGA still struggling for the numbers advantage. And of all the operators left out of your comp, you're stuck with Pulse, which is fine, but then you're stuck with the Thunderbird, but they spot him. They wait for the last second. Fox with a huge one-tap to not only stall the defuse, but tip the scales. Gilly will find one. They find Fox, hurt as can be. Kill won't come through just yet, but the frag will. He's going to force a rotate out. An easy rush, and Fox will just simply take that. It's a pure 1v1. The fuse has still not gone down. We'll see if Gilly try to stick it now. I don't think Fox can get there in time. With a shotgun in hand, tries to rotate through. First shot won't be enough. It's going to be even a later rotate. Diffuser goes down. It's going to be an awkward retake in this 1v1.
Yeah, and that's just so much time spent trying to rotate back at the bomb site. Gilly is able to just retreat to safety, but he's playing within the bomb site, ready to take that heads-up gunfight, but that might be not his end. As, of course, Gilly always good for one, and unfortunately that Thunderbird caught sprinting. It will be Cincinnati to take the lead here over at Nighthaven Labs.
You look to see where does a team, at least over the last few years, as tenured as Cincinnati, whereas UGA's success was more so back a few more years. You wonder what is the difference in the stage of Siege now, but also mentally and on land. How does the Cincinnati team look? You've mentioned they've had many ups and downs over the last year as a roster. They have a coach with them as well, or at least, I don't know if he's here in person, Botanic. He is in person, so that's a big deal to have your coach in person. I mean, again, you get to go to so many lands, you get all these reps, whereas UGA, I think, for the R6 team, this is the only land they've gotten to go to, at least, I think, since last year, maybe at Volan in Tennessee. But regardless, we'll have to see if it weighs down on him. If Cincinnati, the rounds have been close. You got to give UGA that. But Cincinnati, when it matters most, seems to make all the right decisions. They're up 2-1 because of it.
Lead cycle now completed for UGA. They're only able to take one of those 3 rounds. Now, they returned over to that top floor where they got the initial scalp off Cincinnati. And Cincinnati now changing the philosophy of play here, especially as Ace now banned out. Now they bring different operators to their toolkit. Seemingly going to be the first appearance we see from Blitz and Glass and Ying so far in this match. So Cincinnati might want to up the tempo. They realize they've been dilly-dallying a little bit too much, like I mentioned before. So they really want to hit UGA hard and fast. At the very least, though, UGA in their regard the bandit tricking so far from Fox have been good. They have to clear out those power positions from Myanmar. They have the information available and C4s available thanks to you and Valkyrie. And of course, for that Ying, for that Glass, they have the Warden. It's just about going to be Cincinnati identifying the correct gap. We do see Pup B using the thermite shotgun, so it might get a little bit ridiculous.
Just gonna go ahead and fire some warning shots into there, but you also mentioned the use of the Glass and the Blitz. It's the second time this match we've seen both of them pulled out. I believe it's the first time that now we see them together for an attacking round, so it'll be intriguing to see how they get pulled out. I think Ying comes in a little later than expected, some of the plans here, but for UGA, I think also Valkyrie comes in a little later than expected by most margins. But here comes that Glass immediately trying to swing in and find some space. UGA feeling the pressure when Pup B finds one. How about Cheese Boss with another? Trazer swinging left and right, and it's going to be 3-2 through it all until that one gets injured, and that will be Fox who goes down. And how about that? We're a minute in, 3v1, Diffuser goes down. It's a complete new Cincinnati team.
Yeah, no, Cincinnati just hitting that tempo so wonderfully. And nothing you can really do. You have a blitz with the high ground on you, so the round is just pretty much good. Woland, only thing you can do is just run away, maybe trying to bait a kill, which the blitz might be the victim. The blind hits, and actually Woland fighting back just a little bit, and gonna be hit back and back and back. And Doug Tolliver able to clean up the mess there. Cincinnati finally seemingly to be hard confirmed to the driver's seat here. It's a nice little speck of life from Georgia in the beginning stages of this match, but now the Bearcats seem to be in control.
Not to mention, for any viewers who are not aware of the Siege dynamic, the defending side of a map is 9 times out of 10 the strongest side, so that makes this half for UGA that much more important. It's only 6 rounds and a half. We're currently sitting at, I believe this is now
Attackers need to locate and defuse
about to check in a second. It is 3-1. We go back down to the basement. Cincinnati is in a beautiful spot. Even if everything goes wrong, and they only get one more round out of this, Cincinnati's still going to love the spot that they're in. Not to mention, who knows what defensive strats they have cooked up, ready to go. But also, we saw our next set of bans. It is Solus, and it is Ace.
That Solus, honestly, was doing a lot of work. If you land, especially on those drones, it would pretty well predict where Cincinnati was coming from, given at least the pattern of the drone work, and he was able to kind of direct his team about where to fight, where to fall, where to flank. But now with that tool gone, UGA might be seeming to be a little bit more disoriented, and that's not going to benefit them at all, especially on such a kind of roam-required bomb site like basement.
Well, it was a 1-minute round, basically. Maybe a minute 10 if you're trying to be nice. But regardless, it was a messy one for UGA. I mean, it was simply W key from Cincinnati. Brought all the right picks at all the right times, and things got crazy. Now here on basement, Thatcher coming in to make sure all of these walls get open. Blitz will now make his 3rd straight appearance. Also, Rora comes in for the very first time. How can Fox try and trick against this one? It's going to be close with the way things are setting up. We'll be able to get the next bandit back up, but also no second Thatcher just yet. So still Gilly holding on to 2, playing a bigger mind game.
Rora brought out, so
Just, yep.
The game's been given away. Oh, there we go. EMP, now gonna be flashbangs. However, Doug Tolliver needs to see for the phase, but your gadget's disabled. You have the shotgun out and you're not into the broadside of a barnyard.
Oh.
However, the trades looking so good for Georgia.
Oh my gosh.
And the speed might be Cincinnati's biggest enemy here right now, as only Cheese Boss left in the 1 versus 3, surrounded from all angles, not knowing where to look.
Wow.
And almost a gimme there for Georgia.
And out of left field, you said that you felt like that maybe it was only a little spurt for Georgia to start this game off. It is anything but. The Dogs come back full collar and barking in this one. That was extremely quick for them to make sure they could get out of that one alive. It's another good win on the basement side of things as well. So now does UGA go back to the 2nd floor once again, or do we go 1st floor once again? Both of those have easily been the hardest for UGA. See which one the pick is, and it looks like we are going back to 2nd floor.
Now, Georgia, one round away from equalizing this. They have been able to take the basement in quite deciding fashion, but now they arrive at the top floor once again, and Cincinnati kind of cracked the code on this one. They were able to go fast, change the tempo on Georgia, but But now Georgia is able to almost counter the tempo, at the very least on the basement side. Cincinnati, once again, opting to bring that Glass, opting to bring that Aurora. Hopefully we get to see Duck actually use his gadget on the Aurora this time around, but the tempo is definitely going to be the biggest question here, as Georgia seems to be able to adapt quite quickly.
Well, I think regardless, based on expectations, based on power rankings, whatever you want to say, a 3-3 half here for UGA would be a big win. But this is also the easier side to try and find something special on. Granted, when attack rolls around, it's going to be a completely different game for UGA, and we have no idea what they brought to this land. But also, Botanic, I think the funnier fact about both these teams is that today is not only their day of competition, but it's also been the travel day for both of these teams. So maybe that's playing a factor to a degree.
5 hours of travel for Cincinnati, and Georgia might find themselves a bit of a scalp, but Chief Boss up the repeat. Thankfully, Arno with the trades still just needs to hold his nerve. He's a little bit isolated there alone. Bottom of the camera now, at least receiving some reinforcements in the intel department thanks to the droning, but very much making his presence known, making that area completely inaccessible to Georgia. Fox might have put himself in an unfortunate position, but not droned out so far. Seemingly, Puppy just opening that wall just to add pressure to use for later. Might fight him in the back if Fox holds his nerve. 45 here left on the clock, and Gilly actually goes down to Wolan, which, beautiful play right there. You have to get aggressive. You have to find a way to kind of secure that man advantage. Better way to do it, an outright swing, and it's going to be Goofball, that real Goofy there, kind of surrendering once again, and it's Wolan back to do his duty.
We do want to clarify that we're trying to figure out who Goofball is. We believe that is the D1 Crashout that we saw on the roster card, but regardless, walks directly into the crosshair there. Meantime, though, it is still 3-3 right before the half. Got a minute left. Cincinnati's got options, and it looks like maybe not a full reset, but at least trying to maybe find another route. And UGA getting to rotate as well. Fox moved out of the position that they were in. Now on that backside, you get caught by Arno, and I think you were going to get caught by Duck anyways, but with the shotgun, there's going to be opportunity on the back flank. Sees one, shoots late. Is it looking down? Both players fall, and Cincinnati 4-2 in the first half.
Yeah, Fox very much kind of screwed the pooch on that one, overstaying his welcome. It could have been such a powerful position. Unfortunately, it just leaves you exposed to jump in. You have to focus on one angle or the other. And sure, as the time goes by, it becomes a more powerful position, but your teammates are dying from the completely other side of the map.
It's a tough one, regardless, and it only gets harder for UGA. Again, both teams are club, but in terms of R6, a lot of teams are club, and it's two different sides of the spectrum between what it means to be a perennial contender in Cincinnati versus one of the, I would say, UGA, if you were to rank them right now, what's a fair ranking? Maybe top 40? Top 32?
Yeah,
Pushing it?
Unfortunately, TJ, they bombed out in the round of 48 of CR6 playoffs.
I did not see that. I won't lie.
They
Well,
did.
I was a few places off. Well, either way. So let's say top 50 for the safety of it. Regardless, there's levels to this game. And Cincinnati's playing them right now. And again, it only gets harder on defense, and they are all smiles right now as well. So team's feeling good. Let's get a look at bans here as well.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
It is going to be an Ace Maverick ban. Again, no shockers, and then a Cade Mira ban. So I think almost the exact same four as we saw on the other side of things. But the comps that are coming out are going to be different. Not to mention Cincinnati. That's Puppy bringing out a... Shoot. Wow, I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. His name is Denari. Thank you. That shows you how long it's been since I've gotten to hop in the booth. But Denari coming out here, which we haven't gotten to see much of it today. I think Virginia Tech maybe brought it out for 2 rounds, but Denari hasn't been coming out too often.
Yeah, I mean, Denari, I think, is... You know the phrase, beauty's in the eyes of the beholder? I definitely think it's an operator most well-suited for the quote-unquote intellectuals of the game.
It's a nice way.
You can definitely, like, there's some ways you can place the traps that are absolutely useless, and there's some ways you can place the traps that are absolutely godlike.
Target located! Fast forward!
So far, it seems like that they just kind of wanted to block off the back side.
I mean,
Also,
just
block
look at
off
that.
these
Look at
sta-
those traps.
Block
Like,
off these stairs, and I think also that line extends to the back side of that site as well. Also, Gilly finds one out of nowhere. We're not sure how that one just passed through, but hey, he'll take a 5-4 to start.
And it might be one of these cases where Cincy just opting not to get rid of one of those shields because, quite frankly, they believe themselves to be the better players, able to deal with it. But now we see this tricking coming out. It's unlike Fox, able to do it by himself. Cheese Boss requiring a bit of a help from the two crowd, but it still gets the job done. That's going to be UGA down one of those thermite charges, but I still do believe they managed to get off a can opener from Monty somewhere else on the map. But it will be Lowland now entering for that mud closet, looking to walk up, but C4 onto local Fox. One bandit main takes out the other. Now Cincinnati with a two-person man advantage. Going to minute 40 here in the round, and at this point, it's going to be Goofball having to wait for a mistake from the Cincinnati defender on Rafters.
I think Fox was playing on a completely different side of the map as well, so you lose part of the strategy, you lose part of the push there. You do at least spot one for the time being. It's a dangerous peak. Cincinnati will still take it, and that is Puppy. Absolutely gross. How about a Nitro bouncing off, and that body ragged onto the camera as a statement fifth round win for Cincinnati. That right there, that's the dominance I think we've been waiting to see from them.
Very much expected it to be a quick affair, and well, they're proving it to be so. Just they were able to kind of hold their own on the defense, but attacking is just a completely different story. They were getting picked apart no matter where they were. Cincinnati just able to identify and isolate those attackers.
Not to mention as well that just a few days ago, we saw in the Rainbow Six Siege Montreal Major, we saw a Nitro Cell get thrown onto a Monty, bounce back, killed the person who threw said Nitro Cell. Now here, on the other hand, how about you get away with it? You avoid the clip against yourself. You had also deployable there as well, so very safe Nitro throw. Not to mention, it was all for the fun of the game as that Monty went flying into the camera. So, funny for one team, not as so for the other. In Cincinnati, I think I would imagine a basement take to go to 6 here, or maybe a statement first floor side win. Let's see what the pick is here. Didn't get to catch it yet.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
We're going to be basement.
This team gets spawned.
You can comment on that, Botanic, as you are a Cincinnati man.
Talking about us, or is he talking about?
No, he's not talking about Jordan.
Not a dime.
There's no way.
Yeah, I'd see. Even they're confused.
Yes, because that is... Yeah, I don't think either team does.
Well, I mean, we get funding through club sports.
Oh, well, that's, I guess, the difference that they must be referring to. Well, both teams are club and are fighting for money at all times regardless, but that is nice. Cincinnati gets a little bit of that club sport money. UGA is currently working through the School of Journalism, trying to at least get NECC.
How the hell do you guys work that?
Well, you see, when computer science says no, business says no, journalism actually has a VR department at UGA. So big shout out to the journalism program and Dr. On specifically for making sure this school can compete, as journalism is actually funding our NECC league fees this year. So big shout out to the School of Journalism.
See, that's why journalism in America is important. Read the newspapers, keep your local newspapers alive.
Yes.
Buy physical media.
Yes, keep reading, kids. And if you have dyslexia, then we apologize.
Yeah.
5-2 here.
Duck actually dyslexic.
Actually, oh, you know what? Maybe that's...
We make fun of it all the time.
Okay, well, then I don't
Bully your
feel as
local
bad.
dyslexic.
Because I had a feeling I heard somebody say something about being dyslexic earlier. I guess that makes sense. Well, what I was going to say is, dyslexic or not, round 8 is here. Very convincingly, seemingly going Cincinnati's way. Granted, we're a minute in. We're starting to see UGA now. It's, you know, maybe they have to change something. Well, actually, not maybe. They do have to change something. Their pace of play, we haven't even really gotten a feel for because of the way they've been playing. That first attacking round was just a mess overall. You've already wasted a minute. UGA hasn't taken a lot of space. A lot of members still struggling to find their way in.
Duck. Dyslexic gets down. Yeah, shock. But still, props to UGA. Look at the first pick here and kind of slowly but surely boiling around that map, working it. But Cincinnati, you know, at least having the foresight to be able to fall back early and just kind of wait for order to come to them. This is lots of Bird being able to get out beat by Fox, and well, Cincinnati just kind of playing just extremities. At least right now, the kind of one big tool Georgia has available to them is that Deimos. However,
it does seem like a lot of those death marks are failing, meaning Cincinnati able to kind of play retake, hopefully able to walk away with at very least a pick. As it is going to be Arno from down below, causing quite the ruckus. However, it's going to be Fox ready. Arno from down below, able to secure the trade, but Puppy still fighting up above.
They know that Puppy is up here. Pressure goes down just to free up some room. I think he's aware there's one there, but didn't even look up for Cove's side of things. Wolan's also taken out by Arno. UGA still finds a way into a 2v2. Cheese Boss takes a lot of damage as well. UGA still has some room to work here, but on the utility side of things, that's where it struggles, but trades once again back and forth, man. Now it's a complete reversal. You mentioned the retake. Weimar does see him. Wants to challenge this 1v1 early, and Diffuser is not in their hands, and the Goyo will knock him out. So that's one way to win a round, and also one of the many ways to die in this game.
I mean, truly just no choice at that point. 30 seconds on the clock. Those Goyos burn for 30 seconds. You just have to try and fight it. You have to try and get that sliver of opportunity to get the defender up above. But just honestly, beautiful play there by Pup P. Georgia getting a little bit too comfortable with the space they were granted. The pre-placed drone work basically non-existent. You trade out Gilly, but you're not ready for Pup.
Either way,
Attackers
backs
need
are
to locate
officially
and defuse as
against
many
the
bombs as
wall.
they
I
can.
believe the biggest blowout that we've had today, I believe it was a Virginia Tech 7-4 over Eastern Kentucky. I believe was the best we've seen from them. I think they also 7-4 the other team in their group as well, which I apologize for not having the groups up in front of me. But I do know that this group consists of Cincinnati, UGA, and St. Bonaventure. So far, oh, sorry, it was Mississippi State. That's who the team was. Obviously, only one team left in that case. We haven't seen Bonaventure yet, but fun fact about Bonaventure. First off, Lieutenant, do you know where Bonaventure is?
Damn.
Exactly. They are a newer varsity program to the nation. They are very new to Rainbow Six Siege. Funny enough, they only get to play in ECAC. And they are joining CR6, I believe, next semester is their dream. It's a brand new roster, but that's what you gotta love about R6 too, is that I think because of how easy it is and how accessible it is to join CR6, to join ECAC, to fund a league like NECC, or not Rocket League, I'm getting my games confused.
Rocket League.
I know, I'm a Rocket League guy at heart, I apologize. But for Rainbow Six Siege, that's what I really love about this scene specifically, is how welcoming it is to not only new programs, but clubs as well. So Bonaventure will make their debut the round after this. I believe they will be playing UGA. That will also be on stream. So UGA, here in their first map of their Passion Series tenure. It's been a tough one, but then they get this round.
Not quite timed correctly, and that's the bigger boom that matters. Pup P able to secure double digits with that one. Now, I mean, just UGA staring down the barrel as Gilly forcing the advantage ever more. It's only Wolan left now on the shield. Pup P up for a triple. Jumping down to get him, jumping down to try and secure anything. Pistol up, misses the opportunity. Finds Stuck as a consolation prize. Now it's just a lonely shield against 4. Finds the first, jumps down for the second, able to get the bash. But unfortunately, that doesn't do any damage anymore. It's going to be Cincinnati able to close out map 1 of this best of 2 with a confident 7-2 result.
There, but regardless, Cincinnati had that round entirely covered and did a wonderful job to make sure it was controlled all the way through. You can see them talking about it here as well. Yeah. No shocker, 7-2 Cincinnati win. Very confident start, and also with a best-of-2 format. I mean, you talked about it at the Butler land. Round differential, it matters desperately. And UGA, we'll see if they can bounce back, but it's also going to be the map that they decided to get, because it was Cincinnati who was pick 1 or team 1, so they got Labs. Now UGA wanted Layer. Now again, of all the teams you want to try and test Layer with, not sure if Cincinnati's your best bet.
Yeah, I mean, Duck's smiling there as if his ass didn't go -5 and 6. But yeah, I mean, Cincinnati obviously very confident win, especially there towards the latter stages of the game. I mean, Gilly and Pup truly powering up for so many different power plays, especially up in that basement side where they recognized that they had to retake it, and it was up to Georgia's own hubris to just leave all that space available. But a confident 7-2 finish there for Cincy, and unless we have anything left to say, I'm assuming we'll be able to break and just wait for map two to come in.
Well, let's actually throw up our sponsors very quickly. We
True.
must thank everybody who makes the West Virginia National Guard, NZXT, Star 95 FM, First Community Bank, and Children First. We deeply appreciate all 6 sponsors for making sure that Concord Esports can run very smoothly, very successfully, very competitively, and that the Passion Series can make sure they match all of those margins. So, can the Club v Club Showdown get any closer, or will dyslexia prevail overall? We'll be right back with a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Talk about quiet with a big mouth. Listen for the.
Welcome back to the Concord Esports Passion Series. We are deep here into map number, on the day, it's been map number 7 now.
About 6 or 7 maps.
It's about 6 or 7.
About 6 or
Anyways,
7
you can
maps.
tell where our mental is at, as this event is 2 hours behind schedule, but we're trying to bring all the action to your screen, and we are going to do that right now. We just got done with Night Haven Labs. It was 7-2 in favor of UGA's map pick. They go to layer, but Botanic, me and you have watched this Cincinnati roster on the CR6 stream make this map look like a piece of cake, but most teams won't even touch this map with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, no, definitely when it came out, it was a little bit daunting. I remember kind of talking more so about what I was mentioning before about the Atlanta Major back in 2023. It was very daunting. You know, I was talking to the developers, and they said it actually has, at least for Rainbow Six Siege, you know, before SiegeX, it had the most amount of default cams the engine would allow at 10. I'm not sure if it's any different now, but that stuck with me. But Cincinnati, a very good layer team this season. I remember their season opener against Fisher College in CR6 Premier. They were up 5-0, and the boys had not scrammed once. I'm pretty sure that match ended up being 7-2 or like 7-4, one of those. But a very confident team, especially now starting on the defending side. You know, expect to see a lot of aggression. Expect to see a lot of spawn peaks. Expect to see a lot of runouts.
What a flex is what I was going to say. And I'm glad you brought that up, because also our wonderful observer is in the call talking to us as well. That is Rennie. For anybody who watches CR6, you will recognize Rennie. You will also recognize Lucy, who's going to take over the back half of the games today. And both of them will be on for most of the games tomorrow. We are very excited to have them as part of the team. Botanic, we're very excited to have you here. We're having a little CR6 family reunion from last spring finals, and we're very happy to bring you all the Passion Series here from Athens, West Virginia. Cincinnati looks to find a temporary home, and I would expect this map, like you mentioned, I think it will be dominant as well. I think if we're making predictions, if I was a betting man, I feel safe in a 7-1.
Yeah, I mean, I feel safe with the 7-2. I know my boys, and I know they troll.
It is also college esports, you know, nothing new there. I'm also not exactly sure. We do not hear game audio. We hope that everybody on stream can hear the game audio, or it might be muted. Either way, we apologize if there is an issue. Yeah, I guess don't start it again. Well, regardless, we hope that stream's getting audio. But if not, you're watching silent, maybe even Mime Siege with us, Cincinnati UGA. Now we finally hear the DMR of the Sens roll through. Speaking of the picks for UGA, Capital, Buck, Doak, Ace, and Sens, and then Botanic bring us through Cincinnati's side of things.
You're going to see a spawn peak that ultimately doesn't catch any victim. So it'll be Gillian Scopos, giving all the flexibility in the world to be essentially so once. Arnon the Clash, you know, what can you really say about the Clash other than just an annoying presence, especially as UGA showed previously that they had an affinity towards playing those shields. We have Puppy over on the castle, obviously great to cut out sections of the map, especially in such a choke-heavy map like Lair. And just honestly, Duck Tolliver on the mute, Cheat Boss on the Bandit, Wall Denial, and Info Denial as well, more specifically for that mute. And kind of what I'm talking about is really being able to show itself right now. Those castle barricades helping cut out sections of the map, and that class just being generally annoying. It is right now just going to be Cove just trying to bait out something, try and just be an annoying presence, but Cheese Boss shuts him down. In the blink of an eye, not even a minute 30 left on the clock, it is now UGA down 3, make it 2.
Wow. I mean, How
Make it
about
one.
4? Or 4 total, 1 left. Gilly will find 1 there. What I was going to say is that if you wonder why nobody likes to pick Lair, you ban Cade, you ban Mira. Those are must bans, in my opinion, for this map. But even when you do that, the Scopo still has so much utility, so much value, but when Gilly specifically has it, it's even more dangerous. Not to mention the Clash comes through, Mezzanine becomes even more dangerous to push through, and 2 bodies fall from there. You can see some headbanging from the Cincinnati coach. They're already feeling themselves here in map 2.
Yeah, and GG at the very least all smiles. I'm sure they recognize at this point that it's pretty much them against a brick wall, and it's about how hard they can hit. And eventually, you might break your knuckles, but hey, maybe you chip the wall a little bit.
I mean, again, you will take any ground you can get, especially here on your first round robin
Defenders,
game,
protect your
here
bombs
on your
from being
first
defused by
day,
attackers.
not to mention being all the way here in West Virginia, which there's really not a team other than Virginia Tech who had a very decent drive. Like, Virginia Tech, I think, is about 2 hours from here, whereas Cincinnati, you guys were a 5-hour trip. UGA from Athens is about a 6.5-hour trip. I would not say 7.
I thought Cumberland was supposed to show up. Like, what happened?
They were, unfortunately, I really wanted to see those guys in person, but unfortunately Cumberland could not make it. But their trip would have been pretty long as well. It would have been about 5 to 6 hours as well. So, unfortunately, couldn't see those guys here, but we're very happy with the guys that we have here. Botanic's obviously going to talk his trash throughout this entire game, and Cincinnati is letting him back that up pretty safely. And speaking of backing that up, Gilly's about to throw it back through here.
Throwing it back.
All right, watch this. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Efficiency.
Incredible.
Glove it up. Glove it up.
Clap it up.
That's Gilly special right there.
Great spawn peak. Gilly Birdo spawn peak. 2025.
Oh, man. Yeah, well, as much as I can set somebody up for some aura clips, you know, it's up to the spawns of UGA, I guess, to help determine that. UGA at least maybe expecting that after the very first spawn peak that also didn't find anybody. So good on UGA for at least making sure that they can play their stride out to the fullest. They are also finding their way in on first floor. I believe also Olan's finding his way upstairs. He was really struggling on labs to find much usage out of that Deimos. You know, with how easily it was getting blocked. Not to mention there's a Vigil, the Scopos, the Warden, and the Mute all on one side. That Deimos is not going to find a lot of utility here.
Yeah, it's also just a matter of how long the attackers can really stand to stay alive. Arno getting a little bit confident, but getting a little bit reckless at the same time. Nearly surrenders his life. Gilly there at the very least to serve his back as a backup. It'll be Woland to start the hunt. We'll be on the Scopos, however, so Gilly can just switch location instantly via the switch to the
Crown. Cove, unfortunately, first one down. Classic angle there by Duck. Nobody really expects it. 35 left flank block. Gilly, not afraid to switch at all. He'll be taking the fight right to Woland. See, he's a little bit scared as well. Fox, pursuing the gunfight as well with Arno. Backing off for the time being.
Oh man, Nitro Cell doesn't find the hole there, just barely catches the side, and that thing is sticky, to say the least. So now with about 70 seconds to go, it's a sticky situation. The UJ's got to find their way out of, and Scopos will switch over, so Gilly's going to be right back on site. Cincinnati, I really like their numbers here.
Yeah, and it's... Georgia really not able to put together any ground. I hope by now that they at least have some work to start to be made. The local Fox, we see all three of his Ram booty drones already exhausted, but less than a minute left. And while you might have some Burt, there's a complete lack of map control to really set up that execute utility. You still have Myanmar with the case in hand with 2 Osa shields that need to be going down sooner than later. But you look at the mini map here and kind of who's alive, who's roaming, and Arno's still a presence up above. Gilly's still with 2 Scopo shields that have not been dealt with. Arno crossing by one of them. And UGA kind of playing chicken right now. They're waiting for a flank that isn't happening, and they don't have the time to afford to this.
They're going to have to drop and basically surrender at this point unless somebody can find an early pick, but Duck is in the first position. Somehow there's actually maybe a plant going down, and they did have vertical to protect it. They also will find Duck, so UGA's got a chance until one goes down. That's the Diffuser as well, but big swings come through from UGA. Woland and Fox will work together. The 2 veterans will find it, but they still can't get the plant down. So even when a sliver of hope peeks through for the Dogs, that collar comes flying off, and the Bearcats get that round.
I mean, they just exhausted so much time trying to really prepare for anything that they just didn't have that additional leeway to make those kinds of mistakes, to be able to recover when case is down in a low time scenario, even when the number's up for them.
Well, Cincinnati obviously getting to start on the defensive side because this was UGA's map pick, and it's still with
Defenders,
those
protect your
stats
bombs from
in
being defused
fact,
by
I guess,
attackers.
also still favor Cincinnati, even though UGA wanted to play layer. You almost wonder if there's maybe a bigger game being played. Like, maybe UGA wants to see this map before going in to tomorrow, whereas UGA, I think that it's fair to say that when they go against teams like Mississippi State, Eastern Kentucky, Bonaventure, you can make an argument that those games will be close and they will be exciting. When those teams have to play in best of ones or best of threes in that loser side, it's going to get messy, to say the least. So maybe this is more of a UGA trying to extend the bag rather than trying to test the bag. But Cincinnati, but fumbling the bag is either way what UGA is doing here on their map pick. UC looking for a triple bag. Third round here. I think no shocker of any picks here. I mean, Castle coming out on the Cincinnati side, Valkyrie, Azami. These are all pretty standard. I feel like for layer, and what's also standard is a spawn peak. It's not Gilly as patented as we mentioned in the first few rounds, but Arno, very quick one, and doesn't take too much damage either.
Yeah, and that really throws a wrench into UGA's plans, as Cheeseboss still alive, as the wall denial, they brought the ace. Thatcher now gone. The ace now gone as well. Like I said at the beginning, you gotta expect aggression, you gotta expect spawn peaks, you gotta expect runouts. UGA not ready for any of it.
Well, regardless, a minute, not even a minute in, really 30 to 40 seconds in, and you lose those two members. UGA is going to be in a really tough spot, not to mention that they still haven't found their way inside of the layer itself. Now, they're going to try and free up some room. I think Fox will at least try to bait out somebody, or at least force them out of a position with that nade to at least get in, but small lanes are opened up. You can still see the remnants of the spawn peak of Cincinnati, and all this kind of ghost pressure, I think is the best way to put it. UGA is scared. We saw it at the end of round 2. They're scared to push. Finally, Myanmar does find one, though, and it is on Duck Duck. So that Azami being gone is a semi-decent pick to knock out, but you still see UGA with about 90 to go here, wasting half the round, still struggling to find their way in.
Clock here. She's receiving a lot of pressure over by the Skybridge side, but it's really just amounting to nothing. The flash is down, but basically out of sync. Nobody able to really capitalize off that temporary blindness, and well, Cincinnati's still very much in the driver's seat here. Is now finally Myanmar extends to this position, but like I said, ability completely out of sync. Cheeseboss not even caught on the reload, and it's just mistake after mistake for the Bulldog.
And a deserved absolute major nitro there. I cannot believe that Cheeseboss gets away with his life and now gets to use the nitro and push that one all the way through. That's about as deserved, I think, for UGA not getting to capitalize, and not too much utility in whatever drones is left. Granted, Dope Calls will at least give a temporary sigh of relief to try and get an idea of where people are, but I think you would have already guessed there's somebody waiting here on this side of stairs. 30 seconds left. It's a tough spot. I would almost argue mission impossible for Wolan here.
Mission impossible indeed, as a 3-0 flawless bomb site cycle for Cincinnati's East all but inevitable at this point.
Yeah.
Can't watch two angles at once. Bearcats continue on the steamroll.
You mentioned the synchronization of that UGA side, and we talk about where do you see the levels of CR6? Where can you tell the difference between these teams and their history and their tenure together? That right there was a really good example. UGA actually probably had some room on Skybridge to swing in, or potentially double swing in with that flash, and it was a decently thrown flash, forced, I believe it was Cheeseboss, all the way off of stairs, all the way down another level. So UGA making a right decision here and there, but when you can't even capitalize off of it, as Cincinnati's coach is still headbanging and praying to his team. I'm not sure about what. Maybe you can translate. But regardless, to summarize the point, UGA not only has to keep finding more success out of thin air, but at least when they do find a sliver of it, have to go full-fledged into it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
Gotta
bombs as they
really
can.
see that kind of coordination we saw from Georgia over in the defending side of Nighthaven, where they looked their best. Now, saying that and given Nighthaven's scoreline was 7-2, that's not really saying a lot, but there was hints, there were sparks, there were spotters of play.
There's some 1v1s. You could argue that maybe that's like a 7-3, 7-4 if UGA can win an extra gunfight here and there.
Arguably, yeah.
But I haven't seen anything near that here
Might be a little bit of a tempo change coming out from the Bulldogs as we do see the Ying come out now. Warden being brought out from Cincinnati, so everybody's susceptible to the blind. Meaning that UGA's only job is just making sure everybody stays alive. They find the gap.
Well, you mentioned finding the gap so much. Cincinnati has done it almost every single time. I think they only failed once, maybe in the last game early on. I think it was that round 1. And then that was the warm-up round that also completely took them out. You mentioned they can't die. Well, how about another few spawn peaks for Cincinnati? They're going to open up every living door and window. They could still find extra utility or efficiency out of it, and there you go. Pat and Gilly spawn peak.
I mean, shocking. Chalk it if you're the Bulldogs. That C4 almost taking down that player by operations side. It will be, I believe, Ball who took that tag. Thankful to stay alive, survive the spawn peak, survive the C4.
Okay.
Now, finally, an equalizer for Georgia. As will be Goofball with his last remaining traces of life. Able to find some impact on the scoreboard, but now it's Gilly. Now it's Puff almost encroaching on that position down lobby. But the spray betrays Gilly, and Myanmar eliminates one of the most lethal members of Cincinnati. Up, still lurking close by, though. No occasion to really get comfortable left. If you're Georgia, you have to hold on to this map advantage and every piece of map control you have and carefully build upon it as the clock hits minute 30.
I will say, Myanmar has been a very hidden kind of weapon. One of the newer members of the UGA roster is still finding decent 1v1s to free up space, but once again, UGA is playing a slower game. I don't think they're even aware of what they're fully ready to commit to. I'm not sure if the intel is even there, as there's only so many drones left around the map. They're going to try and get this wall busted open, but I think it's more than under control from Cheese Boss, who's also 4-0-1 right now into this one. The hottest member in the entire lobby so far loses about half. How about 3/4? How about another few bits of the health? It's the buck from under who actually gets countered on about a 10 health Cheese Boss.
I mean, that's just a golden opportunity slipping through the fingers. Committing to the skeleton key when it was already time to just start unloading that AR. Another potential victim is just an easy head angle for Pup to continue the pre-fire information found on the Bs as well via the red pings of that Scopo shell. Another down member from UGA, and now Cincinnati with the advantage to hold them at bay with these smokes, and it's just a complete disaster for the Bulldogs. You think you can escape the doghouse, but that chain is still there.
Goofball stuck in a 1v3. I think doghouse is a very fitting way to describe where they're going to be tonight if this continues. Slight ego chow there, just maybe find a shot. Pre-fire is there, aim is semi there, but it will not hit, and Puppy will find that one. Cincinnati 4-0. Not sure what more you ask for here about Tana.
You say something, bro. These are your voice.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is.
You never went to University of Georgia.
I don't know. No, of course, love my guys, but also I have not met 3 of the guys on the team. So this is a UGA I am not familiar with by any means. I mean, you mentioned their CR6 playoff placement. I did not even get to see that they lost in that round. You know, it is hard to follow.
What's the one word old people in esports love to use? Alma mater.
Yeah. I mean, it technically is my alma mater, but they're kind of depressing me right now.
Yeah.
As much as I love them, it's a tough one. But also, this is easily, I think, the toughest team here, especially based on how things are going. Like when Virginia Tech came out, they're the 2nd seed here in the Passion Series. They lost their very first map, and it was I think it was a 7-5. Like it was a decent game, but it wasn't too confident from either side. So 2 things for this. One, any team here in Group B who has to play Cincinnati, this is your hardest match. On a day where you know you cannot get eliminated, I think you like playing teams like this because you have nothing to lose and everything to learn. When on the other side of things, for Cincinnati, when you know that no one's getting eliminated, you're looking for dominance, you're looking to learn a thing or two, but also you're making statements. Virginia Tech are already out of the building, but I know they're watching streams somewhere here in West Virginia.
Yeah,
and
I'm sure from the bar.
Probably.
Probably from the bar in Virginia.
Yeah, they're probably already back in Blacksburg in Virginia Tech. I will not lie. But either way, my point is that the Hokies have to be at least trembling slightly, whether it's from the alcohol or whether it's from a 4-0 Cincinnati advantage here in Map 2. Because they look dominant, and they will not stop finding spawn peaks.
Oh,
what a absolute massacre. How did you...
I-
Was there no drone?
Yeah,
work for
where's
even-
the drone
what, even the
work?
Goyo?
Who knows? Maybe it was placed late. I'm going to give benefit of the doubt, but regardless, that's a very questionable move. I think it's the nicest way to put it. We did mention the usage of a potential Ying, but the smoke counters that. You can kind of share that space without either one getting to take it, but it also just wastes utility going either way. Is a trade-off that you'll take. What a shot from Cove with the SMG-12. Nitro is near. Goofball hears it, finds his way out. What? UGA now? I think this is one of the better chances we've seen for them to win a round in a while.
Yeah, still, Fox being alive on the Blackbeard, still an ever-present force, still with a grenade in the pocket, now being utilized to force out space, hopefully able to have UGA capitalize on that, and now Goofball around the corner with the shotgun. Still 2 Candels left. That would be really ideal if they were used before they go out and die. Minute left on the clock now, and Gilly still left alive. Local Fox able to cause a distraction for the time being with that shield. Now that plant able to safely be secured, but an overextension from Cove. Thankfully, those Goyos now being used against Cincinnati. Gilly through the fire and the flames.
Whoa!
Almost finds one of those UG attackers, but Goofball with a shotgun, able to secure it from close range, and the Bulldogs finally a bit of life in them.
There's the pop-up that we've been waiting to see from UGA. They finally come out swinging, and it could not have come at a better time. Now, granted, would you maybe like to have it, or like to have it 4 rounds ago? Of course, but better late than never when Cincinnati was as hot as they were. I believe if you were to count all the rounds together, I think Cincinnati was on a 7-round win streak going up to that point, potentially even an 8-round win streak going into that point. But regardless, you finally at least stopped the burn, stopped the bleed for now. They took the Goyo to the face, got away with it, and then actually got to use the Goyo in their favor. But Gilly almost found a drive-by headshot with that pistol, and that would have changed things desperately. And those fine margins, UJ is kind of depending on that to get by. I'm a little nervous for the rest of the rounds. But here in round 6, I think, first off, can you even survive the spawn peaks here in the last round of the half?
Our top predictors at insert booking website here say no.
For legal reasons, there is no...
Sports betting even allowed in West Virginia?
That's where I was going with this, is that for legal reasons, we will not make any comments on sports betting, because I don't actually remember if it's legal. I'm from Georgia. I don't know if it's legal here or not. But
sports
also...
bet on any of those SEC games?
No comment, legally.
It just means more, right?
Hey, it always just means more. And UGA, unfortunately, is not bringing that right about now. Funny enough, the hashtag here at Concord is bring the passion. So we share some similarities in terms of it means more. You know, it's very,
so since he wins here the Big 12 conference.
We're getting way too far ahead of ourselves. Unfortunately, Cincinnati could not drop a game the entire weekend, and if you say the Big 12 is the best, I think you're crazy. But that's a conversation for maybe after.
Fate was the people said Cincinnati's destiny is in their own hands, and we go off losing to Arizona.
Hey, well,
we're not making the college football playoffs, bro.
Well, if you don't have football, at least you have Rainbow Six Siege, to say the least. So you'll take it if you're a Cincinnati fan. You may be sad every other day, but at least when this team gets to hit any map they choose, you're pretty happy about it. You're very happy about this 4-1 as well, looking to potentially get out of the half of the 5-1. I think it would spell disaster. You'll see these nades roll through to try and fill some space out. Very aggressive play from Cheese Boss. Those nades get a little too far, and all of that, UJ doesn't even get to push in. So you waste 2 nades, you get nothing. Your cursor is literally on Arno's head, but he shoots first. Body is spotted, though, by Goofball, but no major advantage, and running out of time for UGA. You've already wasted 90 seconds. You're just going to be feet spotted there. That's big damage. Cheeseboss will find one on Fox, especially. You're losing a lot of your leaders, and all you got left now in terms of your vocal members is Wolan and the Blackbeard.
Yeah, and
there
not even that anymore. Now it's just Cove and Goofball left to fight some quite disadvantageous angles, and Cincinnati know basically the general area of where they can be found. Not really afraid at this point of trying to swing out and finish the job early as Duck Tolliver want to get out of this first match as soon as possible.
Well, he named himself after Don Tolliver, so let me quote the great Don for a second. I'm finna stand tall in it. I'm all in it.
Wow. I mean, Duck can't really stand tall because he's like 4 feet tall, but
You said it, not me. We've been ragging on Duck, I think, for 99% of the stream for Cincinnati's matchup, and there is still another Cincinnati match on stream to end the night off. Not to mention the night's getting kind of late as well, so you got to be in it for the grind here at the Passion Series. Cincinnati definitely in it for the long haul, and UGA on the other hand, I don't think it's fair to say that they weren't ready for the Passion Series. I think again there is levels to this, and I'm not sure exactly what this Cincinnati roster or UGA roster could do any different to change the outcome. As of right now, it stands 5-1 going into the second half.
I thought it was like 7, but it's
No,
only
it's dark.
yeah, jeez. Winter must be brutal around here.
Yeah, for those of you who obviously can't see our camera feed, which is everybody watching, Botanica just looked out the clouded window behind us, and when we first went live with this best of 2, we had to tone the lighting to match the daytime behind us. Now, whenever you see our faces after this game, you'll notice it is quite dark, to say the least. So nighttime is on us, and it's getting dark for UGA trying to find the end of the tunnel. Not to mention they have to play back-to-back against, give me a second, it is St. Bonaventure that they got to play next.
Hell, both teams might have to try and find the light at the end of the tunnel and drive to their Airbnb.
Shoot, these roads are not very forgiving. The mountains are winding.
These are scary roads,
Yeah,
man.
hey, wait till you see a skinwalker at about 10, 11 o'clock tonight.
I don't think I'm out.
You're gonna find out.
Yeah, we got like a grandma house at our Airbnb. Is that bait?
All right. Is it? Oh man, I don't know. I'm not as much of a West Virginia local. I'm not sure if I even have a comment on it. I mean, I will say that if you've ever watched the, I think the movie is called Grandma's House, or it's something like that, where the kids go to the grandma's house and they get thrown in the oven. That's what I imagine. It's called The Visit. Thank you to one of our photographers,
So
Liv, for giving
blatantly
us.
just not called Grandma's House.
Hey,
they really be making any movie these days, bro.
No, but either way. No, my point is saying that The Visit is kind of what I imagine West Virginia being like. We're like, yeah, you go to your grandma's house, you think you're safe? No, we'll see you in the oven. Botanic, I'll see you in an oven. 5-1 for Cincinnati here in round 7. Again, UGA has not even attempted to, I feel like, up the pace. But with that Thatcher now coming in to break open the office wall, maybe we can see some advantage coming out. But UGA's got to use more utility. Not to mention, they bring out, or sorry, other way around, my bad. Cincinnati looking to up the pace here on the attack. UGA does not have any control over it right now. They've already kind of given up a lot of space. And I was going to say that on that note, that Fox with the Chanka, your job becomes infinitely more important. Trying to make sure that all of your fire bombs can give some space, and Wolan will get some space. It's a 5-4 to start for them.
At least UGA coming out with some of the confidence. Roland able to strike for the first. Takes Arno to down about half. Spots Gilly already with the walk-up. Wolan might not be looking the right way, but who needs Wolan when you got Fox able to secure it from the sidelines? Cincinnati, fast tempo, bites them behind just a little bit, but Wolan might be in a tricky position. Maybe overcommitting just a little bit too much, holding the space. They already have 2 picks secured. Going for more might cause a little bit greed, but at this point, if you're UGA, why not try and go for it all? 2 picks out of Wolan, 1 pick so far out of Fox. Now just Puppy and Arno against 4 and 17 Tachanka fires and 3 smoke gas grenades. If UGA lose this, my God.
Don't say it. Oh, no. Don't say it. 4-1 for UGA, though. You like to think that now it's at the point, and that's double question marks for Fox, by the way. Even Wolan getting in on the action. So UGA may be upping the trash talk. Better late than never, I guess. In the meantime, Arno's going to rotate and try and push a completely different angle. You want to talk about what if? What if we see maybe a 1v1 or a 1v2 out of this? I mean, if Arno can find a pick on the smoke or the Tachanka, we're looking at a slightly different game, but it's got to start right here, making his way towards mezzanine.
Arno, the person to take the first tag of the round. Acts against the wall here. It will be UGA able to secure at the very least the second round. But then again, Cincinnati probably thought they could just pull a fast one. But now's about the time to close it out.
Hey, smiles for UGA. And also, you did say, we talked about predictions, and we were kind of saying it was going to be a dominant Cincinnati win. You said you know their guys, you know their ones to troll. Well, they start out the attacking half, and I do think that was the troll round right there. I think now Cincinnati realizes, hey, let's just get our 2 rounds. Let's keep it moving. We still got, a whole another best of 2 to play later
Attackers need
tonight.
to locate
We definitely
and
want to keep
defuse
things
bombs.
moving. So now, how will they do that? We'll have to see. UGA is going to take over Lab down here in basement.
And we do see the absence of the Tatanka now being replaced by a Pulse and a Denari. You also see the Fenrir being brought out. We see that Smoke, and we see that Osby being brought out as well. And from the side of Cincinnati, Brava being switched out, recognizing that there's really no good PC utility to hack. Opting for that Twitch DMR, obviously going to be pretty good of just demolishing those key
5
barriers,
seconds
but
to go.
always good to have in case there was something like a Goyo lurking close by. Of course, also working really well for those Fenrir mines that are going to deny any pesky entries from the side of Cincinnati, especially if you're Doug Tolliver, always looking to go in first on that Blackbeard field.
And pace of play has been such a big point in this best of 2 that we've talked about. Whereas UGA, it seems like, in both maps, have only gotten a win by playing slow, and then at the last second, they find the right kills, then it's a matter of time. Whereas Cincinnati have found success in both facets. Going full speed, but also slowing it down as well. Now, here on Lair, a map they've been notoriously good at, they look a little sketchy here, losing 2 very early on in this one.
Again, fast tempo, Cincinnati choosing and Duke. It's kind of biting them in the butt a little bit. They're forgetting the fundamentals. Just a very huge hit in the form of losing Arno so early on. There goes basically the entire source of vertical play and just an absolute maze of Kibas. This is Fox's domain. C-Force fly out. Thankfully, Duck Tolliver behind cover because losing the main spearhead of Blackbeard here would really be detrimental to any hopes of Cincinnati looking to claw back into this round, but still, Fox able to patch up any bit of angle and just fall back. You know, they got there too. They recognize it's time to give it up.
Not to mention the utility. You know if it's a chunk at, you are staring at a Fenrir and a Smoke. Even the zombie who doesn't have an extra keep here in just a second. There's still some extra work to do here. And granted, one of the Smokes has been used. 2 of the Fenrirs are currently just kind of chilling. We haven't seen them used just yet, or even found just yet. Not even sure where they are on the map. But Cincinnati pushing it pretty close here as we get to 60 seconds. But this Thermite charge will open up some room.
Point. Ram dead. Might as well try and use whatever piece of utility you have. So there goes the exothermic just to make a regular piece of fur. Played properly. Could provide some sort of solace here, but gives up the angle before able to catch the fallback. And this is just such a hard angle to clear. Smoke on those filter stairs. Able to do so much damage to Cincy. Already superseding their record before. Now 5-3. Favor Cincinnati, but Georgia looking alive round by round.
Wolan as well has really come alive. Wolan is the closest member to the camera on that last team cam of UGA. Fox is the one getting the hypest and the loudest. Also talking with his hands the most in the middle. And UGA has a right to be kind of messing around and having a little bit of fun here. I mean, Cincinnati, I don't think we've seen a true lock-in. I think that last round was maybe a half to a 70% lock-in. But you can obviously correct me if I'm wrong. Those are your guys. But it seems like that was a little bit more serious than the round before. But now, I would imagine, is where we kind of ditch the excuses. You don't want to even let this get close.
Really, I mean, just at this point, it's enough fun in games. You know, no more Mr. Nice Guy.
Either of the Cincinnati members can find their way. The only two, I'm sorry, who have found real success, you're looking at Gilly, you're looking at Cheese Boss. I believe, again, we apologize, the TV is a little small up here. Cheese Boss is 9-3-1, Gilly 8-5-1. But on the UGA side of things, it is the IGLs leading the way for them. It will be Fox, who is 5-4-1 on the lower side, and then dead even, but still doing a lot of damage. Wolan, who is 6-6-2. So, UGA, again, finding room by any means necessary, though the stat sheet may not favor them. Everything else, when the moment comes down to it, dogs have found their way. You mentioned that they may be in the doghouse. I think they're kicking their feet up right now. They're only a few rounds away from really making it their own.
Kicking their
feet up to run that phone cord, telling all their SEC friends, look guys, we're doing it. As Arno will be taking a commanding stance over that operations side of the map. However, UGA, very conscious, just not really fight it right off rip. Maybe shoot a few drones, fall back, try and waste as many resources while committing as little resources as possible. Now that smoke kind of separating Arno from the rest of the pack.
For Gilly comes out again. Nothing out of the ordinary, and here comes all the util in the world. I believe that's 3 different bee swarms finding their way in. Duck just walks in for free. That phone is too dang loud, and the ringtone completely blocks the noise.
Boss sitting behind this smoke. Tried to be very lethal, but everybody kind of playing behind Tuck for UGA. That C4 almost hitting right on the mark, but smoke dissipated now. Yanmar still holding close by, as well as another player over by security area, able to be Fox. Domes, Cheese Boss instantly, but about 2 committed to shots on the Monty, and now everything falling apart for Georgia. Said Cincinnati was time for them to get serious, and they've done just that. Goofball leading out slowly. It's only Woland left, minute left on the clock. 1 smoke gas grenade left to his name. In just an absolute pinch from all sides from the Bearcats. Ready to close this one out.
It's exactly what you wish for if you're a Cincinnati fan. You're like, all right, guys, hey, let's keep it down in terms of that round differential. Again, here in the best of 2s, it is not as cut and dry as head-to-head for every single matchup. Obviously, if Cincinnati take care of business in the last game of the night, whenever they play St. Bonaventure, then it doesn't matter for them. But even if everything goes wrong, you got to make sure your round differential is the next best tiebreaker and also is the highest possible thing that you can grab. So we sit at 6-2, looking for a 7-2 if you're Cincinnati. Botanic is making gestures of 6-7 in the background, so apologies for the mental state of the stream. We still got 2 more games after this as well, Botanic, so I hope you're locked. It's been a long day for both these teams as well, as they have just been traveling all over the place. As obviously we can see that the next round has started. We're gonna get in that gameplay, ideally right now. And shout out to our producers who are obviously staying on top of everything that they can. Do a great job. We appreciate their work, along with our graphics and our photo and our video team, who I think when you guys get to watch the Concord Esports social media pages, which some of the reels have already been posted, Botan, you'll see your guys on there soon. It's just Concord Esports on all socials. We've been posting shorts and reels about all of the teams. We've been asking them things like, recognize this operator by the voice lines. We've been asking them things like this or that in terms of R6 operators. How would you describe an operator with 1 word? We've done that as well, and that's a big thank you to both Cody and CMOS leading the charge on that. And again, we love getting to interact with these guys. I have never gotten to meet Duck in person until today. Big honor. And really, Botanic, you're the only guy in the R6 community I've gotten to talk to consistently.
He ain't big, that's for sure. Not in terms of stature. So more like a fun-sized honor.
I'll keep my sentimental points away because Botanic is absolutely not here for it when it comes to fun size, Duck. But what is not fun size is the comeback that UGA is going to have to try and make here in this one. 30 seconds in. Here comes Cincinnati trying to up the pace successfully once again. We're going to find some early room here, but things are getting pretty dicey. How about a run out? Big damage for Woland, whose confidence has come out of nowhere here on the second half of Layer. But with his back against the wall, can he lead this team to another round victory?
Just gotta try and throw Hail Marys. You know, you gotta analyze those percentage gunfights and then always take the worst percentage because there's the highest reward possible. It is Fox as well, getting a little bit aggressive by that bathroom side. That's the Chichanka. Maybe not recommendable given he has the most amount of utility on his belt. Stall out Cincinnati in those later stages of the round. So far, that UGA playing very disciplined. However, on that Aurora, is Doug Tolliver able to start setting up down below on those rocket stairs. Arno eating a meaty tag, but still forever being an important point of pressure for Cincinnati. Minute 30 left on the clock. There's lots of pressure applied. Doug Tolliver, but it is beyond Mario to find Arno and get those bodies shot in. It will be a double for him. Instantly traded back for Gilly.
Not to mention the Ascon. That as well. Flash will go out and try and take a little bit more space. Cincinnati still is in a position to bring this back. They can just try and clear out the other half of Mezzanine. Puppy will at least start that by taking out Fox. Plant could go down. Nitro is within range. Will find Mr. Duck Tolliver, and Duck unfortunately goes down. Cincinnati now going to be in a really tough spot. Can Puppy do anything here?
With that HP, the answer is no, and honestly, this is just some solid defenses all around coming up from Georgia. Cincinnati almost skipping a few steps there into 3v3. I mean, I've seen them play that spot before. That's just honestly one of the most, if they're not swinging us, where could they be spots of that bomb site. Cincinnati with 50 seconds left to play with, they got ahead of themselves. They took a C4 to the face for it, and well, Georgia clawing this one back.
Again, you will take it by any means, because again, that round differential is going to become really important if things go wrong or right, depending on which side of it you are on. I think UGA winning a map against Cincinnati would be, I think, objectively a wrong outcome, but only because of how funny and how absurd it would be. As you saw Cincinnati briefly there in their face cams, they are absolutely locked in, and I think, again, we keep talking about when is the point where there's no more games. We thought it was going to be last round. Things fall apart. I think now, Cincinnati, you don't even want to give UGA a shot. And if we go 6-6, who knows what happens? We almost watched Virginia Tech lose Mississippi State when they let things get out of hand. So can Cincinnati learn from their mistakes of their fellow top-seeded counterpart, or will they end it here?
Can only wait and see. You know, maybe Cincinnati at this point wanted to stop with the tricks and the gimmicks, maybe diss the stuff like the Aurora, and just bring it back to basics. You get your heart breach, you get your shield, roam clear, and you get your flank watch. That's all what you need, and you just power the map together as a team.
I'm surprised that nobody's over there playing Missile. It's a little confusing that there isn't anybody trying to watch it, but a very tight angle being held regardless. I believe that was the defender. I didn't catch exactly who it was just yet. UGA, though, already dropping down to the bottom floor, giving up a lot of space very early on in this round. With your backs against the wall, it's a bold move, but I think UGA is trying to stick to the stronger in numbers philosophy. Gridlock will block off those stairs. Cincinnati's going to do the exact same thing.
Once again, the drone work not exactly working out for Cincy. Thankfully, Duck Tolliver with the frag before it really gets out of hand. Will be Cove just sticking by, hugging the corner, but it might be a hard clear from Arno with the Blackbeard if he's not careful, and receiving a grenade to ensue. But Cincy for now refocusing their attention deeper into the bomb site, and up above we have Woland. We've seen how much overcommitting on the roam bite him in the butt over on Nighthaven. Hopefully doesn't leave his teammates high and dry. This minute 30 scenario here. And a C4 from Myanmar might stall out the Bearcats just for a little bit longer, but here's what I'm talking about, the hard clear, now the nade. Man, disadvantage for Cincy, but no choice but to ADS. He's able to find the kill on Arna, but he gets traded up by the frag grenade. Minute left on the clock here. One smoke, one line call is all they have to their name.
I am appalled at the timing. I thought for sure we were going to see Arno hold on to that Blackbeard advantage and just wait until the grenade actually went off and got some damage. But I can understand trying to catch him in the run, but what a mind game. At least a slight mind game from Cove there. And now UJ in a really good spot to keep that momentum moving, but not if you lose the Denari of Goofball, whose gadgets have almost all been completely taken out. Once again, UGA has a Solus up above, but of all the players left at the bottom, you kind of have double wall hacks going on here. This is not a bad dynamic. UGA are not in an awful spot. Not to mention it's a 1v3, really a 1v2. So I don't think they're going to be able to get Goofball up, but I don't even think they know where this Lion is. And just when they find him, now Plant will go down, I think almost entirely safely. Fake is there. And now is it going to be Duck, one of the veterans of the scene, to bring it all back down in here? He's gonna be a game of cat and mouse. Big damage, big flank around, drop shot from Myanmar, and UGA 1 round away from forcing overtime.
Comeback is very much in progress. Not solidified, but it's
Just 1 round.
It's more like a gelatin state at this point. Not quite solid, but
not quite dissipated either.
From what we expect from Cincinnati, I'm right there with you. Is that I want to believe, and is that a Cincinnati timeout? I believe that we are seeing. It seems like that's exactly what it is. So Cincinnati making sure that there is no confusion, there is no rush, there is not even a lick of miscommunication. You have to make sure that you handle business here. You do not want to open the door to a UGA who is not only keeping it comeback, is that it's not like we've been going back and forth. And like Cincinnati is like looked good, looked bad, looked good, looked bad. No, it's that they are in a slump right now on this back half of layer, and maybe there is a reason UGA picked this map.
And these are the kind of rude awakenings you like to see, especially from you know, teams who might get complacent, teams who might think they can just come in, stroll through the competition, and it keeps you humble. At the end of the day, ego is the enemy, as they say.
True. And again, the only way that you get to start in a comfortable position in bracket is by getting a
Attackers
higher
need to
seed.
locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
The worst days, you make it out of your groups without dropping a map. Or even if you drop one map, it's not normally a big deal. But we go from best of twos today to then best of ones for almost all of playoffs tomorrow. Only upper finals, losers finals, and grand finals are best of three. So these games matter, and even though yes, they are purely for seeding, and you could argue that they don't, I think emotionally they do matter, especially for the other four schools who aren't consistent contenders in CR6. They're all fighting for something here, and for one of them, for Bonaventure, they don't even get to play in CR6. They're fighting for more than just a little bit of ego here and there. This is to put their school on the map.
I mean, where else to show up but LAN, and UGA very much taken to that call to action right now. An unproven roster. Now an opportunity to really swing at the big leagues here. Forcing overtime. Job not quite done yet. Cincinnati. Pressure on them now.
Big leagues are definitely calling. And for UGA, they used to be the big leagues. They have had a CR6 championship in the program's history, but not this specific roster's history. UGA are 6 maybe champions, but there's a lot of new legacy to fight for, and UGA have had a tough time finding a new path to new legacy. But man, a win over Cincinnati just to at least bring this to a draw would be a really big deal for this program. Again, not to mention the run that they have been on, but all it takes is one bad round and you can kiss it goodbye and no one's gonna care. All they're gonna see is Cincinnati 2-0. Semi-good damage here from Goofball from down below, and he will knock him out regardless, but then Cheese Boss runs into the axe of Cincinnati with the R4C, and it could be extended into even more. Duck is getting awfully close, did drone him out, and now is aware of his position.
Out. Saw UGA died of this from Duck, but unfortunately the shotgun from Vertical not really going to sing for the Bulldogs, and it's only Fox up against the Bearcats right now. Finds the first on the Cheese Blossom plant. Will be able to go down safely. Killing the Cheese, maybe just a consolation prize at this point. As back against the wall. Whole case left to defuse. A whole 3 standing Bearcats left to deal with. And only 29 seconds left to do so. As you said, it was a great run here, but it'll just be a 2-0 on the scoreboard at the end of the day. Cincinnati walks away.
Tech did it as well. Good map 1, and then a random overtime that you may think looks dangerous. Or sorry, not a random overtime, but they went to overtime. Cincinnati almost goes OT. Either way, a close map to close out the best of 2. You will absolutely take it. You would love to keep your record absolutely spotless, and Cincinnati on a good track. You only got to win 2 more maps to make sure that can happen.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, just honestly great effort there from UGA. I was liking a lot of the things they were putting together. They were keeping Cincinnati humble. You know, they were even staying very disciplined themselves, especially in those man advantage or in low time scenarios. They were holding crosses. They were making sure they were staying tucked. They were allowing Cincinnati to come to them, and a lot of times it was Cincinnati's hubris that really was the key Achilles heel that managed to swipe a few rounds under the rug from them. But now I think
for an incredible match. I think we have some incredible sponsors to thank as well. No,
Yeah, absolutely. How about we bring up our wonderful list of sponsors? There is 6 individual groups that Edge, West Virginia Army National Guard, NZXT, Star 95 FM, First Community Bank, and Children First. We deeply appreciate all 6 of your involvement within Concord Esports and also within the Passion series. But production, bring us back to our face cams. You can tell that we are drained out. It's also very dark outside, as you'll see in the background behind us whenever it comes back. Which again, if you were watching this best of 2 at the beginning, it was very bright. Now you don't see any light coming from the outside, and the night is still young. 2 more best of 2s to go, and I hope you enjoy the absolute shit show that me and Botanic call high level casting. This is what CR6 is all about. This is what R6 is all about. This is what college esports is all about. We'll be right back with the 5th match of the day.
What's up, everybody? I'm Sino, that's Happy. Today, we bring you our matchup a little bit more delayed than usual. We apologize. It's not a land without technical difficulties. Happy, how are you feeling after a very long break? You were on the first shift, and now your break is so over. You get to cast again.
Yeah, we're back. We're back for a very different group than I was able to look at before. Earlier, I was getting a look at one group with VT and EKU. And this time around, we get a look at Cincy's group, but without Cincy. So we can probably end up seeing who's going to take the 2nd seed out of this group. Because, Cincy feels like the #1 team at this LAN, especially when you compare to who was in their group. But I'm still excited to see between these two who's going to come out on top.
Now, the fact that Akron isn't at this LAN is amazing because we can finally see somebody, except for the Tier 2 Warlords, go absolutely nuclear at one of these LANs. And for one of the last games of Round Robin, we will have Mississippi State versus Bonaventure University. They are going to finally get themselves in the game. And let's take a look at the venues that they will have to be playing on today to maximize their ability to get themselves on the board, on the table, and to try to get the best seeding possible.
Yeah, when it comes to what maps we're going to play today, it's still going to be best of 2 like we've been doing through the first 2 series so far. But the last series we've gotten word is not going to be a best of 2. It's just going to be 1 because we're so far behind on the day. And those last 2 teams have just decided that it's not worth it to even bother. So we will still see 2 maps through this series regarding Bonaventure and Mississippi State. So it'll be very exciting to see what ends up happening. We're going to get right into the game. Or it is, wait. It should still be. Oh, no, it's UGA. It's not Mississippi State. I totally messed that up. I told you the wrong teams.
It's okay. You know what?
That's so
I'm just
on me.
happy. No, it's okay. You know why? Because we're watching the game. That is all that
True.
matters. I'm just happy that we get to cast
Yeah.
now.
Our maps are Sky and Labs, by the way. So.
There we go. Yeah, I read that little overlay. Let's go. Let's get it doing. But
Nice.
still, as it stands right now, I think I haven't had the pleasure of casting both of these teams earlier today, but the common problem that we've been seeing for some of these teams is their delayed ability to get themselves on the board, and once they start to face immense amounts of pressure earlier in the game, they just topple over and just kind of let the large margin be built against them with little to no protest. So I feel like for both sides here, to be able to start off on a map like Labs to the best of your ability, you need to be able to just come out the game. God damn it. I'm sorry. I just read the all chat. Did we just get fakes?
Oh, we just got baited. We just got baited.
I was about to let a long sigh. Oh, thank God. I mean, after what seemed to be a very close rehost, it looks like UGA is gonna cancel that and approach.
I actually, you, dude, that's just the pain in your voice when you were.
I read it, dude. I was about to cry.
You actually you almost just sobbed real tears.
Hey man, it's okay. You know why? Because we get to watch Siege at the end of the day. But
we do.
I mean, UGA going with exactly no. Well, Yeah, no, you're right. They went for a little bit of a different approach. Instead of going for a direct take onto IT, opening up that breach, they'll take in Myanmar to go in from the basement, work his way up through EXO, and then funnel into storage where he can help out this Thermite in opening this breach. That vertical aspect, very easy to take care of. That electric wire, making it very simple for Thermite to get that breach open. And now St. Bonaventure need to catch this player off guard to be able to get themselves on the board for the first.
Already pressuring Raptors very heavily is Wolin. That's Wolin. That's what that says. I couldn't tell if that. I just couldn't tell if that Wolin was his name or if his name was San or what was it. But I know that Irish is going to be the first one dead. Well, whether you're talking about the caster or the player, he's very typically first picked quite often, it would seem, as that guy terrorizes my ranked stacks quite frequently. But very different from the guy who's in the lobby. Irish Fight 85 will be the first one to go down for St. Bonaventure. And with a minute to go, UGA already in a pretty solid spot. They have a lot of the control they could possibly ask for, and pretty much nothing is going to stop them from moving straight into the site, other than these couple players who are very much out in the open and two players who are already gone.
UGA really utilizing that snowball effect to walk in through blue. Now all of the HSC is there, so it's very simple for Cove to be able to just put that case down with that cross being held. Myanmar shuts out Sun, who's trying to flank, and now it's just IGB left by his lonesome in connector. So many angles to cover, so many ones you want to isolate, but with that C4 in hand, you better hope to God you can take care of this shield up before he gets close to you. C4 sent short onto the pillar, and a very easy shot there. It'll be a very easy round for the attackers to get themselves on the board.
You put it well. Very easy. Felt like they got all the control that they could have asked for. They were able to flush everybody out of rafters. Minimally contested. They did get a kill in that process as well. They were able to get control of top water stairs. Minimally contested. With that control, they're able to pressure into the site very quickly, and basically nothing can be done about that. St. Bonaventure clearly, at least based off that very first round, are going to be punching a bit above their weight in terms of how this map has already gone. It isn't even their pick either. They got to choose to start on that defense side, but this is UGA choosing to take us to labs. Despite it not being the closest against Cincy, I think even getting a few rounds off of Cincinnati is not something to scoff at, given the prowess of that team. I had initially thought that it would be Cincy kind of cakewalking their way through this entire group, but UGA put up a solid fight in that series and are already looking very solid against St. Bonaventure to start. We're going to have to see a lot more active contesting from St. Bonaventure and forcing UGA into some uncomfortable gunfights, because just there it felt like UGA, every fight they took was a fight they were very happy with.
Now, with this basement site being the attacking point for UGA, the main idea should be to establish verticality, clear any roamers, and then from there use that as your go button to just get into sight. But the fact is, you have this Deimos. Now, he might not directly counter this Vigil. Being able to use him in general to locate certain operators might assist in your ability to play verticality here. But for now, the bodies game and teaming up to get upstairs and take care of this Vigil should be the main idea, because once we see roamers allowed to have full reign of the uppermost floors and get them as much real estate as they can really establish, then we kind of just see them terrorize the attacking team, because they'll be looking over their shoulders constantly. But with these consistent drones flying in through main lobby and eventually going up to electrical as well, they are just looking for this first man to clear out.
Still yet to find them. This is a good defensive progression here from St. Bonaventure, forcing UGA to go very slow early. Georgia still takes some good control over that kitchen side, starting to work their way into the first floor, but they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here. This is exactly what St. Bonaventure wanted them to do, and they will surely have a plan to spring this trap as UGA shows themselves to be on the first floor, because St. Bonaventure are up on the second floor, but Wolin's able to take down Elfinite, though Irish able to come back in with a major pick to keep it at 1-for-1 man count. But it looks like this roam game is actually going to fall back to the site instead, other than Breaker. He's still on the roam, just about to present himself to be an issue.
Gonna make a joke about Irish always having a beer in hand, the caster, not the player, but feels like not the right time to do so. Breaker
Not
had
wrong.
the ability to get a good flank on the board, but is going to be located up by the Air Jabs Cove halfway through a plant, but is going to cancel it to isolate the one and will win it. Now, there is going to be a cross being watched from the main breach here. Myanmar picks up a kill of his own, and now it's IGB and Breaker left by their lonesome to be able to try to isolate the players on the case. The first man falls in the site, and it's Breaker fighting out from the depths of EXO. As he's picked off, there's a three-way cross coming in from the site in verticality, and it's very easy for the attackers to continue to build up this margin.
Felt like St. Bonaventure didn't really have the best idea of a win condition to play for in that round. They had a 4-on-4, and they have 2 players up on the second floor, and instead of really pressuring anybody on Georgia, they didn't really do anything with that control. It felt like they were just kind of roaming upstairs for the sake of it, to try and maybe kill anybody if they walked right at them. But that wasn't what UGA did. They walked around the roam game to pressure above the site. And even though St. Bonaventure had the control above Georgia, pressuring the objective, they didn't really do anything with that control. They just kind of were like, they got the first floor. Oh well, we'll pack it up, get back to the site, and see if we can retake. Even though they could have very easily tried to kill either the player holding that 90 window or any of the players on the verticality. Maybe from the hatch, from that second floor looking down into lounge, they could have done something. But no, they just kind of played the second floor, just hoping someone would walk right at them. And when that didn't happen, they walked back to the objective, and Georgia just took around their control and were allowed to get everything that they wanted out of that round. So St. Bonaventure going to need to start to get a little more active to hold some of this map control away from Georgia.
I apologize for just laughing in the middle of your point there. Kind
I
of
didn't
caught
hear
me
you.
off guard. Oh, well, I saw UJ's player cams, and somebody's mic was at like a 90-degree angle. I'm just really wondering how the comms are relayed when it's pointed at the lower half of your body. But it seems to be working. I mean, UGA have been rapid, whether it's finding the first kill or just really applying that pressure onto site here. You've had very, very successful gap hitters like Cove and Local, while players like Wolin and Mymar kind of just draw the attention away from the players who are trying to find said gap. And UGA really just taking their time on their executes. When they realize that there is going to be a gap or a mistake being made by St. Bonaventure, they'll jump on it, but the key is it's always in a timely fashion. It's never too fast and it's never too slow. And I feel like St. Bonaventure are really going to have to be able to rise to the task of getting in the way of UGA before they build up a margin, because if they switch onto the attacking with a large deficit, I feel like this map is going to be over very fast.
And so far, the attackers themselves already making solid progress. They're doing pretty much everything they were doing last time, getting underneath first, trying to use that to break the bandit wires out from underneath the objective. As 2 players stacked up on the same mute jammer, that's never something you love to see this early in the round. But with that pressure downstairs, they're going to force a lot of defenders away. They're also going to walk straight into Elephant and take Elephant. Elephant. That's my final answer as to how to pronounce that. And get a really good opening kill onto him. The angle onto Irish Fight as well is going to prevent the reinforcement from going down on Rafters Wall. 2 kills early for Georgia, and yet to find a response for St. Bonaventure.
After a flurry of kills, it's just St. Bonaventure to continue to lose the bodies. They have nothing going in their favor. There was a man downed, but he fell to a frostmat. He'll be immobilized until the round will end. The groans that he will put out, the blood trails that he'll leave, makes it easier for him to be picked off by St. Bonaventure, but still a 4v2 with the overall cross being held. The B chassis is all they have intact. In A site is all but St. Bonaventure's. They have to be able to get aggressive and fight back here, but with these crosses being held from Blue, from Rafters, you would expect these two to fall very fast, but Breaker puts a stop to it, gets that first kill, but IGB goes down to 1 HP and doesn't dare to cross, otherwise he will be shut out very, very fast. The second swing, they'll continue to miss their shots oh so close, while Breaker continues to fight out from the depths of Pillar. The fact that this is so close is crazy. The plant is still down. These players need to park out and just play the time here. Breaker tries to isolate, but the third time was the charm. The fourth is just going to lead to your death. And still a 3-0 lead. These attackers are taking the lead and running away with it.
Yeah, Fox almost bottled it there out of the 2 versus 5, so it was a good opportunity for St. Bonaventure to get back into that round. But it generally feels like they're not really contesting UGA early enough. It's not that they're losing the fights when they're happening, it's just that they're not really choosing the pattern on which these fights are happening. It feels like they're letting UGA walk at them and take fights at whatever pace they want, constantly falling back, constantly choosing to take the passive option instead of actively contesting Georgia. And Georgia are getting way too much space to work with and forcing St. Bonaventure into these very awkward positions. Once you give up rafters and top water, it is pretty much impossible to continue to hold command center. And yet St. Bonaventure are giving up both of those spots on the map consistently and then still trying to hold command center, because what else do you really have to do? So I've said it a couple times now, hoping to see St. Bonaventure get really active instead of just sitting back and waiting for UGA to push it to them. Maybe, that mute could go play top water stairs. You don't have a shield to play behind, but you could even just give it a try, right? Maybe you could keep the Azami on rafters for longer. Tell her to play to die in that position, maybe find a kill or two, right? It's scary, but at a certain point, you've got to start doing some scary things, because right now you're kind of backing away from a lot of these early and mid-round fights, and it's consistently not working.
Yeah, and there's genuinely so many different ideas that you can bring to holding this site. I mean, I think it was the reload event where we saw either Furia or one of the Brazilian teams just bring a castle, put at the bottom of the double, one on the top, and then stack a warden shield in Waterfall itself, and they would just sit close with a shotgun and pick off one by one. You just need to do what it takes to waste the clock off of UGA, because as of now, St. Bonaventure is playing on UGA's time, and we are realizing that very easy because they are struggling to find the kills. They are struggling to find the bodies that they need to be able to hold these attackers at bay. And the margin being built up against them isn't going to help as well, because the snowball effect we've seen really starts to negatively impact collegiate teams once they switch off that halftime.
We're already halfway through the first half, and after this first quarter, so to speak, it's UGA already 3-0 up, already making good progress into the map in round number 4 as well. They're running back this second floor site, and it's UGA, again, pretty much uncontested in trying to take a lot of this control, though this time around they're actually going to go at it from the connector side of things, at least based on where Wolin is starting to get into the building from. And it seems like there's more of an effort to contest this early on, but that might also just be a lurk, because they are still trying to heavily prioritize that IT side of things. They're going to get that wall open once more, and they bring along the Tubarão this time to try and trick stuff, but no more bandit batteries in pocket for Sun, as well as the heavy threat of Buck underneath means that all this is going to do is delay about 20 more seconds. And better than nothing for St. Bonaventure, but you've got to have something beyond that in terms of finding a pick or maintaining some control near the site.
I mean, it's just the same types of rounds in different formats. Electrical fell way too early in the round, Happy, and they're going to pay the price for it. Irish just gets shot in the back completely unaware, and there's just so many gaps being hit at the same time. I mean, you get the IT breach open, you expect people to swing off of the IT door. Now,
Yeah,
Breaker
12.
capitalizing off of his Raptors position, and yeah, he's using the ACS. I don't know why. I don't know what reason you would use this slug shotgun, but Local's going to punish him because he's not even looking in his direction. All of the health being shaved off of St. Bonaventure has been in the long range, and they haven't even been aware of the positions being swung out here. IGB has the most critical position this whole game, but being affected by that flash, it's very easy to Wolin to just swing off of that information, but will not, and his teammate will refrag later in the round by taking care of Local. Now they have the position of Elephant, but still, there's so much to do to be able to get to his position without dying.
And still stuck in this corner is IGB. He's heavily known here, though, so I'd imagine they're going to find this pick and then quickly turn that into a 2 versus 3, probably the execute soon to come thereafter.
Oh,
It's
no.
almost what happens. IGB does end up dying eventually.
Double kill from Wolin goes big, being able to break open that site. Elephant gave his team that promising chance, but the resilience from the team is so beautiful to be able to realize that this man is playing lone by himself in this corner, and he's able to just run up those stairs of blue and just shoot him in the back, and that's another backstab kill, if I'm not mistaken. How many backstab kills did we have that on? 3 or 4?
It was a lot, and it feels like that round, a lot of spreading out from UGA, a lot of taking up a lot of different spots on the map. And I feel like that's a really good example of what I've been talking about, where if you are getting very aggressive, if you're not really contesting a lot of map control actively, that's what could happen. But contesting map control more actively than they were would have been the key for St. Bonaventure. I'm watching IGB there. Think about how good of a position they would have been in if he just, before the flashbang comes through from the Habana, swung into Electrical, took that fight on his own initiative, and was able to find the kill with the shotty. Yes, it's risky, but the upside is that you end up in a 3 versus 2 with control of electrical, and the last two players are coming from very predictable angles. And you're basically only risking, what, losing a fight close range against a Bearing as someone with an M590? That's a fight you should be winning. So if he was able to take that fight sooner and force it on his own terms, it could have been good. But instead, he gets flashed out, everybody IDs him, and he gets a fight forced against him on UGA's terms. And that's not going to work out too well for him in that position. Could have gone a lot better if he had tried to take some initiative there. And generally, I feel like that's still the theme so far from St. Bonaventure.
Now the mid-floor take, the site, I really hope it goes to the favor of St. Bonaventure. I mean, after all the tech issues today, I would really hope that we have a longer game of Siege. We get to see the team's quality being tested, but I feel like UGA are just really putting down the law right here. They're just laying down the rules that they want, and St. Bonaventure is kind of just complying. We're really not seeing any form of resistance here. I mean, we see the initial ideas from players like Breaker and Elephant, but still just 1 or 2 kills around isn't going to translate into a round win. You guys have to be able to show us that you're willing to address the take in its entirety and not just one single piece of it. The gaps that have been opened up by UGA have been insane. As you can see, Cove has gotten a kill on the other side of the map. He is on Waterfall, and in the meantime, Woolen is looking to just walk into sight here as he sits in garage, managed to take care of Irish, and now looks to take care of the other man in sight as he's in control. If this mute falls happy, it's going to be a very easy plant for these attackers with little to no contest.
It's a big if. Already had 2 of his teammates fall. Now he's identified in that corner. Wolin's so ready for this, and though he's getting shot by others, look at how coordinated this UGA attack is. Breaker finally in for something, and Elephant is in for more. It's a 2 versus 5 this was, Sino. It's already fallen to only be a 1-man advantage for Georgia.
We've seen them being able to bring back these deficits, and that's exactly what they're going to do. It's always Elephant, whatever his name is, and
Oh, is it
Breaker
Elephant?
in these situations. That's what I thought it was.
It's probably
But,
Elephant.
we saw how it's only these 2 players, 3 and 5 and 5 and 4, the only 2 who have been getting their kills when it mattered, but not enough to convert here. Now, that plant is going down. Praise where praise is being due. Nice shot in the all chat, but is it really going to matter? Breaker eating a full stun and a 2-way cross being held. All they have to do is just sit and wait, because once you factor in that counter defuse time as well, Breaker has no opportunity, no chance except for to just swing and hope to God at least 1 bullet will land. And that will be a continuous lead for UGA as they go up 5-0.
It's weird. I'm like, it looks like it's Elephant. It feels like it should be Elephant, but it's not ELL, it's EIL, which doesn't seem like it'd be pronounced L. It sounds like it'd be pronounced I. I'm going to call him Elephant because it's easier, but hopefully that's not wrong.
I'm going to call him SBU.
We can ask, no, that's the whole team. We can ask our buddy TJ to go ask him in between maps, but yeah, starting to seem like more of a broken record. But I want to actually turn this instead to being very like a positive thing about UGA. They're very good at resetting when they find information about players on St. Bonaventure, and then taking really good fights in that they're doing it at the same time. Last round, you talked so much about that mute that's last alive in storage. If he dies, then the round will fall from there. And instead of overheating, because you're up 4-0, and then in the round you're up 5 versus 3, you have every reason to feel confident about your individual abilities. It would have been so easy for them to 1 by 1 walk at the guy in storage and force bad fights and give him a way back into that round. But they recognize the mute inside of storage, and UGA call for each other for help. They call on each other for a little bit of assistance. They're able to get a player from upstairs. I believe the Buck was holding vertical angles. They were walking him down from inside the site, maybe even from multiple angles on that same floor. And then, like I said, the Buck, the one to find that kill. So they're very good when they spot these. They also did in round number 4 when they spotted out IGB in that spot right next to electrical doorway. They send the Buck at him from below while the Habana is also applying pressure from electrical door, and the player on rafters is applying a lot of pressure as well. When St. Bonaventure are giving them this space, they are consistently making the smart plays and playing off of each other, and I'm very impressed to see that coordination out of a 5-man stack that hasn't necessarily been on my radar in terms of the collegiate scene.
Yeah, you know what? You couldn't have said it better. I feel like the coordination really has taken me by surprise with their ability to be able to say, this isn't working, we're going to reset and really take our time to be able to go back to the drawing board and talk about what we can do better to be able to pick apart this defense. And it's actually been working out. This has been the most dominant map I've seen today. I think it was earlier, I was watching VT, I think it was Virginia Tech versus, if I'm not mistaken, MSU. And MSU won 7-1. It's been a dominant game. It's been a dominant map after teams realize the key to the other team's defense is really just taking your sweet old time and realizing that not everything has to be fast paced. You just need to be able to get one cohesive kill, one ability, one gap to find, and then from there you're able to capitalize on it. Now, an insane amount of sportsmanship from the side of UGA is it's just nice shot almost every single time one of them die. Breaker opening up the bad curse by being able to get first blood here, but IGB currently 0-6 gets refragged soon after.
Yeah, IGB, the last person in the server to get on the board.
Doc.
You never love that. It's a very, very tough role to have, and that's only going to mean the pressure is mounting on him specifically as the series goes on. You can't go home without having gotten a kill, right? And this is St. Bonaventure's first series of the day, as I believe they're playing in the next one. But still, you can't go home. You're not even going to go home yet. Even if you lose both your games today, you're going to be in the playoffs tomorrow. But you don't want to go a whole day without getting a kill, and that starts by even just getting on the board at all on Labs. It's UGA's pick, and clearly a map they're very comfortable on. What St. Bonaventure need to focus on is trying to get the individuals to feel a little more confident, and that's not going to help, as Elephant will go down to your local Fox. UGA at the man advantage once more. Oof.
Timeout seems to have done absolutely nothing here. Breaker still doing Breaker things. He was consistent before the timeout and still will be after as he continues to hit those shots, but still the gaps are being found one by one. UGA putting that plant down. The air jab is temporarily going to halt Wamai from playing that vertical to be able to deny this plant, but with the breach cross being held from outside, a man in sight and the rest are watching the cross into EXO. This three-way cross is usually unbreakable here, as St. Bonaventure are learning this the hard way. George are really starting to build up this pressure as Breaker is left by himself to be able to isolate each and every one. He's on a triple, needs the ace to be able to shut it out, but Cove, he's there and ready to refrag his teammate, and that is a perfect attack, and now it will be match point for UGA.
Clearly, they picked Labs for a reason. This is a very dominant showing on the attacking side.
Oh my God.
Not the side that's favored either. Not by UGA, and definitely not by St. Bonaventure, as they chose to start off on that defensive side. I'd imagine if UGA got the chance, they would have chosen that as well, because they picked into the map. St. Bonaventure, the Bonnies, got the chance to choose which side they wanted to start on. And this is a pretty rough start to your LAN as a whole. You choose that defensive side of Labs, and 6 rounds in, you are still yet to hop on the board. Breaker has individually been quite impressive, but other than him, it's a lot of players who are yet to show up on the board and really feel like they're not taking a ton of initiative to take some of these fights. But UGA are definitely making a statement that close series against Cincy wasn't just close because Cincy wasn't locked in just yet, and because Cincy, maybe they struggle when they first show up to these lands, they get powered up as the lands go on. It's not the only reason why it might have been a close series. It was also pretty close because UGA are a very formidable team in their own right, and the first chance they get against other competition, they are going to show you that.
I agree, and honestly, again, I'll say it time and time again, without Akron playing in this LAN, I feel like anything can happen. It was at Butler that it was a very stacked upper half of the playoff bracket where it was Akron versus Cincy, either in the quarter or the semifinals, which meant two of the strongest teams weren't going to play each other's in the grands. And being able to see these teams play to their best potential without the shadow of a team like Akron, who's able to compete in a Tier 2 event like Element, is kind of refreshing to see. I mean, I've seen upsets all day. I've seen interesting games all day, and we've seen tech pauses all day. It's been an interesting time to see how these teams are really willing to adapt to the conditions that they have. You'll see teams that come into this tournament with cold hands because they get a game later on in the day and they'll only play out one map before they get to play against a team who's been playing for 4 maps. It's a bunch of different conditions here in St. Bonaventure. I really hope by that second map they have approached the the drawing board on what they can do differently to be able to really fix up their ability to play this game out. But a beautiful clear from them allows them to get first blood on the board and take care of a critical operator for UGA.
Yeah, nice shots. Nice plays from Elephant. Still not 100% sure. Every time I
Elephant?
read the name, I feel like it's different.
Should we just try something different every time? Elephant.
Honestly, that could be a fun way to stay interested in the game. Or crazy
What?
play from Wolin, but he will end up dying right after. And I think if we didn't switch away, there was going to be body shooting. But that is it. One heck of an attempt from from Wolin. They are still going to be at a man disadvantage though, UGA, and they're kind of just chucking bodies right at the St. Bonaventure attack. And it's working out. St. Bonaventure at least showing that when they're given great opportunities at taking fights, they're still good enough to win them. So they are not the kind of team you can just completely disrespect and get away with it, as they have gotten away from the first half of the round with a man advantage.
Where's the class shield? Does she have it in her hands? There it is. I was really wondering why she's just running around with her gun down, but they still have to deal with the clash, and that is going to be very annoying to have to do, especially when it can act like a Mira. Just you can both see the angles, but you don't know when she's going to swing and where. It's just a problem, especially on an area like that connect or rotate. And with players on like local on the board here, he has been going crazy in the server, and he is not scared to get his hands dirty by just swinging out. And I think with these players on the board, anything is possible. But for St. Bonaventure, the main idea should be prioritizing your Blackbeard to get into the site without dying here, especially with that dash ability. And as the taser goes live, anybody who gets on the receiving end of it is going to be temporarily stunned. But as all the utility they have in their pockets are going to be thrown at this pillar side, Breaker is going to funnel in through Electrical, win his first gunfight, take a couple of ticks of damage, but nothing to put him in a critical position here. Myanmar takes care of Elephant, but instantly will be refragged out, and Cove is going to be on live pings, is able to seek refuge behind the shield, but it doesn't matter when the player's walking in through Electrical. Finally, St. Bonaventure get themselves on the board, and the game and its end is going to be delayed temporarily.
How about this from Breaker? Your team is down 1-6, and you're top frag on the whole lobby. He's got more than your local Fox, who is the top frag for UGA, and some letting them know just how much they need this win. Breaker's already got them on the path towards that very win, though. As like I said, it is not easy when this many kills are going UGA's way instead of your own. I mean, you've won one round out of the first 7. You can only be getting so many kills, and yet so many of them by the same guy. Breaker already at 11-6, which is an outstanding individual start, beating out everybody on the side of UGA. So at the very least, you can come away with it knowing that Breaker is a very good fragger, and it is no wonder they were enabling him on operators like Legion all of last half. It's not a shock to see, but it is pretty shocking to see him doing just this well in terms of raw kill count, despite the fact that his team has been struggling already. I think the main thing after that round, though, is that UGA, if we want to get this map over with, we just gotta, sit back and just let it happen.
Famous words from Tame Impala before the great old Tier 2 Sun Tzu said it. But as of now...
The glazing is crazy.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I'll admit it, I don't care. St. Bonaventure, though, I feel like for this map, you can take the little inklings of hope where you can get them, but you also should be realistic, setting your minds onto Skyscraper, being able to talk about what went right and what went wrong for Nighthaven. I mean, it's a macro map. There's so many different aspects you have to bring into account, but for Skyscraper, I'm not going to say it's a very small map, but that's exactly what it is. It's a smaller map. You're more confined to take gunfights, and verticality isn't always going to be the full game because you are going to meet either a roamer first or somebody who's tending to be very aggressive. So St. Bonaventure, I feel like if they start off on the defensive and they put Breaker into the same vigil spot, pair that up with somebody else on their own, I think they'll actually find some success. Oh, this can't go well, can it?
Yeah, it feels like it could only go so well. Goofball's got to get out of here soon. Would be nice to shoot the drone on the way out, but they are about to thermite open that wall, and that will very much expose you, and that is why you shouldn't have tried to stick around. Irish Fight going to get on the board for more. The nades are making this a very difficult spot to continue to play in, though, for UGA, as they are just
UGA is actually going to defend this because there's really two avenues they can go down. The first is just all-out aggression because they're confident in their gun skill, or they're going to abuse the very defender-sided skyscraper, and they could just extend all the way out into house, into exhibition, and just really waste that time of St. Bonaventure. But there's a lot to be done here. The question is the mental for St. Bonaventure going to stay negative, or are they going to use this fresh opportunity on a 0-0 to be able to address their home turf? The best case scenario. I feel like this round is going to be the determining factor on who's going to set the pacing for the rest of this map.
And so far, can't get a ton of info on what the pacing is going to be because we're only 20 seconds in. But the site will be Karaoke Tea, and St. Bonaventure are going to try by going the opposite side first. And once again, they're able to get some success in this opening pick department on the attacking side. They won both opening fights on their attacking rounds on labs. So that's one thing they've actually been doing quite well. A lot of the time, it feels like it's because UGA are getting very over-aggressive, but you can very easily spin that to be a good thing about St. Bonaventure because they are letting UGA know that you need to respect them a little more than you have been. You can't just take very stupid one-on-ones and win them no matter what happens. Because if you give them an opportunity, then Irish Fight is going to win that fight and make it a minute in, a one-man advantage for St. Bonaventure. But Fox is going to do a good job to trade that back onto IGB.
Now, I was actually about to say that the conversion rate for this tournament has been very low. The team that usually gets the opening pick suffers a revenge kill within the next minute and then continues to be taken care of and picked apart one by one. Now, first blood being soulless is amazing for St. Bonaventure, but what are you doing to be able to build off of that? Absolutely nothing, because you've lost IGB. I mean, IGB hasn't been able to find any success, in all fairness, but still needs to be converted a little bit better here. Elephant manages to find the first of the post 2-minute round, as well to be able to take care of Wolin. C4 goes loose, and as of now, nothing is happening. I don't know why I just said C4 goes loose. I thought I saw one flying in the face of one of these player here, but they're looking to approach in from Shrine, and it's just Sun to fight out from the depths and retreat back to trying to be able to just reset his drawing board, but Breaker down to 1 HP. He walks into these toxic babes, he will fall, and Smoke has plenty of those to go around.
Smoke himself very low on HP as well, though, so any stray bullets should be enough to knock down that SAS defender. Sun also pretty low on HP, though. Only one player who's still full, only one player who's even still above about 40% of their HP, and it's Fox, the one holding this angle, who should have found a kill there. Missed the opportunity onto Sun, though, and Sun's gonna walk up on him. That's a tragic loss for the Frost. Now it's a 1-on-2 for Cove with 2 gas cans still in pocket. They want to swing him, and they will do just that. Outstanding clutch round from Sun. And St. Bonaventure, after going down 0-6 defensive side, Labs are going to start off Skyscraper in the lead on the attacking side.
He missed. He hit everything but the target. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Now, you're gifted the second opportunity at life and 6 more opportunities at life because you're still on the defensive side, but the overall contribution that you have to this campaign is very important. You guys need to be able to just use this round as that buffer to be able to get yourselves to force another deadlock, but I feel like if UGA continue to go for the aggressive pathway, they are not going to find any success, and as Bonaventure to continue to capitalize off of that. Because we saw they suffered 2 casualties from Shrine in the terrace area, being Soulless and Goofball, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know what operator he was on. But from there, Shrine was left completely unattended, and there was no defender to directly oppose that. And when Cove tried to substitute in and really find a kill or hold people down, yes, he got players low, but he lost a lot of health in turn and had to waste his toxic babes as well. So the overall integrity of the defensive side was just completely deteriorated. And hopefully that is a learning round for UGA as they go on to the same side for the second time.
Another go through, a couple of big defensive changes. Importantly, though, the attack running a very similar composition. I want to start to remember this team comp because I don't think it's changed much, if at all, through their first 4 rounds of attacking across both maps. And I have seen some collegiate teams that, on attacks, do run pretty much the same lineup on a lot of sites, especially at some of these lands, some of the less comp experienced, more for fun rosters, really playing comfort picks. As kind of indicated by Breaker playing Jackal. Jackal very much not super comp meta at the moment, because he kind of just does Deimos, but not as good. And they're going to start to walk this shield in. Thank you, Isle of Ants, for walking straight through and taking some good control for St. Bonaventure.
First blood, oh, it was so close to coming on in. Elephant taking damage from both bottom house and the Scorpion with the goo mine as well. All of the utilities
Jeez,
just going
the traps.
tens to St. Bonaventure. Oh my god, it's all stacked upon the cases on house as well. Into Elephant, whatever you like to call him, continues to take ticks off of health here before he even has to deal with these Vulcan canisters. It's identical to the last round where many operators are just taking damage to the utility before they really have to get in front of a gun.
Yeah, and I do like this adjustment for UGA, and you can see how it's really affected the shield as that tip of the spear, Eileen, is taking a lot of damage very early on in round number 2, already down to about 25 HP, but still going to try and make the play forward. Chucks a nade at the deployable shield. Not quite able to find much, though, as instead prompts the rotate from Goofball, who rotates in, finds one, but can only find just that. So a 1-for-1 trade, but it's still 2 minutes off of the board, and it could be many more opportunities to come for UGA as they're playing this much more passively behind their traps instead of giving up picks like they did in round 1. I like that adjustment, but let's see how it works in the last 50 seconds.
I don't think I've ever seen teams just full sprint in through drums and just call it a day here. They'll lose Breaker, but Goofball gets refragged out in turn. But we know how resilient UGA really is here. They'll be able to get the next kill, and they will make it a 4v3 with this clock continuously running down against them. Fox with a beautiful shot at the longer range. The case is forced loose on a one-tap. Say goodbye to Eileen, as now it's just IGB left outside of Drum's door here. So many things that you have to do. It's such a tall order, but you have absolutely no substance, no case. And in this case, no utility to be able to help you out here. Leishan goes prone and goes crazy with the kill. UGA respond in a fun fashion as they get themselves on the board.
It was a really good adaptation from UGA. I kept talking about it through that round. The option to play behind the utility instead of trying to force a lot of fights, setting up a bunch of traps and making it really inconvenient for St. Bonaventure to take any map control. That's kind of made worse by the fact that Ailment was the only person taking any map control for St. Bonaventure, so that Blackbeard just kept walking into every bit of utility, kept taking a little bit more damage time after time, to the point where, you know, they got about like 30 HP left by the time an execute's coming through, and they barely have any time. St. Bonaventure are relying on UGA to give them those opportunities, so a very good adaptation after just one round on Skyscraper for UGA to say, all right, let's just stop giving them fights. Let's make them take the fights onto us, and they struggle a lot more. So, like I said, after just one round, already recognizing that as a good defensive adaptation is a very good role.
I like how much fun they were having with it too. It's kind of refreshing to just see Myanmar just, you know, swing and call it a day here. Now, Elephant switches from Blackbeard to Blackbeard. Interesting sixth pick there. And is going to have to really get in the building without using or losing that much HP earlier on, because we saw an IQ on the board, yet the Grismonts and the Goo Mines found themselves being taken care of only when they were used correctly and not shot out here. So Bonaventure really have a list that they have to tackle one by one here, but I really hope that it is going to show a little bit more promise on this second attacking round, or their third attacking round, but their second winning attacking round here, because they are really going to struggle if they allow UJ to build up the snowball effect, evidently, that we saw on Nighthaven Labs.
We have seen an adjustment in the attacking lineup for St. Bonaventure. They've swapped Sun off of the IQ instead to the Capital, a very big change, as now you bring two sort of bits of utility to displace some of these defenders. But this Blackbeard getting very aggressive on the players inside of T. Eli Manning getting right in there and making his presence known immediately. But the Blackbeard will not find anybody beyond that initial shield bash, as UGA are going to continue to fall back. Now they're playing inside of T, and they want to try and play this together and maybe take some fights here, but realistically it seems like the goal is to just try and slow St. Bonaventure down, but instead the pressure from the shield is going to force Wool into an awkward spot. Irish Fight takes the kill, and UGA are still taking the fight to them.
3v5 Breaker on that very odd Jackal pick still continues to keep his foot on the gas. Maestro, oh, you have nowhere to go. You need to rely on your teammates to come up through Shrine and help you out. That Capital Flame, oh my god! He comes out swinging. 1 and 2. Sun and Eli Manning are both going to go down here. Oh, that's crucial. And the fact that it even happened in the first place. Oh, your heads are down in shame as UGA take any pick that they can find as they approach that 1 minute mark. St. Bonaventure have no kills to show for it.
At least no new ones. And now with only a minute to go, things are getting dicey for them. They still have a little bit of execute utility in that Grim, but they're all stacking up together. And this is exactly what you want when you're defending Skyscraper. You want people to try and walk at you through 1 or 2 choke points because these are very, very difficult to make your way through. Irish Fight needs to go find a new angle and open up one of those hard walls towards the objective to try and make a new angle, but it actually looks like the shotgun of Breaker is going to get the opportunity to break open the wall into the site from Terrace. They might call over the Thermite to do it instead. That can get shot through that soft wall, though. So with 25 to go, there's no guarantee they end up getting this wall open. And even if they do, what's the plan here?
You can see the toes of the Maestro will be shut out here. But the biggest problem is that castle barricade, because this man can just freely roam in through Minibar. And you guys are going to learn that the hard way. Now IGB goes down, finished off by Goofball, and a big triple from him. The assistance of that Azami from deep sight just allows UGA to go nuclear on the uppermost floors, and they'll win both of the defenses here as they now claim the lead. And Bonaventure have a long, long list ahead of them if they want to bring this back. God,
Getting one round through the first 3?
I can't believe he hit that Maestro shot. No way. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Capital Bolt as well.
That was mental. The start isn't too bad for St. Bonaventure, though. It is a good start. 1 attacking round to the first 3 on Sky. If you can make that happen again through the next half, you're in just about a pretty normal position. If anything, you might be, above the curve, but I think given their defensive struggles on Labs, we need to aim for at least 2 or 3 rounds on the attacking side here for it to look realistic coming into the next half, or at least for yourselves to not get too discouraged in your attempts. But the Bonnies are off to a solid start, but that round was definitely very good from UGA. It felt like yet another example of the individual prowess from some of these players kind of taking over. They played it relatively wise through most of that round, and still, when they needed to win some of those individual ones, they were able to do just that. And St. Bonaventure just kind of not varying their attack up enough until like the last 25 seconds. They basically had to go through the entire... Or they basically had like 1 doorway to work through. They opened up a second wall, but it was pretty one-dimensional.
Aruni has been brought, and if you guys are unaware, at lands, Aruni is going to be one of the most broken operators, so they're going to take it as the incentive to start shooting each other in the face. Now, if you guys are unaware of how the bug really works, you place down a Surya gate, and both attackers and defenders take damage even if they don't walk through said gate. Meaning, if I'm not mistaken, we might need a recoast here, Happy.
Yeah, we probably will. That sounds right. They didn't even TK the Aruni.
Yeah, I was about to say, why not just TK the Aruni?
Just TK her. She's the one who ruined your life. Just why are we TKing Myanmar? What did Myanmar do? He was just chilling.
Ruin your life. Ruin your life is an insane.
They haven't had anybody leave the lobby yet, though. So, I don't know. No one's left. We were told they would be replaying the round. And it's not that I think I'm being gaslit. I believe you guys. It's just like...
yeah, what's going on here?
Nothing happened yet.
Do we just start talking regularly about the game?
I guess. No, not quite.
Oh, okay. I thought we were about to get randomly caught off guard. Just us. But,
yeah.
While we wait for these guys to figure out what's going on, I was really going to talk about the bans, because that Blackbeard ban is going to force Eli Goulding to go from Blitz onto Sens. I mean, you won't be able to play your shields, and Blitz isn't going to be your ideal player, so you're going to hop onto that Sens. Now, Eli Goulding has really been doing well on getting into the building with that shield operator and getting into the face.
That was a good one.
Oh God. I can't. I couldn't hold it together.
Yeah. Yeah. They banned out the Blackbeard like you were talking about though, which is huge because now ESL Faceit Group is going to have a way harder time making some space. I'd imagine he'll just switch onto the Blackbeard or onto the Monty, maybe a Blitz if those weren't banned out already. But very much making an impact on the shields, like you had indicated.
Yeah, man. I don't know. Eli Brown really needs to be able to come to this next map on a right
He does.
shield.
He does.
I don't know why I can't hold it together. You're really good at that. What is he watching on his phone?
What?
Did you
What
see that on
was
the
it?
player account?
No, I didn't. What was he? What is he? What does he have up?
What are you watching?
Was it like a girl doing a TikTok dance?
It was that, and then it was just a body show of a man just half naked flexing on stage. I'm sorry, that just caught me off guard.
Yeah,
What
he's just
is
like,
that?
"Hey, for real."
Oh God. Oh yeah, you're jacked. Can deadlift 500 pounds
no.
while casting.
No, I meant the guy who wants to watch that.
Oh,
But,
what? Oh,
yeah.
I don't know. I would have thought Eli Roth would want to watch that, but still,
Why would Eli Roth want to watch that?
I don't know. Actors
What
do
did
like
Ellie?
to watch
What
those
did Ella
shows.
Fortnite do to deserve that stray?
All right, well, they're just getting this lobby reset here, and while they do so, Bonaventure, you guys are gifted a timeout, but it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, that's our coach in the back. He doesn't really care to give you guys a halftime speech, which I would have loved to see. But
Tech pauses are during tech pauses. Technically, coaches are not allowed to talk.
well, the lines are blurry. There's no noise canceling headphones. We're not playing main stage, and it is a group stage. I don't really think anyone's gonna care. You're gonna see our
True.
producers walk down and just, I don't know, Batista bomb the guy for talking to his team. I would love to see
That would be hilarious.
Really? Can you imagine DJ coming down and just hitting him with a 1-2 absolute suplex
From the top ropes.
I mean, we saw a couple of top rope plays. I mean, I think it was, what was it, Labs top stairs where that scope post came flying down and
Yeah.
just hit fired half the team before getting instantly refragged. And it was funny enough that was Ellie Goulding to get first picked as well on that shield operator.
That's
so
tough.
still. Yeah,
Mhm.
it is really tough. Well, I mean, you don't have that Blackbeard for the rest of Skyscraper, so for the second half of the attacking campaign, we're going to need to see something perfect from Bonaventure to be able to go onto that defending side with some material, which is the ideal 4-2.
Yeah, that's certainly what we're going to need to see. It's not off to the best start for St. Bonaventure, but they're off to a start where they've got a round on the board and you're attacking Skyscraper, right? This is I keep kind of emphasizing that because it is a very tough map to attack, and they've made it look, pretty winnable. Even when they've been losing rounds, it's looked relatively close. They've had reasons to be excited. They have won the opening fight, I think, every round up to this point, unless maybe they didn't win it in the second, and even then, it was a 4-on-4 pretty soon thereafter. So it's a pretty good opening to the round most of the time for St. Bonaventure. They are normally doing a really good job at finding some early kills, getting some early control, and maybe even coming away with a man advantage. The problem is, though, on a map like Sky, it's very tough to execute, especially if you don't have any extra hard walls opened, especially if you're just kind of walking dry, peeking all of these angles. You're not really playing behind any utility to try and make those executes happen. It's going to be really tough, and that's consistently what we see St. Bonaventure doing. So I would love to see maybe someone who's either IGB, who's been on the Grim, starting to get more active by using those Bs and saving that utility for the late execute, or maybe running more like a Ying, running more like a Glads or a Sens to try and really cheese your way into the site past some of these difficult angles. That would be really cool. We have seen them have a very hard time switching up attacking lineups. So it is, it's not like, so they just seem to struggle with that. Let's hope that everyone remembers the bans. Because I'd
Two
really
verbals, please.
I'd rather not rehost again.
Can't be Castlemira or someone else. How does somebody realize who someone else is? It's the great thing about Ubisoft rehosting on lands. It's always broken. I don't think I've ever seen it successful on the first try. But still, things happen. And Bonaventure are still going to be on the attack on the 4th round here. Now, we're not going to see any bans until the halftime switch here. But it looks like we're going to see Eli Young get right back on a shield op. We saw him not prefer to use Blackbeard hopping onto that Sens, but it looks like he is going to change his mind and hop back on that Blitz, and hopefully that spear entry can really get the job done.
Yeah, a lot of shield success early on for St. Bonaventure, so you don't want to abandon that despite the fact that the Monty was taken off of the board before you started and Blackbeard has been taken off of the board since. Still, switching up which shield it is not necessarily going to matter too much. Just matters that you have it at all, and already putting a heavy pressure on Geisha where 2 defenders are, as already damage done to El Finito. So that's going to be tough. But St. Bonaventure hoping to find some damage through the walls. That just got reinforced though. So Georgia have already very comfortably set themselves up inside of Geisha, and no real utility from St. Bonaventure to force anybody on Georgia to move. So we're going to have to take a lot of map control elsewhere, but that's the mistake that Georgia have consistently been making, giving up those first picks. Good response though from Wolin to at least make it a close round so far in the 4-on-4.
Irish now needs to be able to open up this single breach on Geisha. Now, the only realistic way to do so is allowing your IQ to go in below and just floor bang it. He needs to do so very carefully because Goofball is down there, and we've seen he makes some goofball plays sometimes, but other than that, he's a very reliable player. He's able to get into the face of St. Bonaventure, whether it's on the attack or the defense, and he's very easy to get those kills. Now, the blitz caught off guard here. He's continuously being shot in the back here as Eli Lilly continues to just do circles in and around drums here. They look to pierce that defense. The Grimbies assisting Blitz being able to just waltz on in, but you have to keep in mind, the site is barbecue, and that is so much key time, so much precious seconds burned off the clock, while Bonaventure is looking to access Geisha. They'll lose their shield up as well, and that is the sign to get out of dodge. Everyone's going to evacuate except for that man on drums, and he's going to be in a pivotal position for these players that sit in Shrine and in Geisha.
Goofball still being here is a problem. Doesn't quite kill Sun though. Now he'll be getting held here, but IGB not fully ready. And so the Grim isn't going to get that kill just yet. Goofball let live just a little bit longer, and there is still a lot of pressure up on the second floor. St. Bonaventure now needs to turn this into an execute, despite not even really standing on solid ground on the second floor, let alone into the site itself.
I mean, just losing Eli Scott that early into the round really sucks, and allowing Goofball to just go nuclear upstairs here. It's kind of the decision you guys made, not bringing a Gridlock or a Nomad, and you are going to pay the very hefty price for it. Goofball, if I'm not mistaken, had 3 that round, and Bonaventure completely dissected every single second of that round. No verticality established. They couldn't win their ones. They couldn't get set up on the uppermost floor, and they're going to pay the price for that. A 3-1 lead, as it's now just the game of one team and one team only. Georgia are starting to run away with this lead.
They certainly are. It's what you would kind of expect, given that Sky defense start, but still, doesn't mean that it's any less of a concern for St. Bonaventure. You chose to go to this map. Things had to at least get a little bit better. At least you can say you were in a lead at some point through this LAN, at some point through this series. Because I'd imagine going into Cincy, your odds probably not going to get any easier, as Cincy, one of the best teams in Collegiate, fresh off of beating UGA in their first best of 2, winning both of those maps, albeit it was pretty competitive. St. Bonaventure needed a better map this time around, and so far these last few rounds have not been that. And UGA are starting to walk circles around them, with St. Bonaventure not really taking enough control in that previous round. Those first couple of rounds, it felt a little bit better, and again, it was a good start. Again, they were able to find that opening kill, but again, not really doing a ton with it, and looking like through the rest of that round, they were very scared to make many other plays that UGA weren't forcing.
IGB, if I'm not mistaken, he's only found, what, 1 kill across 2 maps? Has not found any success.
Yeah, I don't even know if he got the 1.
Poor guy. Really can't find anything. And just the poor guy, Eli Jenkins, getting first picked off. Not on the shield operator. It is just not going well for St. Bonaventure. It's UGA to get them to, or to beat them to the punch every single time. Every time they even try to open up the breach or utilize anything, they are just looking down the barrel of a man deficit within the first minute of the round here. And realizing UGA, they've been a Thunderbird happy.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting that you bring that Thunderbird out. It can be a comfortable gun in terms of that spear, not a ton of recoil, but realistically, it just kind of tells me that they want to try and play around certain positions that those Thunderbird Kona stations are set up on, and, well, not leave. That generally would be the idea, that no matter what damage gets done, they'll be able to heal it back up, and they can just kind of sit on their posts and wait for St. Bonaventure. I like that read, because St. Bonaventure have really had a hard time forcing them out of certain positions. Even thus far, through round number 5, we've seen St. Bonaventure barely take any control. This is one of the few things they've been doing pretty well, is taking the control that they want to take relatively early on within the rounds. This time around, after losing that opening pick, accidentally came up with a new nickname for it. But after losing that opening pick, they've barely taken any control almost 2 whole minutes into the round.
Now that is something that has been a common trend in the LAN, is just teams being able to get that first pick. They usually crumble after that, and for the teams that lose the first pick, it's really a matter of time before you show us if you are a team that gets more aggressive after losing that pick, or if you're a team that kind of just lays down and continues to allow the snowball effect to continue to be built up against you here. Now, Goofball being located out by the Grimbees seems to be the first person who wants to be located. The Kiba barrier, if I'm not mistaken, just broke the Volcan before it can detonate. And by Breaker taking care of Woolen, it's going to be leveled up, and with key pieces of utility being lost here for UGA, quick whack-a-mole strat from Goofball allows himself to get on the board. He throws a Pokeball at Sun and finishes it off with the Vector, and Cove gets a kill with the Toxic Babes. A round that I finally thought was going to turn around completely goes in the wrong direction as Goofball goes nuclear twice in a row.
That is not the start that St. Bonaventure were looking for, and that is not how they wanted it to end either. It seems like these early good starts have been the only thing keeping St. Bonaventure competitive in these. The moment that UGA gets a 5-on-4 in their own advantage, I think that's the first time that after about a minute or two, they've had just a straight 5v4 advantage and haven't had to try and come back from a disadvantage. And once they finally get something like that to work out, it's their most dominant round of the entire map so far, as they are looking to make it a very dominant half. St. Bonaventure won the very first round of this half. Since then, it has been all quiet from them. And for UGA, they have the opportunity to take 5 consecutive rounds at the end. I know I've been saying Sky defense is quite good, but even though UGA are playing incredibly well, certainly feels like they're getting let off just a little bit easier than they could be.
Agreed. And even with players like Breaker, I mean, we knew how good he is on that fragging role, but he's 2-2. It's not really a great score line. I mean, he has the only kills on his team, which is, you know, kind of not a good thing, but it doesn't work like that for the whole game. We are post-rehost, which means we can't access the stats from pre-rehost, so people do have kills for St. Bonaventure, but that means since the 4th round, if I'm not mistaken, there have been 2 kills across the board, and they've only went to 1 person. That's concerning as a team. You guys need to be able to approach the map. You guys need to be able to not suffer the first pick and build up that pressure without losing key players very early on.
Not sure why they haven't opted to bring the Blitz back either. They've even taken Irish off of Thermite to give it back to Steel and Flint, who hasn't really played much hard breach at all so far this map, has really only been rocking the shields. And the Blitz being the only one left means that's something that you needed to bring coming into this round. Or if you wanted to bring a shield, I guess you could have gone with the Fuse shield as well, but they don't go for any of them. Very aggressive player up on the Shrine window, somehow doesn't get spotted early. And that aggressive play from Myanmar isn't quite going to get caught out just yet. But St. Bonaventure still haven't let anybody die just yet, but they all should have probably found a kill on a Myanmar there.
Man, the Maestro and the player who plays alongside him in Shrine is like an untold prophecy. They continue to just go crazy in that area. Now you're going to have Eli Scott really trying to walk in through hallway here, but he'll fall eventually. Come on, man. Come on. You need to be able to play off of your exothermic. Swollen.
That's good.
Seems like Solus is a bad spell, as she's always the first defender who is going to be picked off here. But still, losing Eli Whiteside this early on into the game is just going to be critical to the overall integrity of the attack.
Myanmar needed to get killed there. That needed to be a kill for IGB. It wasn't, though. Already almost all of his Grimbees, 3/5 of them, used to try and make their way forward. They do have Dragon and Shrine control now. Not firm control over Dragon, but they could move up there if they wanted to. They could start to pressure Terrace as well. But that big problem that you kind of hinted at, we've already lost our primary hard reach. We do have some secondary gadgets in the pocket for IGB, but not anymore, because those are going to be the second one to die. Still, though, Sun keeping his team in the round in a 3-on-3.
Seems like this Maestro LMG really gives people that good luck charm that is so desperately needed. Sun really trying to get himself in this lane, but it's mute jammered off. Irish going down to 1 HP, eventually finished off by the Aldi. And now a C4 to make it a 1v3, as now it's Sun left by his lonesome, looking to find 3 more kills, but can't even get past the first barricade. UGA getting carried away in the all chat. GG is typed out in the chat here, as they're confident they can close this series out on the attack.
You can never be too confident going into your skyscraper attacks, but based on how good their labs attacks were, certainly feels like there's a lot to be happy about for UGA. Even St. Bonaventure able to take one of their own. At this point, the Bonnies are just kind of looking to make sure that it's anything better than a 7-1 once again, as they look a little bit discouraged through the player cams. Opportunities to get back into this game, as this defense is why you pick into this map. You can't pick into this map thinking, all right, you know, if we don't win more than one attacking round, like, it's over, right? Because you know how good the defensive side of Skyscraper can be and probably will be. And that's how good it was from UGA. So, coming in their own defensive half, we got to hope that there is a lot to be proud of for St. Bonaventure. And I will say, it's a pretty good situation for them to be in, just because on labs, it felt like a lot of the time their issue was that they weren't taking enough initiative to take gunfights. They weren't actively contesting enough space. On Skyscraper, I do think you can get away with giving up more space because of how bad a lot of these choke points are. If UGA don't play a lot of these attacks very well, they don't bring the utility they might need to break some of your crossfires, you can kind of sit back and let the attack not make a ton of progress fast just because of how good those choke points are for yourselves. That's going to require not throwing bodies, but I will say if there's one thing St. Bonaventure have been doing better than UGA, it's been keeping themselves alive. That's not necessarily going to help you too much on the attack, but on the Skyscraper defense, I do think that will help quite a bit.
But they also, the players that do fall first for St. Bonaventure, they need to be more careful on the defensive. I don't even know how to explain it, but I think it was Irish, IGB, and Lil Eli Vert that really couldn't find their break. They really couldn't get in the building. They really couldn't find any form of access without either taking damage or being completely taken off the roster. In the server, they're struggling after 3 continuous rounds of just straight deaths and no kills to show for. They need to be able to really convert this on the defensive. You're given the upper hand, just don't fall. But it looks like that rush that's about to come in here is really going to force them and test them.
Already contesting Black stairs. Nobody's going to be on the staircase itself. There's a shield towards top Black, and they're already going to abandon that position. Opening kill, though, goes to IGB, a player we were harping on for having a rough performance so far. Is going to get off to a pretty good start, and your local Fox forced into a bad crossfire. 2 gas cans burned already, but Breaker is able to find the Monty kill from behind, and IGB is able to let UGA know they died to someone who's got 500 hours in the game. So IGB, now given that context, I'd say he's been having a pretty good day so far. As only a minute into this round, 2 good kills early for St. Bonaventure, but UGA is able to find one back.
Paul says he's a peak gold in the all chat. Well, that kind of sets things into perspective as well for IGB. We thought it was a player who had scrims, had the voice of a coach in his ears, and all of these amazing things that these teams have access to, but apparently not. He doesn't have a lot of hours on the game, and it kind of does explain. So very well considering what he's been able to do. Cope with a beautiful line of launch with the Sens lasers, but nothing is able to convert here. And now with Eli Wayne really playing on these stairs, he's going to hold down that man outside of Black, using his Toxic Babes to discourage anybody from walking up the stairs here, as it's just Wolin left by his lonesome outside of the balcony. And it looks like Bonaventure are going to get themselves on the board for the first time in 4 rounds.
Not a whole lot left doing for Wolin. A very good start for St. Bonaventure. That's kind of what I was getting at when I was talking about how you can afford to just sit back and let the attack make mistakes walking at you. There wasn't a lot of utility used by Georgia in that round, and St. Bonaventure, as a result, just played their crossfires very well. They baited forward the members of UGA they wanted to take fights against. IGB able to get that opening pick off screen, but I was really impressed by the use of the smoke cans as well as that crossfire set up by Breaker and the smoke himself to try and force that Monty right into the line of sight of the Fenrir and then get that solid kill. It was really impressive to see that level of coordination, and it shows you that St. Bonaventure are a very comfortable defensive team, especially on this map. So I don't think we should count them out just yet, because a 5-1 defensive half on Sky, we've already seen one of them so far in the last 30 minutes. And that first round from St. Bonaventure looked pretty solid. There's one thing UGA did wrong on their defensive half, and it's that they weren't able to win their first defense. St. Bonaventure already off to a better start.
Now, UGA really testing their luck here. We saw it on Nighthaven Labs. They build up a large margin. 5-1, or it was 6-1 previously, where they decided on the defensive of Nighthaven Labs to go with more fragging ops, and they paid the price for it. Now, we saw them get carried away with the rush, so it seems like they're just a team that likes to experiment with anything they can do and see what they can get away with. But now that they've had a threshold set, they're going to go for not a traditional style, but a well-known style of taking exhibition here, being able to establish that Roara barricade onto the double there, allowing safe passage into the chassis.
St. Bonaventure allowing UGA once again to take their time, but already being presented with a very difficult utility situation. They have brought the Thatcher along to try and get situations like this very situation settled quickly, and it looks like they're going to want to go fast with that Sensor Aura combination. Something's already in motion for Georgia.
Hard reaching the castle barricade, but it's jammered off, and the C4 goes loose. Somehow doesn't take care of Woolen, but it will take care of Fox. And that was a different C4, actually. Goofball takes care of IGB, so it's all leveled out here. But that cross in from House, no one in from sight, it's just one that cannot be reckoned with. And Eli Vert really makes his presence known from the depths of sight, forcing that case loose, and St. Bonaventure are now building up a lead that can begin or initiate the comeback here, as Myanmar and Goofball are left to bait out for their kills here. Goofball hitting that go button and just walking in completely untouched. He's only taken one tick of damage to the wallbang, but Irish makes his position known by swinging out of minibar. But a 3v1 situation, and the attackers are forced to try to isolate their ones here. Myanmar looking for something, but really cannot convert with all of this pressure being established from both below and on site.
Still, though, got to do the very best that he can. Nade forward will start to make Aisle 5 a little bit uncomfortable and actually forced straight into his line of sight. This could be a second for Myanmar. Not quite, though. Just going to have to be content for the finish onto Elfant. And Myanmar will take that and some damage onto Irish Fight 2. Now stuck in a corner is the Sens, but the impact nade is all that's landed onto his position. Now down to a 1 versus 1 with the case being planted on the table. That's not good for Solus.
Now Eli Flocka falling, allowing the other man to be isolated as well, forcing this to be a 1v1 breaker. He needs to be able to get up close and personal. Myanmar trades, but a headshot gets the job done. And somehow, in some way, a 2v4 has been thrown out the window.
The trade lost by the defense because the plant went down already is so tragic. And St. Bonaventure, it looked so solid. They had everybody right where they wanted them. They were able to play off those crossfires, but you could see once it started to get a little bit too weird, at least after that TK from Georgia, St. Bonaventure had to fall back on taking some one-on-ones. They couldn't fall back on those crossfires that they knew they had and that they were so confident in. And that's where things really started to get worse. When they let Myanmar take individual one-on-one fights, those are things that have typically been going Georgia's way so far today. Those individual one-on-ones, they seem to be winning out on the gun skill department quite frequently. And in that case, Myanmar did just that when it mattered the most to get UGA to match point. And now the comeback dream from St. Bonaventure feeling even more like a dream. I was trying to sing their praises after they got on the board on the defensive side. But it's hard to think that this could happen after this previous round.
You just need to be able to be realistic. I mean, 2v4 with the case forced loose in a very accessible angle for the defenders, and somehow they allowed it to be retrieved. I mean, we saw that attack come in waves. It wasn't 5 attackers. It was 3 attackers in the first wave and then 2 in the second, and somehow that actually managed to work out. in the divvied up UGA attack here. They're able to win their ones here, and Bonaventure's just solely relying on Breaker to be able to get kills, to be able to isolate, and that's just not how the game is played out here. They're going to learn this the hard way. One more round that stands in between UGA's full points on regulation and a very, very positive round differential. Bonaventure needs to continue to fight their way out of this.
And still slow start for UGA so far, because obviously 45 seconds in, what time have they really had to get too much done? Oh, wait. Well, that was insane. That was some crazy tech. He just swiveled his mouse away. So it didn't, because he noticed the wall got re-electrocuted and threw the the Selma away from the wall and then was able to pick it back up. That was hilarious. So he is able to keep a Selma alive. Random heads-up play from your local Fox, kind of by accident, but still able to keep a little bit more hard breach potential on the board. Not the biggest issue, though, because they do also have Goofball with one more exothermic in pocket. But still, already putting a lot of pressure on the site itself, but Woolen's going to get downed. Not finished off yet, though. Downing 2 downstairs is Breaker, but he doesn't get either finish, and no one's going to come through to get the finishes. So the reses are going to happen for both of these players unless the C4 comes through in good timing, and it will. Sun with a really nice frag onto Woolen, and they're going to continue to press this issue downstairs.
You see everybody sending it full send downstairs, but that site, it's on the uppermost floor, which means if Myanmar recognizes this gap, he can hit it as hard as possible. Meanwhile, you'll just have Cove playing out the bodies here, but just can't find anything in a 4v2. We were in a situation with the same players on the same site with the same operators just last round, and it seems to go in the same direction as Myanmar opens it up by taking care of Eli Flocka, as now a 2v3, they look to line up to isolate each and every gunfight.
A really good individual play downstairs from El Elefante, but it wasn't quite enough to keep his team in this round, at least not in theory, because like you said, last time through on this objective, a man disadvantage very easily went the other way, but they've had a lot of time to set up these crossfires, and the rat in the corner, Irish fight, is going to take a really big frag. Now it's Goofball left alone on the least HP of anybody left alive by a wide margin. And you have to imagine the Thermite has nothing else he can say out of this position. 15 seconds left, and that is all she wrote for UGA within that round. St. Bonaventure, one round at a time, trying to mount the comeback back into this map.
I'm going to tell Irish that you called him that caster.
What did I call him?
You know what? I actually can't remember. I just lost my train of thought. But
yeah, I said he terrorizes my ranked stacks earlier on map 1. Which is...
I can get behind that. I do play ranked a little often. Anyone who sells is automatically an enemy of mine. Can't be selling my champ elo.
Oh,
no.
Champ? We're not getting that far, buddy. Wow.
15-time champ.
I'm not getting that far.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Console player over here. But it's really admirable to see how Bonaventure's actually managed to keep themselves in the game. That was a refreshing round to see them actually play out for the time and not throw bodies out the window in a 1v3 on the same site, so they learned from their mistakes. But 6-3 is still a large margin. Yes, they've gotten to that 9th round, which means they can actually complete their final bands of the game. Question is, how much is that really going to matter? Because UGA is taking care of one of the most essential operators for the Bonaventure defense. Now, they're going to be put under the microscope to see if they can continue to close this deficit.
Just got to take it round by round. One at a time. This time around, they're going back to a site they've already won once as well. It was a very convincing win on Karaoke T. And they get the chance to go back to that objective. I would say if they manage to squeak it through to around 11, that's where things could easily get sketchy. Because that's when you're going to start to hit a site that you haven't played yet, a site that you prioritize much lower than these first two, that being your downstairs objective. Probably Kitchen Barbecue, though. Who knows? Maybe they're going to get a little crazy and go Bed Bath & Beyond with it. And it seems like a very similar attack coming through from UGA. Just based on this attacking lineup, I'd imagine once again they're going to go for some very fast control up black stairs, and then use a combination of the Monty and the Osa shields, as well as Sens walls, smoke grenades, and all the like, to get into the site incredibly quickly behind all that cover. And then with the help of the Finka grenades, I'd imagine, or with the Finka stims, that's why I'd imagine it's going to go fast. So you got to be very ready, and it doesn't quite look like LFT is ready for it at the moment.
Mymar was initially blinded by the F-Not. Fox eating a frost mat. I mean, who expects it in that position? It's the second time we've seen the Monty as the first pick on this specific site, which means a player with no shield is actually going to have to walk in and try to put that plant down, because you need Osa to be able to use her talons to watch the cross into the long haul here. Now, Myanmar, hello? You saw the legs of Sun, and Sun's actually going to punish you for not shooting him in the face, as he'll take care of your teammate on the rappel. Now it's all starting to crumble here for UGA, as they're losing body by body. The kit is forced loose, and they only have 90 seconds to be able to either get a kill or just look to isolate instantly. Sun goes down to low HP. They know that there's a man in the corner. Wrong timing for El Suavemente, as he had that gas canister in heaven. Cove goes big with 2 kills, able to open up the site and the ability to continue to isolate each and every St. Bonaventure player.
They're starting to get isolated. We've seen them throw these man advantage positions before. Already did it once to lose their only defensive round lost so far. They have an opportunity for Irish Fight to get through, and he will do just that. The Frost got down, though, and Irish Fight isn't going to win that engagement either. C4 from downstairs is good, but there's got to be a little more where that came from, and there isn't. Sun very quickly taken down, as the sun will set on St. Bonaventure within this best of 2. UGA only lose 4 rounds through the entire best of 2, and very quickly soon thereafter are able to let you know why they kept it so close against Cincinnati, because the moment they get to play another team, it looks very decisive in their favor.
Look at how resilient these players are. He instantly went to go screenshot that game to put it in the Discord chat. But
We love that.
I mean, what a game that was. UGA learned from their mistakes and applied it on to the next rounds, which means, if I'm not mistaken, they're done for the day, and it is Bonaventure to go for the last matchup, which will be a best of 1, because both teams have mutually agreed, since we're a little bit behind schedule, a little bit. They will decide to kind of accelerate so they can be well rested for the day that actually matters, which is the playoff day. The round robin series is essentially just for the seeding. The team that does the best gets the first seed, and the team that does the worst evidently gets the bottom seed here. Both teams really did fight it out, but it is Bonaventure to fall short at almost every single turn, Happy. I mean, it was fun, but it was still very, very quick. Aside from that rehost, we only saw UGA dominated games. They won their utility game. I mean, Bonaventure was looking very alive on that second half of Skyscraper, but it's not enough to materialize a comeback. And still, it's going to be your 2 regulation winners, UGA. Any final thoughts?
No, I feel like it was a pretty good series overall. I felt like St. Bonaventure did do a good job, given that it seemed like they had a very less experienced team. I feel like they already have a pretty good understanding of what it takes to get some solid round wins, especially on those defenses on Sky. We saw a lot of flashes, especially with what they were able to get done early on. So I'm excited to see if they can take any notes on what they've done so far today and maybe improve into a perhaps more winnable matchup tomorrow against whoever they might play going into the bracket stage. But yeah, generally, it was a pretty fun one. But I'm glad to see UGA already proving to a lot of people that they could very easily be a threat for a top 3. Whereas I came into this thinking it would be Cincy, Virginia Tech, and EKU, the only teams really competing for top 3. Georgia have made themselves out to be a big threat for getting into the prize pool.
EKU, my goats. I really hope to see them get a LAN on the board for themselves, but still, a full day of play left to see which team is really going to bring that boom, that punch tomorrow to the playoffs. And still, we're going to have to rest. Everybody in the crowd is going to have to rest. And these players are definitely going to have to get some good night's sleep to be able to give us their best gameplay. But guys, sadly, for the night, I've been Sino, that's been Happy. There's still one more matchup of the day, and if I'm not mistaken, we're actually going to go back into an in-person where it should be DJ and Botanic. If not, it will be a player who's playing cards in the lounge is what I heard. But before we send it off, we want to say thank you to our sponsors who've made this event happen. NZXT, Star FM, the West Virginia Army National Guard, The Element, Star FM, First Community Bank, and Children First are the reasons that this can happen, and they're the reason that our beautiful faces are on your screen tonight. But without further ado, we'll head back on to Athens, West Virginia after this swift break, and we'll be back soon. Have a great night.
Well, we're clocking in a shift here at the Passion Series. It is 9 p.m. Eastern Time. We kicked off this morning at about 9:45, so we're approaching a full shift. But we love being here for the Passion Series. We love being here for Rainbow Six Siege. Once again, my name is DJ TJ, but a new face joins the fray of the booth today. It is Mr. Azure Melody. Also, that's Mr. Logan. Logan, how are you feeling here, man?
I'm tired. We've been up for about 12 hours trying to make sure everything is going great. I've seen a lot of great Siege gameplay, but I could use some rest.
Well, the good news is that some slight things have changed. This was supposed to be a best of 2, but due to the delays of today's events, we have now made this a best of 1. So as long as Cincinnati gets out of this with a simple win in their eyes, then they're going to be the 1 seed of the entire tournament without a doubt. But if Bonaventure finds this map, things get a little dicey in terms of tiebreakers and who goes where. But without further ado, let's talk about the map bans, and let's talk about where are we even going to go. We have only seen this map 1 time today. We're going to Bank. It is Cincinnati on the attacking end because it was their map pick, whereas the Bonnies of St. Bonaventure will be on defense. Logan, you are new to Siege, so we're going to have a fun time in this best of 1, don't get me wrong. Can you tell me anything that you know about Bank, or nothing?
All right. You know what?
You can say nothing.
It's in a bank. Boom. Got it.
There we go. We're on fire. So now let me keep on, explaining what's going on here. Is we're going to get this gameplay moving very soon, but let's talk about how do we get to Bank. So 2 things. 1, Team A is St. Bonaventure. They were the ones who got the very first ban. Also, I did the bans for the University of Cincinnati, and they did not give me any help. So I just did the bans, and they actually said, you know what? We actually really like Bank. So we're going to Bank. But St. Bonaventure banned Layer. Cincinnati, me, banned Border. And then Bonaventure banned Nighthaven Labs. I banned Chalet. They banned Consulate. I banned Skyscraper because we don't want to see Sky again. They banned Cafe, and then I banned Clubhouse, which means we are going to Bank. And now you will notice that we are going to get that game audio up and live. I think we can hear it now in our ears. So now, without further ado, it is our second map on Bank today. Blackbeard is banned, Ace is banned, Kate is banned, Mira is banned. Now, Logan, I do not expect you to know the history of what is an important ban and what is not, so let me give you a little bit of context. R6 is a very heavy shield metagame. Blackbeard has a mobile shield and an AR he can put on top of it.
Okay, I had heard from some of the players today talking about the contents that we did was what do you think about Blackbeard, and some of the response, one word was meta. So that kind of checks out.
Yes. But it goes both ways, because if you talk to the Cincinnati roster, and this is what's really special about Siege and kind of the levels to this game, right? Is that, like, Cincinnati and Virginia Tech, both our top seeds going into this weekend, they're willing to let some of these teams play Blackbeard, play Monty, which is the big, larger shield for you, Logan, or Blitz, which is the shield who can flash people. Either way, you're willing to let some of those shields go if you feel like a team is not capable of playing it to the highest level that you are used to. And now you will notice that St. Bonaventure, obviously, they know that Cincinnati is capable of that. You don't want to give them an ace. It's one of the most dynamic ops in the game from the attacking side. And then Blackbeard, obviously, that's a duo that you really don't want to deal with. But, Logan, you did say it. We're in a bank, and they're about to try and enter here.
Well, I think I understand. If I got that one factor right.
Well, let's try and follow the action as best we can. Again, I'm going to treat this like it is a brand new stream, as Gilly will find the first kill. That is not a surprise. Gilly tends to be the first fragger on the Cincinnati roster. Normally on defense or attack, he seems to be the guy to make the first entry and is always dangerous once he finds his way in. He will open up with first blood.
Around. Oh, apparently we're going to find another kill off of the bat. Puppy.
That's Puppy. But there's an extra P there at the end. But regardless, does find a kill. You can see Puppy playing all the way from the outside of the bank. Logan, this is one of the most common angles to play on this site. You can see all the way down the entire top story floor, at least through one hallway. Cheeseboss will find a Capiteo. What an odd arrow kill to find. I'm not really sure what happened with St. Bonaventure there, but you're left to be a zombie, and you're left with the smoke. Now, here comes that plant, which will make its way down. The smoke does miss, so no damage will be found, but meanwhile, Bonaventure does find one. It's going to be Elephant, I believe is how that is, or Elephant, I'm sorry, but it does not matter how it's pronounced because they both fall down. Cincinnati, a dominant round 1 win.
Very good from Cincinnati. They played in the angles that they really needed to play. And I mean, they really got all of the kills that they needed just super quickly. While the Bonaventure team wasn't able to find quite a lot because they did find one there at the end. But by that time, you were already playing a 4v1. How were you supposed to come back?
That is real, and unfortunately, most of the time, Logan, that answer is you can't, especially against a roster as strong as Cincinnati. This is a team that over the last 2 years of CR6 competition has been perennially ranked even at their lowest, they are top 5 in the nation. At their best, they have beat crazy scholarship teams, and it is a really special achievement because Cincinnati is one of the pinnacles of club esports. None of these guys are taking scholarship money, but yet they are some of the best players across the nation, and they plan on showing it. And I believe what would be their second LAN win of the calendar year, if my research is correct. I'm sure that Botanic might correct me if I'm wrong, but either way, 10 seconds left in the prep phase. It's going to be interesting to see Bonaventure all the way down here in Garage. Can they stop the attack at all? Which, Logan, I'll help give you some context as well. If you normally can't defend upstairs, this is now going to be your next and potentially your only other safe or talented pick, because first floor is always one of the hardest places to defend in this game.
Now, you had mentioned that Cincinnati comes off of a very strong position. They're very renowned.
Yeah, they're
within
top
the
3 in
collegiate
playoffs.
scene. How does Bonaventure compare to the Cincinnati team?
I am so glad that you asked. So Bonaventure has 2 fun facts. One, they are a really fun group of guys. Really, really love meeting these guys and getting to talk with them. Their media day is some of the funniest stuff at any of the 6 teams here. But also, what's worth noting is that they don't get to play in CR6. This is a newer varsity program. CR6, unfortunately, just like most leagues, in fact, all leagues, it does cost money. So they decided to pay for ECAC. That way more of their program can play. I mean, you know, we deal with it here at Concord as well. ECAC does a great job of supporting programs, and so because of that, they actually don't get to play in CR6. So Bonaventure is in a weird spot where we actually don't know where nationally they rank. I believe in ECAC, they're in Division B or Division C. So that goes to show you that I think, you know, they did okay against UGA. I think you could argue that they are around maybe the top 64 mark. To be, I think, safe. I think it's a fair margin with UGA being a top 50 team and them getting, not dominated, but it was a pretty tough best of 2 to watch there. So I think top 64, top 70 is probably a fair mark. Cincinnati trying to take it to them. They get a few picks early, but you kind of give one up for free there. Gilly just caught running it.
It seems like they're just going to continue to defend this for as long as possible. Well, the Cincinnati team does have a lead in terms of the kills, just trying to continue to kill. Awesome.
Well, and it's all about gathering intel. This is what attack shooter is all about, Logan, is that it is a extremely slow-paced game until you know what you want to do. So Cincinnati's taking that time to slow down. They want to take as much space as they can to get closer to the site, and they're going to use their drones, and now they're going to full rush. Blitz will come through, the flash will land, and it will be Duck who's able to completely take one out that easily. 4-2 advantage for Cincinnati now, and Logan, as now the clock comes down, that diffuser goes down, it's going to have to be a full 1v4 retake for the side of St. Bonaventure.
I hadn't even noticed that Ish was, or I apologize, that Irish. I can't see too well.
We are making sure that we can get all the gamer tags correct, because unfortunately the TV we are working on is just a little small, so we will make sure we correct that for you guys, don't worry. But again, it's not going to matter like last time unless IGB is able to find a little bit more room, as Duck told his own teammate in chat to sit down there. So a little bit of fun trash talk to start it off. But 10 seconds left. I think, unfortunately, there's not really much you can do. Gonna try and rush in, and it seems way too late, and it will be Puppy playing the vertical. This is now also, Logan, one of the most common things in Siege as well, is you gotta have the vertical just as much as you have the horizontal. And Cincinnati, one of the best teams in the nation at that.
Makes sense. I mean, you're holding a position that whenever they poke around the corner, how are you supposed to contest that off of that corner? And I mean, they have the sight advantage on the door. They can see exactly where you are going into the door. Meanwhile, the Bonaventure person has to look up in order to see what is going on, taking more time than
protect your bombs from being defused by
react.
attackers.
Yeah, and also, Logan, to add on to that point, it's called holding crosses is what you're looking for. That's kind of the key word, and all that means is that if you're holding one doorway and your teammate can hold a hallway, you know for a fact that if somebody walks in front of you, your teammate's going to see him. If somebody walks in front of your teammate, you're going to see him. That's what R6 and what most tack shooters are all about, is making sure that you always have numbers in the right direction, aiming the right direction, and putting firepower in the right direction. Cincinnati doing that well. 2-0 here.
Getting ready to end out of the setup phase as Cincinnati continues to place down. As Cincinnati gets ready to try and come at the St. Bonaventure. I believe they're not holding the bottom floor anymore. Are they holding the main floor again, or is this the top floor?
So I believe actually they are once again on the bottom floor. So here's also Logan. This is a fun fact. We're gonna have a teaching R6 session this entire game. We're gonna have a really fun time with this. So if you lose a site, you get to play it again. Then if you win it, you're on a cooldown from it from 1 round. And then if you win it twice, you don't get to play it for the rest of your half. There's 6 rounds and a half. So you're supposed to go 2 sites, 2 sites, 2 sites. Or sorry, 1 site twice, 1 site twice, 1 site twice.
Gotcha. So how many sites are there in total per map? Is it 3?
It is, well, it actually, funny enough, it varies. Most are 4. On this map, I also believe it's 4. Again, apologies if anybody in chat's about to correct me, because it's been a little bit since I've gotten to hop in the booth for CR6. Funny enough, my last time in the booth was with CR6 Grand Finals last spring with Mr. Botanic, who was here in person. Shout out the GOAT. So we're all a little rusty getting back to the flow of things here, but I do believe it is 4. Normally, it is 1 upstairs, 1 basement, and 2 on the first floor, because, again, it's the hardest place to defend. You got to have options there. So the game tries to be a little nice there. But what's not nice is what Cincinnati is most likely planning to do here in round 3. It seems like that they are already taking plenty of space. They know that somebody is stuck here upstairs. And once again, here comes Duck Duck. He did find one already. Trying to get close enough to use the blitz. Will end up getting it. Melee is through, but it will not matter because the flash is already there, and it is as easy as clicking heads. Cincinnati gets the first kill once again.
This seems like find the bomb down at the bottom, but it's in a gunfight with somebody trying to defend the bomb. Couldn't quite see who it was that had the bomb down there, but it looks like they're in a bit of an engagement. That intel is important for the Cincinnati team. Everybody will know that there is somebody on site, and I think there are 2 people on site at the moment.
Yes, so there's actually, all 4 have already rotated down, as you can see in the overlay at the bottom there. One just now tried to rotate back upstairs, and it's going to be Sun, who's trying to find a way back up. Could have a crazy flank, does find 2! That's a big swing in favor of St. Bonaventure. I'm sure they're popping off for that one, but it has to be worth something. Cincinnati will get the diffuser once again. Nobody wanted to stay. You don't want to waste too much time, but you lose the smoke. That is big late-game utility, and that's going to hurt unless Cincinnati doesn't get this diffuser over here towards servers. Right now, look, this is a very common plant spot where we see Cheese Boss aiming. They have this entire site almost for free, but you can tell that Duck Duck's finding a lot of hard time, or at least a lot of hard avenues, trying to find his way over there. Also, angles are being held, and actually, Gilly will get knocked. They're aware he got injured. They're going to try and make sure he can get this 1v1. Impact is there, doesn't actually find the kill, which means now you get the revive and you get a pick, but you only have 5 seconds. Can you make it in time? You have to drop. One guy goes down. Smoke will go down. Plant has to go down with the shield on his back. He's got to make sure he can stick this. Another kill goes through. It will slightly tip the scales back for St. Bonaventure, but the plant will find its way down. It is all down to Duck Duck. Will he stick this revive, though? You would love to have the extra body, but you might just use him purely for intel. It's a 1v1, and it is all down to not only Duck Duck, but that is Duck Duck with no health. And on the other side of things, going to be this Maestro with an impact nade. Logan, if this impact nade lands anywhere near Duck Duck's feet, he will most likely die, or will most likely be injured, and it will not matter. Here comes the rush, though. He has to win this. He's got to knock him down. No impact. He doesn't throw it. He doesn't throw it, and he completely lets that one slide, and Duck Duck, in a huge clutch, will make sure he grabs that 3rd round.
What an insane clutch, being able to hold on with just such a bare amount of life. Now, you said that he had to throw the impact in order to get the kill. If any bit of it just ever so slightly breezed past him, he was gone. So the fact that he was able to survive that and bring it back is huge for continuing to push this momentum.
Which is why I'm so confused, because he had the impact nade. I don't think, they must not have known he was low health, because you have the impact nade, you get blinded, you know that somebody is close to you. As it seems like St. Bonaventure's having a slight headset issue. Hopefully, I don't think we need a pause. I think we're all good now. Or at least it seems to be that way. I mean, St. Bonaventure bringing a coach along here for the ride. You can also see Cincinnati as a club program. They got a coach, too. Touche.
The club program, they have a coach? That's very impressive.
I mean, to uphold that level of play, you know, you got to respect it. And Cincinnati, they're upholding it right now. Also, I want to make sure that we get all the names right of St. Bonaventure, because this is me and Logan's first time with them on stream. From left to right, it is Elephant, it is Sun, it is Irish, it is Breaker, and then in-game, that is IGB. I'm not sure which player that is. Maybe Twitch chat could help us out. But regardless, We got the 5 names down because it is hard for us to see from our perspective. Again, chat, we apologize. The setup is not as easy as some of you may be watching at home. But also, Logan, I'm not going to lie, with the way things are looking, we may not be here for too much longer. Cincinnati, I think, looking for a 7-0, and it would be the only 7-0 of the entire day if it happens. We still got a lot of rounds left.
I mean, we have seen multiple 7-1, 7-2 throughout all of this series, so the first 7-0 for the last game of the night would be very interesting to see. Cincinnati is really looking for it right now. It's going to take a lot from the St. Bonaventure team to try and stop this momentum. Even though they found a little bit of the momentum in the last game, Cincinnati, or especially, Duck continuing to hold on and keep that momentum for Cincinnati.
Yeah, I was making jokes with Botanic earlier. Duck's in-game name is Duck Tolliver, obviously in reference to Don Tolliver. Now, does he bring that swagger that Don Tolliver can bring to the, or that he brings to music, that then Duck can bring in game? So far today, the answer has been yes, and I think you would argue that they're a favorite to bring that swag all the way tomorrow into Grand Finals. But again, still a lot that can happen in the next 24 hours, as we will crown a champion within the next 24 hours, funny enough. And that's a crazy thought alone, because if Cincinnati can just stay in form overnight, I think they're going to be the easy favorites moving into the rest of the tournament. Right now, they got a chance to keep proving it. We're early on in this round. They're just gaining intel.
Now, I hadn't seen Cincinnati play a lot, but a team that I did see play a lot earlier in the evening was Virginia Tech, who is another one of the favorites to win this series.
Yep.
How does Cincinnati and Virginia Tech compare to one another?
That's actually a really good question. I don't believe I have the head-to-head. I believe in the most recent CR6 playoffs as of last spring, I believe Cincinnati 2-0'd Virginia Tech, or Virginia Tech was one round away from getting to play Cincinnati, as Gilly finds a weird interaction, but we'll find the kill. Also, we'll get to use the logic bomb and get access to cameras as well. So big move from Gilly there. But in the meantime, I will answer the rest of that question. Cincinnati may only be power ranked maybe about 5 to 7 places above Virginia Tech, but Logan, there are levels to this game. And Cincinnati does not tend to miss a grand final. They very rarely miss a top 3. They're almost guaranteed a top 3 anywhere they show up in the nation. So don't get me wrong. Both teams are very good. I would love to see a very close best of 3 if we do see them in grand finals. But again, with the way Cincinnati looks today, who knows? But Virginia Tech was also playing with 2 separate subs today as well.
They were playing with 2 separate subs. Does that mean that we will have the full main roster tomorrow?
From what I have heard, that answer is yes. Not to mention that they had to play with a sub, and they actually had to bring a Valorant player with them to fill into that spot. So 1 sub and then 1 non-Rainbow Six Siege player. But speaking of Rainbow Six Siege, let's get back to the game here. This Monty will hold and make sure that the Nitro Cell doesn't kill anybody. In the meantime, Puppy just gets completely free room into lockers, may try and rotate back towards Vault, but in the meantime, Elephant will find one. Here on IGB's perspective, has to be careful, because now he's all the way in a 1v4. Logan, you said how do you come back from a 1v4? That answer is not very clear, and nobody will find it, not even IGB, and I believe it was Arno who gets that last kill. Cincinnati 4-0.
I mean, IGB was literally cornered by 4 members. I mean, it was not only a 1v4, but he was in a room, in a corner, with just a wall separating him and 4 different people. There is no way to get out of that at all.
And that's what the shield meta right there is. You saw the Monty just sit in the door frame, keep the shield up, and you let your players play around it. And it is so hard to find those pixels around the shield where there may be another player. Or if you're trying to take out a shield or trying to shoot him in the feet, that's about all you can do. It gets very hard to play around those shields. So, only so much you can do. Cincinnati just sticking to the true meta of the game, sticking to their guts, sticking to what always works for a team as consistent as this. Yes, your gunplay might be good enough to get you over the line here alone, but again, I think they're looking to get out of here tonight, as obviously these teams have been waiting a very long time to get to play this final match, which is why we appreciate both of them voting to play a best of 1, which again, have to correct because the overlay is made for our best of 2s. But tomorrow, it will all make sense. It will be best of 1s up until winners, losers, and grand finals. Logan, tomorrow's going to be a day as well.
Tomorrow's going to be a very interesting day to watch. I'm very excited to see, honestly, more of Cincinnati. I'm really liking how Cincinnati is playing, and I'm excited to see a little bit more of Duck specifically. I've seen them playing a lot in this game. I mean, they are 5-1 right now, and you were talking about how they're one of the biggest teams in this match. So I'm excited to see a little bit more of their game and how they're going to prepare.
And that's also the really good news about the way the Passion Series is organized, is that not only do we get to guarantee every team 4 separate maps of gameplay today, but that is all purely for seeding. We get to guarantee that everybody shows up on Championship Sunday and has an equal chance to regain in playoffs and find a way into the money matches, which is the top 3 out of the 6 teams who are here. So when you're looking and you're not Cincinnati or Virginia Tech, and you're looking, okay, well, maybe if we can't get all the way to the top of CR6, we can contend with the teams around us. Logan, the match to get to losers finals, all of losers, should be an absolute treat to watch tomorrow. All those teams are very close.
And there's multiple games that are going to be happening at the same time. So even if you can't tune into the stream, being able to follow along on the bracket and see all of the games that are going on and all of the plays, such as Cheese Boss finding the kill on Breaker, is going to be super.
Well, we got 2 minutes left here, and what could be the third to last round of the game if Cincinnati keeps things moving in the right direction. What do they try to do here? Earlier when they were playing UGA, they were punished for pushing too early or trying to push too fast. St. Bonaventure has not had an answer for it just yet. But Elephant, talk here behind the printer and teller's office, could have something, but not when you have to play a sniper through the just crevices of a shelf. And servers is not a fight you want to take. You don't want to take the other fights around you as well. Meantime, though, big flank from Sun, but is immediately punished. So you get a kill, maybe for the stats, but unfortunately it is not enough. Fist bumps going around, but unfortunately for St. Bonaventure, they have dug themselves a hole, as we are now looking at 5-0.
5-0 that was a very dominating game. I mean, we saw 4 kills happen super quickly. Sun managed to find 1 off of a very strong angle, but by that time, again, it just seems like one of the players of Bonaventure gets caught in a 1v4, and it's just so hard to come back from. They do have these angles, but they're not able to get those angles and continue to hold them in time to contest Cincinnati.
Yeah, also, Duck was looking, I believe that's Botanic who he was looking at, past the monitor into the crowd. Who knows what they are talking about, or who knows how funny or not funny things may be. And maybe that was a, hey, let's make sure now, like Cincinnati has had a history of, like most good teams do in college esports. They get up a big lead, they have a little bit of fun. Sometimes it's too much fun, and it almost was against UGA, who almost forced them to go to overtime in map 2. But I think they're all aware that, hey, it is currently 9:31 Eastern time. Let's go ahead and let's keep things moving in the right direction. So we're gonna end this prep phase, and this is the last round before we swap sides here at the half. Cincinnati bringing a Grim, bringing them on, really just bringing the exact same setups every single time, but they brought it to match the basement setup. You bring that Sens to try and free up some room. Nitros are coming through, so you bring the Monty, and that there's going to be people peeking way down, especially towards servers. That's why you bring the Glass. Now, granted, Elephant is in a pretty dangerous spot here as those aforementioned servers. He could try and take somebody out, but Cincinnati is going to be very careful. The Glass, I think, knows there is somebody there. Smoke will come out, which then forces Elephant to make his way out. They're going to take out also the barrel right next to there. It will also result in a smoke being thrown, so double utility there, where the fire will keep them away. Smoke does a little bit of damage. You'll take it. You'll take every little win you can get if you're St. Bonaventure, but it's got a resulting kills. They also completely give up Hatch, which is very dangerous, forces everybody to fall back. Bonaventure does find Gilly, though, so they're handling the pressure well. Still 2 minutes to go.
Cincinnati is down 1, but they're slowly finding their way in as they do find one of the bombs, and they're going to poke around, find any intel around, while a smoke comes out, having to push back just a little bit.
That's Duck, big flank. How about finding 1.5? Puppy gets credited with the other kill as he got the knock. But no, you're right. It's about gathering intel, and then, like I said, you get your intel, and then you move. Duck was not aware of the intel that Sun was creeping up there. Here comes a big rush as Cheese Boss will swing around with the bearing 9 and absolutely slam one there. Do they know where Sun is? They see feet, but Sun also saw the guy above. Where is IGB right now? I mean, usually you keep the Maestro to deny the plant, but you couldn't even do it. So now Maestro is stuck between the vault and a hard place, trying to take the Monty out, who's just trying to play bait. Is now going to cover the door, giving full comms. The Glass of Cheese Boss will easily find that one. It is now down to Sun, who's got to play for something, but Cheese Boss holds the angle. That Glass is hard to stop with the setups that Cincinnati keeps getting. It's too easy, and that right there is going to complete the attacking half. That is 6-0 in favor of Cincinnati.
Cincinnati is coming into a very strong lead to start out. I mean, 6-0 in the attacking phase. He's going to be super hard for Bonaventure to stop them, especially in defending. Now, I have heard that this is a very defending-heavy game.
Yes.
So, how are you looking as Bonaventure coming into this?
Well, unfortunately, if you ever find yourself down 6-0 in a game in collegiate R6, I'm gonna be honest, Logan, I think the best that can happen is a 7-1. I mean, defense is so hard to play against, not only when it's a top team in the nation, but also on Bank specifically. And this is one of Cincinnati's better maps. I think it's one of, by statistics, I think it's one of their top 3 maps in CR6 league and playoff play. I don't have the land stats on me, unfortunately, but I believe either way, they're very confident on and off land when it comes to this map. So for Bonaventure, I'm not really sure what you can do. I mean, they've been in those chairs and in those setups for a while now. They just got done with their their best of 2 against UGA. That was, I believe, a 7-1, a 7-2, or a 7-3. So pretty demoralizing games as well. But again, if you are Bonaventure, that's a new varsity program. You have to kind of take a step back and say, hey, these are learning experiences. We still get a fresh set of 2 lives tomorrow. You don't start in losers, you start in uppers quarters, no matter where you are. The only teams who get advantages are the 2 teams who get to start in upper semis, which is going to be Cincinnati if they win this one, and Virginia Tech as the 1 and the 2 seed. So, in the meantime, Cincinnati getting to their bread and butter, doing the basic setup, make sure the hatches are covered. They're going to play the first floor very heavily. They chose to go basement first, which means, Logan, you can expect them to take full control of the first floor, and if they get that, this one's done and dusted.
Looks like they're trying to just do everything to get that control of out of the grids right above the bombs. See, the prep phase ends now.
That's what it's all about, especially in R6. You can never just defend the floor that you're on. That's not what the top teams do. You have to defend the floors all the way at the top and all the way at the bottom at all times. You can never give anything up for free. You can never give up space for free here in Rainbow Six Siege. So, now, Bonaventure, I didn't see how much intel they got, but they do have 3 drones they're holding on to still. So I'm imagining still a decent amount. Now, granted, you can see in the top right, they did lose all of their other drones, but who knows what they have actually seen with those drones. Well, time will tell, as right now they're just going to do the basic bank pushes. You got to make sure that you hold over to the entrance over there. Got to make sure nobody comes and swings you from lobby and gets you through the grate right there. But in the meantime, things are about to get dangerous. Gilly, I think, may have an idea of where they're coming in at. I think hearing a lot of footsteps there. He's definitely hearing the drops here and there. And if they don't drone this out, Logan, this could be dangerous.
I mean, we see so many members of the Cincinnati team are there, but Gilly backs out, deciding not to do it. I also want to note that St. Bonaventure had a drone there, so they knew Gilly was there.
I'm not seeing that drone spot in a hot minute, so fair play to Bonaventure. I mean, Gilly almost forgot to really check it, I feel like, but did see it on his way down regardless. But now you can see Bonaventure's taking a whole lot of time. We've already wasted 1:30 trying to kind of scrounge our way around, kind of playing for scraps right now, just trying to even get a sliver of hope here in this 6-0. With 90 seconds to go, they lose the Jackal, which means it's going to be hard to find the Vigil. It's going to be even harder to find your, I guess, Two-Brow or your Smokes, who may be also playing fairly high. Gilly's the only one who's going to play super far off site. But with 1:20, you're going to start finding your way back. Gilly knows that there's one close, but it seems like that Elephant heard somebody. Big swing around the corner, and Irish does find one. So now there's a sliver. Now you can drop first floor and try to move from there. Tried to shoot the hatch, but didn't even check to see if it was reinforced. You won't be able to find room there. Meanwhile, Duck holding second floor. Really, there's only one playing on second floor right now. Does Duck know? It's a tight angle. It's going to be hard to play. The pre-fire and the comms were there. Duck gets forced out in a 2v1. Elephant will find another with the Blackbeard. Smoke now comes out. This is where it gets really dangerous. Still 2 smoke canisters. Still 17 fire bombs from Tachanka as well. So they're going to try and get this hatch. But Tachanka has a whole lot of util. You still have the smokes. You've got options if you're Cincinnati.
But Cincinnati is also in a very good spot, even being down. Remember, 30 seconds left. St. Bonaventure has to make a push now. They've continued to take space throughout all of this game and gather as much intel as possible. But now is the time where they have to use it. Otherwise, Cincinnati will get away with this game.
Oh, and Cheese Boss was holding that SMG angle deep into Vault. That's a big kill there. This Blackbeard is very low. Tachanka's got a whole lot of fire to dish out. Rushing in, sees one. Pre-fire will not land as Arno's able to rotate out. This one to call game. And how about you call the entire night by knocking all 3 down? There has only been one flawless victory today, and it belongs to Cincinnati.
Wow, that was our first flawless victory throughout all of the night, and what a round for it to be the last round of the night. ending it out, showing how good that they are and how they want to come in tomorrow.
It's about making a statement. That is a 38-minute comp game of Rainbow Six Siege. And that right there, Logan, it's a pretty big deal, to say the least. And it's a very nice job from Cincinnati to make sure that they were able to knock that out. But before we give our thoughts on the post game, I want to give a huge thank you to our sponsors who are deeply supporting Concord Esports and the Passion Series. A huge thank you to the Element Edge, the West Virginia National Guard, NZXT, Star 95 FM, First Community Bank, and Children First. We thank all 6 of you and everybody else in the Concord family, and to the teams and their families who can make sure they can make it to this land. We deeply, deeply appreciate every single one of you. Logan, you don't cast Siege. You don't know the game, so just give me your thoughts after a 7-0.
After a 7-0, I mean, that wasn't your typical Siege game.
Not at all.
Not at all. And what I understood from that is just how important every little bit is. You need to control multiple spaces. You need to be controlling multiple floors. You need to be getting multiple bits of intel. You need to understand what it is that the other team is doing. How do you counter that? How do you counter their counter? Blah, blah, blah. It goes on and on as every bit of intel is so important.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the key to the game right there. And I'm not sure there's much I can add. I mean, it's a clean 7-0. I've watched the Cincinnati roster dominate. I've seen the Cincinnati roster very rarely lose, and I've only seen them lose in a championship game to another fellow top team in the nation. But without further ado, I think that's about a perfect ending to the night. That was a good match to get us semi back on schedule. We were expecting to be done about an hour and a half ago, but that's what LAN is all about. So without further ado, from everybody here at Concord Esports in wonderful Athens, West Virginia, we deeply appreciate all of you for tuning in. Group B was Cincinnati, St. Bonaventure, and UGA. That is going to be Cincinnati, UGA, Bonaventure, 1, 2, 3 in that order. On the other side of things, if my memory is correct, I believe it is Virginia Tech, Eastern Kentucky, and then Mississippi State. So the matchups tomorrow, if my memory is also correct, will be Eastern Kentucky versus St. Bonaventure, and then it will be UGA versus Mississippi State. And that right there is not only an SEC banger, but it should be a banger tomorrow. Expect to see that one on stream, and we will bring you all the action tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Who's going to join Cincinnati and Virginia Tech in the semifinals? Who's going to join either one of them in the grand finals? We have absolutely no idea. We will have all the answers and $3,000 to give out tomorrow. So for one last time, that's been Logan. I've been DJ TJ, and no matter where you're watching from, good afternoon, good morning, and good night.